Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. You will think I'm lying when I tell you the house was breathing the first night. I stepped into it, but the sound never leaves your ears once you've heard it. Slow, dragging inhales that echo under the floorboards. Steady exhales that shake the dust from the attic, a steady low rhythm like something huge and unseen resting just below the walls. And that is not the strangest thing about it. Not compared to the locked room on the third floor that no one is supposed to open. Not compared to the little girl's voice that calls a name none of us knew. Not compared to the photographs we found in the cellar, pictures of us long before we were born. I'm telling you this now because everything begins with that first night, and the sound that told us the house was alive long before we realized what it wanted. If we had turned and left then, if we had trusted the instinct that crawled up our spines, none of this story would exist. But people ignore the first sign. They always do. And the house counts on it. We reached the hill just after sunset, our headlights sweeping across the overgrown path as the place emerged out of the fog like a shadow that learned to stand. I remember how the front door hung crooked on rust-colored hinges, how every window stared down at us like black, sunken eye sockets. But none of that compared to the tower. Thin, tall, stabbed into the sky, as if reaching for something none of us could see. Even from a distance I felt watched. Mara was the first to step out of the car. She always acted as if fear was ridiculous. "It's a house," she said, brushing dust off her jacket. "Not some monster." Her voice wavered at the end, though she tried to hide it. The others followed. Elias with his camera, obsessed with forgotten places, June with her quiet steps and wide eyes. Cal with the backpack of tools he insisted we needed even though none of us knew how to fix anything. And me, who agreed to come only because Mara asked, and because I had grown tired of feeling like the boring one in the group. It should have been simple. Spend one night in the old Harlow house, film enough footage for Elias's little project, prove the rumors wrong, and leave before sunrise. But the house had other plans. The instant I stepped onto the porch, I felt something shift in the wood beneath my feet. Not a creak or a sag, but something like a slow pulse. A faint, steady thump traveled up my boots and into my bones. I froze, staring down, but the boards were still. "You felt that, right?" I whispered to June. June nodded, her hand drifting toward mine without touching it. It's like it's alive." Cal laughed. "Probably animals under the porch." "Stop freaking yourselves out." Maybe he was right. But animals don't breathe the way the house did. Inside, the air felt colder than the night outside. The kind of cold that sinks into your throat and holds on. Elias lifted his camera immediately, grinning at the way our breath fogged. "Perfect atmosphere," he said. "This place is a gift, if only he knew." The foyer stretched out ahead of us, peeling wallpaper, curled like burned paper, a chandelier missing half its crystals, and a staircase that arched upward with a strange curve, almost like a rib cage. Our footsteps echoed too loudly, bouncing off the high ceilings in a way that felt wrong, and somewhere behind the walls came that slow inhale again. No one acknowledged it. No one wanted to be the first to say, "I heard it too." Instead, Mara pushed forward with her flashlight, sweeping the beam across rooms coated in dust and silence. The place was bigger than any of us expected. Hallway after hallway, each one darker than the last. We stopped when we reached the dining room. The long table stood untouched, though everything else had rotted or collapsed. 5 chairs lined each side, one at the head, one at the foot, and every single place setting was still arranged. Fork, knife, plate, glass, just waiting. Except the plates weren't empty. Each one held a pile of teeth. The light hit them just right, and they glimmered like tiny pieces of polished bone. Human teeth. So many of them. More than any person should have. June covered her mouth. Why would anyone? Elias lowered the camera. Even he couldn't turn this into something funny. Mara stepped closer, flashlight trembling just slightly. Kids probably broke in, she said. Trying to scare whoever comes next. Kids didn't pull these out, Cal muttered, pushing one tooth with the tip of his knife. It rolled like a pebble. White and smooth. Look at the roots. These came out whole. A long inhale rattled through the walls again. This time everyone froze. The sound was so clear, so close, as if something in the room had filled its lungs. Okay, I definitely heard that, Elias whispered. It's just... Mara started, but she couldn't finish. Because the chandelier above us swayed, though there was no breeze. Just a slow, heavy sway. Left, right, left. Then it stopped. Cal stepped back toward the entrance. Maybe we should take the footage we have and leave. Leave, Mara snapped. We haven't even gone upstairs. We came here for a full night. There's a difference between a haunted story and a warning, Cal said. This place feels wrong. He was right, but I didn't say it. I was staring at the long table, noticing something none of us had seen. Every chair was pulled back exactly the same distance, as if 10 people had gotten up at the exact same moment. And the chair at the head of the table was angled slightly, like someone had stood and turned to look at us. I wanted to leave too. But Mara wasn't backing down, and no one wanted to be the first to admit fear. Let's check the second floor, she said. If it's too much, we'll go. Her voice tried to sound confident, but her eyes betrayed her. She was curious now, pulled in by something in the air. Curiosity is a lure, and the house knew it. We climbed the staircase together, each step groaning under our weight. Halfway up, the air grew warmer, thick, almost wet. Like something breathing too close to our faces. At the top of the stairs, 3 hallways split in different directions. The left one was blocked by fallen beams. The right one led to a row of broken doors. The center hallway stretched into darkness, ending with a single closed door. We aimed our flashlights toward it. The wood was dark, almost black, smoother than the rest of the house, untouched by rot, and carved into it, barely visible unless the light hit just right, were 5 names. My name, Mara's, Elias's, June's, Cal's, spelled perfectly, etched deep into the wood as if carved by something patient. June stepped back immediately. What? How? No, this isn't possible. We just found this place last week, Elias whispered. No one else knew we were coming. Cal tested the carving with his finger. The grooves were fresh, not old, not aged, fresh. It's waiting for us, he said under his breath. The inhale rolled through the hallway again. Close, too close. Something was behind that door. Something large, something aware of us. Mara shook her head. This is a trick. Someone else came here to mess with us. How would they know our names? I asked. How would they carve them this deep? Elias added. How would they know we'd look for this room first? June whispered. We stared at the door. It stared back. What if it's not a trick? Cal said. What if the stories were real, about the Harlow family, about the things they did up here? No one ever proved any of that, Mara said, though she avoided looking directly at the door. Rumors aren't real, but rumors are born from something. Elias lifted his camera again, his hands shaking. We should go in. June grabbed his wrist. We should not.
It's the whole reason we came here.
No, June whispered. We came to explore. But this door, it doesn't want to be opened. I wasn't sure why, but her words hit something inside me. She was right. Something about the room felt wrong. Not like danger, but like a trap. The air around it felt thicker, warmer, almost like breath slipping through a crack. I took a step back. That was when the doorknob turned. On its own. Slowly, deliberately. A soft click echoed through the hall as the latch released. We stopped breathing. The door didn't open. It only unlocked, as if whatever was inside was letting us decide. Mara swallowed. It wants us to choose. No, I said quietly. It wants us to think we chose. No one moved. No one spoke. 5 flashlights glowed on the same closed door, our names shining faintly under the beams. Then, without warning, the hallway lights flickered on. We screamed. The bulbs overhead crackled, buzzing with a strange, pulsing rhythm that matched the breaths in the walls. None of us had touched anything. None of us had found a switch. "This place doesn't have power," Cal shouted.
There's no power.
"How?" The lights strobed violently. Then they all burst at once. Glass rained down on us, sharp and hot. Mara screamed as shards sliced her arm. Elias ducked. June covered her head. Cal cursed through clenched teeth. Darkness swallowed the hallway, leaving only our flashlights. We ran. Down the stairs, down the foyer, out the front door. Except the front door wasn't open anymore. It had swung shut. We hadn't touched it. Cal grabbed the knob.
It's locked.
Mara shoved him aside. "Move." She kicked it hard. The wood didn't budge. She tried again. Nothing. The knob was warm now, almost hot, like something pressed against the other side. I ran to the nearest window. The boards wouldn't move. I slammed my shoulder against them. They didn't even rattle. "We're trapped," June whispered, her voice thin. "No," Elias said, though fear trembled through every word. "There are other exits." We searched. The back door. Sealed. Side windows. Nailed shut from the outside. Basement hatch. Bolted with metal older than the house. It didn't take long for the truth to settle in. The house had closed itself around us. Not metaphorically. Physically. Breathing deeper now, louder, as if excited. We returned to the foyer, standing in a circle, 5 beams of light trembling across the walls. "Okay," Mara said, trying to hold herself together. "We just need to stay calm." The sound cut her off, a soft tapping from upstairs. Tap, 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 like footsteps, small ones, light, almost playful. June grabbed my sleeve. "That's a child." Elias lifted his camera, because he couldn't stop himself, and pointed it toward the staircase. Nothing moved. Then the tapping continued. Not from the stairs, from the ceiling. Tap, 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 above us. Directly above us, we stepped back instinctively. Even Mara looked pale now. The tapping grew louder, faster, dancing in circles right above our heads. Then it stopped. Silence. Nothing. I heard my heartbeat pounding in my throat. Then a single voice drifted down from the second floor. A child's voice, soft, sing-song. "He-aloo," June whimpered. The voice continued, "Sweet and calm I see you." Mara grabbed her flashlight with both hands. "Everyone stay together. We are not splitting up. We are not going near that voice." But the problem wasn't the voice's location. The problem was the door with our names on it. Because while we were downstairs, it had opened. Wide. Waiting. I saw it first and froze, pointing up the stairs with a shaking hand. The others turned. The dark doorway at the end of the hall yawned open, black as night, swallowing the flashlight beams that touched it. And standing in that doorway was a shape, not human, not animal, small, crouched, head tilted, watching us. Then it smiled, not with lips, with rows of small white teeth, the same ones we saw in the dining room. It whispered, faint but clear, "Come see." Mara stumbled back. No, we're not going up there." But the thing tilted its head further, and behind it, something huge shifted in the darkness, so large the floor vibrated. A slow, deep inhale followed. The house was breathing again. Only this time, it wasn't alone. The creature stepped backward, slipping into the room, vanishing into the dark. The door stayed open and waiting, for us. For all 5 of us. Because the names carved there weren't a warning. They were a roll call. The open doorway at the end of the upstairs hall felt like an open mouth. Dark, waiting. Far too still to belong to anything harmless. Even from the foyer below, I could sense something behind that threshold watching us in a way no living thing should. Not with eyes. With awareness. A slow, crawling awareness that slid across my skin like cold fingertips. The air grew heavier, thicker. Each breath felt harder to pull in. As though the house wanted to keep a portion of the air for itself, Elias kept his camera raised even though his hand trembled, so violently the frame jumped up and down. June stood beside me, her shoulders rigid, her eyes fixed on the staircase as if expecting something to descend at any moment. Cal kept glancing at the front door, as if hoping it might somehow unlock if he stared long enough. And Mara, usually the first to rush toward danger, was frozen with her hand pressed against the banister, her knees bent slightly, like she was preparing to either fight or run. None of us spoke for several seconds. We just stared at the open room with our names carved into its doorframe as that soft inhale rolled through the walls again. This one felt longer, slower, almost pleased. Mara swallowed hard. It's taunting us. Elias shook his head. No, it's expecting us. That's worse, June whispered. Cal wiped sweat from his forehead. We are not going up there, and if it comes down here? I asked. He didn't answer. The house let out another slow exhale, and with it came something faint. Almost like laughter, but not the kind that belongs to anything with a conscience. Light. Childlike. But stretched too far, like a voice pulled across a long hallway. Mara stiffened, her body jerking as if hit by a cold slap. That's the same voice we heard before, she said. Upstairs. And it's in that room. Elias murmured. We all know it. The truth sat heavy between us. Whether we wanted to admit it or not, the house was funneling us toward that room. The sealed exits. The shifting noises. The slow pull of that whisper. Everything was pointing us upstairs, as if the house itself wanted something, as if it needed something. June reached for my sleeve. Her fingers shook. Please don't go up there. I opened my mouth to answer, but before I could say anything, the tapping resumed upstairs. Not playful this time. Faster. Angrier. Running in circles across the floorboards. The sound echoed through the foyer, as if something small but frantic threw itself around the room with our names on it. Then it stopped so fast the silence stabbed through the air. A moment later, the door at the end of the hall slammed shut. We all jumped. The echo rolled down the walls. Then the doorknob turned. Once. Twice. Then a slow click. The door drifted open again. No breeze. No visible force. Opening wide with a long groan that scraped through my spine. My flashlight beam trembled as it stretched across the stairs, trying to reach the doorway, but dying before it hit the far wall. The shadows inside the room seemed to swallow the light itself. Something inside shifted. A small shape, crouched, watched us again from a few steps inside the threshold. Too small to be human, too wrong to be mistaken for anything else. A crooked spine, a head too large, long arms that bent at angles no limb should. It tilted its head and grinned its teeth, filled grin. Then it lifted one hand and beckoned. Come see, it whispered. June whimpered and clung to my arm so tightly her nails dug through my sleeve. Mara shook her head violently. No, we're not. We're not going near that thing. It's not going away, Cal said. And the front door isn't opening. We have to figure out what it wants. It wants us dead, Mara snapped. Elias swallowed. If it wanted that, it could have done it downstairs. I didn't want to admit it, but he was right. Whatever controlled the house had every chance to harm us already. It toyed with us instead, pointing us toward that room again and again. What if there's something in there? Elias said. Something that explains all this, or something that ends us, June whispered. The creature in the doorway didn't move. It watched. Waited, its grin widening with each passing second. I felt something then, faint, like a tug behind my ribcage. A strange pull toward that room. Not a tug on my clothes or my limbs, but something more internal. Like a whisper pressed against the inside of my skull. A whisper that said my name without a sound. I shuddered. But the whisper didn't go away. Mara clenched her jaw. Fine, we go in all of us. Together. June's knees nearly buckled. No, Mara, please. We can't stay down here. Mara said. We don't have a choice. The creature's grin widened until its entire face split with that awful smile. It scuttled backward on all fours, fast and jerky, vanishing into the dark. The door stayed open, June trembled beside me, her voice barely audible. Together, together, I echoed. We started up the stairs. Every step felt wrong. The boards vibrated under our feet like the house was humming. A low, steady noise that grew louder as we moved closer to the third floor hall. My flashlight beam jittered across peeling walls and old portraits whose faces had been scratched away long ago. Halfway up, I realized the air was thick and warm again, not because of heat, but because of breath. Something large and unseen exhaled near the top of the stairs. The air pressed down on us with weight, the scent old, stale, almost metallic. June stumbled. I caught her by the arm. She whispered a shaky thanks. Even Mara hesitated for a second, her usual confidence cracked by the sheer wrongness pressing down on us. When we reached the landing, the open door looked even darker up close, like a hole where light fell in and died. The carved names gleamed faintly, as if etched moments ago, not decades. Elias lifted his camera. We should record this. If that thing touches me, I'm breaking your camera, Mara muttered. We reached the doorway. No sign of the creature, no sign of anything, except darkness, so thick it seemed almost physical. My flashlight flickered, then Cal's flickered, then Elias's, then all our lights steadied again. But they didn't pierce the room. It was like shining beams into tar. The light hit something but didn't show anything. Mara stepped inside first, her breathing shaky but controlled. Elias followed, camera raised. Cal scanned the corners with a tense jaw. June stayed close to me, her shoulder brushing mine. The moment I stepped across the threshold, I felt it. A shift, like crossing from air into something thicker. Not water, not fog. Something else. Something aware. The door behind us swung shut, not fast. Slow. Purposeful, we spun around, but the handle didn't jitter or shake. It settled gently into place with a soft click that sounded almost polite. Okay, Mara whispered, we're in. Now what? A faint scraping noise answered her question from the far wall. Not claws. Not metal, something dragging. Slow. Deliberate. We aimed our lights in that direction, but the beams couldn't find anything. The room felt larger than it should, a space that shifted with every breath we took. The floorboards stretched farther with each step, the walls refusing to stay in one place. Elias whispered, it's bigger inside. June squeezed my wrist. That's impossible. Nothing in this house had cared about possible since we arrived. A faint whisper brushed past my ear. Not a word. A hush, a breath. As if something leaned in to taste my air. I whipped around. No one was behind me. All our flashlights flickered again. Then something moved at the far end of the room. A small figure stood there, too far to see clearly. It shifted from foot to foot, rocking slightly, like a child waiting for permission to speak. My light caught a brief shine, the grin. Those teeth. It stepped forward. Then another figure appeared behind it, larger. A tall, thin shape with limbs too long, head scraping the ceiling. A third figure pulled itself from the corner on hands and feet. Then a fourth from the shadows near the wall. 5 figures. 5 shapes. One for each of us. None of them moved closer. They just stared. Mara whispered, why are there 5? Elias's voice trembled. 5 plates. 5 chairs. 5 names. Then the small one twitched. Not a flinch. A jerk, sharp and sudden, like a puppet pulled by a string. It lifted its head slowly and spoke, welcome back. The words slithered across the floor. June stumbled backward, bumping into me. Debut, what does it mean, back? We've never? The tallest creature clicked its jaw. Then, in a low, broken voice that sounded like dry leaves scraping the ground, it said, you lived here. A cold wave surged through my chest. No, we didn't. The creature giggled, sharp and short. You forgot. Mara stepped forward, defiant even as fear shook her voice. We were never here. The creature lifted one long arm, pointing toward the far wall. And the wall changed, not all at once, slowly, like something underneath peeled through the wood grain. Images appeared, old pictures. I squinted as my flashlight beam tried to bring them into focus. Faces, families, children, adults. All faded, all wrong. And then, us, me, Mara, Elias, June, Cal, standing in front of the house years before any of us were born. My stomach twisted. June dropped her flashlight, both hands flying to her mouth as a choked sob escaped. Mara backed up until she hit the wall. No, that's altered. Someone made those to scare us. The small creature giggled again, but this time its voice glitched mid-laugh like a broken toy. You lived here, it repeated. We weren't alive then, Cal said through clenched teeth. You were, the tall one murmured. The moment it spoke, several floorboards shifted near our feet, bulging upward slightly. Something moved beneath them. Slow, massive. The scraping sound grew louder as whatever hid under the floor circled us. The planks bent with each pass like something large pressed against them from below. June grabbed my sleeve and whispered, "We need to leave. Now. This room, it's wrong. It doesn't want us. It wants something from us." As if answering her, the floor beneath Mara buckled. She screamed as the boards beneath her boots cracked. She jumped back just in time. A long, pale finger pushed up between the splintered wood, thin, bone-like, curling around air as if searching for something to grab.
Out! Mara yelled. Out! Out! Out!
We ran to the door. Cal grabbed the handle and twisted. It didn't move. He shoved his shoulder against it. Nothing. Elias threw his entire weight into it. Still nothing. Behind us, the creatures crept closer now, shuffling, twitching, crawling across the floor in uneven motions that made my stomach lurch. June screamed my name. The floorboards surged upward behind her. A hand burst through. A second. Pale, long-fingered hands clawing at the air. Grabbing for ankles, grabbing for anything.
Cal yelled, "Move!"
and pulled June away just before one of the hands snatched her shoe. The tall creature leaned close enough for us to hear its bones creak as it bent. "You came home," it whispered. "Now stay." The door handle twisted on its own. Slow. The door opened. But what stood on the other side made my blood freeze. It wasn't the hallway. It wasn't anything human. It was a corridor of pulsing walls, alive, moving in slow knots like muscle beneath skin. The floor wreathed in gentle waves, and the air smelled metallic and old. Shapes moved behind the walls, pushing against the surface like something trapped under flesh. The house had changed. The house had shown its real form. Elias stumbled backward. No. The small creature, crouched low, crawled toward the open doorway. "Come see," it whispered again. The hands beneath the floor grabbed at our legs. The tall figure loomed closer, and behind them all, something larger than all 5 creatures combined pulled itself toward the surface, its presence shaking the entire room. The house breathed. Slow, hungry, waiting, and as the last board behind us cracked open, revealing something massive beneath the floor, June whispered the question that chilled me more than everything we had seen so far. What if we were never supposed to leave this room? June's whisper hung in the air like a thread pulled too tight, and for a moment none of us dared breathe. The room around us seemed to listen. The creatures froze mid-crawl as if the sound of her voice changed something in the air. Even the pulsing corridor beyond the doorway quieted, its movements slowing like a giant creature waiting to strike. Then the house exhaled. A deep, wet sound, long enough to rattle the boards under our feet. The hands clawing up from the cracked floor surged higher, pale arms pushing through the splintered wood. A wrist bent backward with a sick click, and fingers stretched toward June's leg again. She screamed and grabbed my arm, pulling herself away as Cal kicked the grasping hand. Something under the floor hissed, low and furious. Elias swung his camera like a club, smashing it against a second arm that reached for him. The plastic cracked, and the camera clattered across the floor. The moment it hit, the hands withdrew slightly, as if startled by the noise. "Forget the camera!" Mara shouted.
"Move! We have to go!"
But where? The corridor outside the room twisted and writhed like a living throat. The walls contracted slowly, almost breathing. and the shapes beneath the fleshy surface pressed forward, forming vague silhouettes that moved just out of sight. It was like staring through thin skin into a nightmare. The creatures behind us crept nearer. The small one dragged its limb across the boards, producing a scraping sound that scratched at the back of my skull. The tall one stepped forward with long, stiff strides, its joints popping with every movement.
We don't have a choice!
Cal shouted.
It's the only way out!
He pointed at the shifting corridor beyond the doorway. The path that looked less like an exit and more like a feeding passage. Mara looked at him like he'd lost his mind. You want to go in there? You want to stay with that? Cal jerked his chin toward the floor as another pale hand burst through a new crack. June whimpered. Elias swallowed hard enough to make an audible click. It can't be worse than what's happening in here. I wasn't so sure, but staying wasn't an option. The floor blew open behind us with a sudden violent crack, splinters flying past my face. A massive shape began to rise, too big for the space, forcing the boards upward as it pushed against the edges. We ran. Mara burst through the doorway first, then Cal, then Elias. June and I followed, stumbling into the living corridor. The moment we crossed the threshold, the fleshy floor rippled under our feet as if the ground swallowed each step. The light behind us flickered, and the creatures made no attempt to follow. That unsettled me more than anything. That room was the house's snare, but this corridor was its mouth. Go, Mara yelled, pushing forward. The corridor squished underfoot with every step. My boots sank half an inch into the soft ground, making wet sucking sounds as I pulled them free. The walls pulsed in slow waves, dim light glowing through them like embers under skin. Shapes moved behind the membrane, pressing outward in bulges that resembled limbs. A hand-shaped shadow dragged itself along the inside of the wall, gliding beside us as we ran. Elias pointed his dying flashlight toward it. What is that? June screamed as the shadow, hand scraped its outline across the surface, leaving streaks behind like burns.
Don't stop! Mara shouted. Just keep going!
The corridor twisted left, then right, then sloped downward, as if the entire structure bent under its own weight. The walls behind us closed with a slow, rubbery stretch, sealing the way we came. I heard the door slam somewhere behind that fleshy barrier, as if the house finished locking us inside a part of itself. The air grew warmer, dense. Each breath tasted metallic, thick, like we inhaled something we weren't meant to. Cal coughed violently, stumbling as he tried to keep up. It's getting tighter. He wasn't wrong. The corridor narrowed with each step, shrinking from a hallway into something more like a tunnel. The ceiling lowered. The walls drew closer until they brushed our shoulders. The floor rippled under us like muscle contracting. The house was guiding us, or squeezing us. We reached a bend, and Mara stopped so suddenly I slammed into her back. What are you? Then I saw why she froze. The corridor ended. A sheer drop opened ahead, wide, dark, bottomless. A pit. The floor simply ended. Like a gaping wound torn into the living passage. Moist air rose from the darkness, carrying a faint sound like distant whispers, or chewing. Elias shook his head violently. No way. No way in hell. June backed away, bumping into the pulsating wall. The surface bulged outward where she touched it. A face pressed through the membrane. Flattened, distorted, screaming silently. June shrieked and stumbled toward the center of the corridor. We can't go back, Cal said through ragged breaths. The walls are closing. Listen. He was right. A slow creak ran through the passage, growing louder as the walls behind us tightened, narrowing, pushing us forward inch by inch. We're being forced, Mara said, voice cracking with a mix of fear and fury. The house's breath washed over us again from the darkness of the pit, warm, rank, too close. What do we do? I asked. Mara stared at the drop. Cal stared at the closing walls. June stared at the ghost-like face trapped inside the membrane. Elias stared at the pit as if trying to see the bottom, But the darkness swallowed the beam of his flickering flashlight. The whisper rose again from below. Not a voice this time, a sound like dozens of tiny hands brushing stone. Then, a single word, faint, chill, like, jump. June collapsed against me. Elias dropped his flashlight, and it rolled toward the edge, teetering before falling into the void. No sound, no impact, just endless swallowing dark. I'm not doing it, Elias whispered. I will not. We might not have a choice, Cal said, his back pressed against the tightening wall. Mara turned to face us, her chest rising and falling fast. Listen to me. Maybe it wants us down there, maybe it doesn't. But staying here means we get crushed.
We don't know how far down it goes,
June cried.
so we pick crushed or whatever the hell is down there.
Mara shouted.
Those are the options.
The corridor groaned again. The walls moved, inching closer. I felt the pressure of the narrowing space against my boots. Elias grabbed my arm. Tell her no. Tell her we'll find another way. There is no other way, Cal said. Look around you. But I wasn't looking at the walls. I was looking at the far end of the pit. Something was rising. Slow. Deliberate. Not a creature. A shape. A platform. Grown out of the same pulsating material as the corridor. Lifting itself from the darkness like an elevator being raised by invisible tendons. It came to a stop level with the edge, trembling as if struggling to stay in place. A path. The house was giving us a path, but there was no relief in that realization. Only dread. The platform pulsed once, like a heartbeat. June grabbed my sleeve. Do we step on it? It's that or get crushed, Mara said, glancing at the walls closing behind us. Move. She stepped onto the platform. The moment her foot touched it, the surface molded around her soul, gripping lightly, almost like holding her in place. She grimaced, but didn't pull away. Cal followed, then Elias, with visible reluctance, and then me, pulling June by the hand. As soon as we were all on it, the platform lurched. Then it sank. Sank slowly, smoothly, lowering us into the darkness. June cried quietly into my shoulder. Mara muttered curses under her breath. Cal flicked his dying flashlight around, though it barely pierced the dark anymore. We should keep alert. Anything could. He stopped. We all stopped, because as the platform descended, shapes appeared on the surrounding walls. Not shadows, bodies, pressed into the flesh like surface. Dozens. Hundreds. Faces pushing outward, mouths stretched in silent screams. Eyes open. Some decomposed, some fresh. Every one of them straining against the membrane as if trying to break free. The deeper we sank, the more bodies we saw. The wall was packed with them. Layer upon layer of flattened forms, hands reaching toward us, fingertips dragging along the surface. June's sobs grew louder. Elias stared in frozen horror. These aren't just victims. They're trapped. Cal gagged and turned away. Mara's expression tightened, but she kept her eyes forward. Don't look at them. Don't touch the walls. Just don't. The platform continued downward, vibrating under our feet. A body near my shoulder suddenly twitched, the first to move. Its hand pressed out of the membrane, stretching the surface like thin rubber. Fingers pushed through. Skin split. A wet sound followed. Then the hand shot toward me. I jerked back with a shout. June screamed. Cal tried to step aside, but the platform was too small. The arm strained. Reaching farther, the bone cracking with each stretch. Mara kicked the hand. Hard. It recoiled with an awful squeal, pulling back into the wall as the membrane sealed over the hole it tore, leaving only a faint ripple behind. Elias collapsed to his knees, gagging as tears ran down his face. What is this place? What is this place? None of us answered, because now we all understood. This wasn't a corridor. This was a stomach. The house wasn't breathing because it was haunted. It was breathing because it was alive, and we were inside it. The platform shuddered as it reached the bottom. A new passage stretched ahead, tall, dark, lined with dim lights that pulsed like veins. The walls above closed, sealing us away from the pit. Elias whispered, "It's not letting us go back." Mara stepped off the platform, though her legs trembled. Then we go forward. I didn't want to. June didn't want to. None of us did. But the way behind us was gone, and something moved at the far end of the passage. Something large enough to cast a long shadow across the wall. Cal raised his light, and we froze. A figure stood there, human-shaped, still, waiting. Not the creatures from before, not the thing under the floor, not the childlike crawler. This one was tall, straight-backed, almost normal, almost. It stepped forward, slow and steady. And as the light hit its face, June let out a noise I never knew could come from a human throat. Because the face looking back at us wasn't a stranger. It was me. For a heartbeat, I thought my mind finally snapped. That fear had twisted the face in front of me into my own. But the figure standing in the vain, lit passage didn't flicker or blur or melt into anyone else. It wasn't a trick of the shifting walls. It wasn't a reflection. It was me, my height, my posture, my clothes, my scars, right down to the thin white line across my brow from when I fell off a bike at 10. It stared at us with an expression I never wear, a calm, patient look, as if waiting for us to finish something we hadn't begun yet. June gripped my arm so hard the bones ached. That's not you. That's not you. Tell me that's not you. It's not, I said, though part of me wasn't sure. Something about the figure's stillness, its certainty, felt more like me than I wanted to admit. A version of me stripped of doubt, of nerves, of fear. A version of me that belonged here. The other, me, tilted its head slightly like a curious observer. Its lips curved, not into a smile, but something close, a knowing expression. Mara stepped in front of me before I could say anything else. If you're trying to scare us, it's not working. Her voice trembled, betraying her lie. Whoever you are, move aside. The thing didn't move. Instead, it lifted its hand, the same hand as mine, same scars, same shape. It motioned slowly, palm facing upward, gesturing for us to come closer. That's not happening, Cal muttered. No chance. No way. Elias's breathing quickened. His destroyed camera hung from his fingers, forgotten. Why does it look? Why? Why? Don't talk to it, Mara snapped. But the figure's eyes drifted toward Mara, studying her like she was an insect pinned under glass. Then it turned its gaze back to me, locking onto mine, unblinking. June whispered, "It wants you." I didn't know how she knew, but she was right. The other me wasn't interested in the others. Its whole stance pointed at me. Focused, fixed. I felt a tug, not physical, deeper, like a hook in the back of my mind pulling forward. "No," Mara said sharply, grabbing my wrist. "You stay with us." The figure stepped closer. The ground trembled beneath its weight, not because it was heavy, but because the house reacted to it. The walls tightened. The lights in the membrane pulsed faster. A ripple ran along the floor like the passage. This living thing was eager. June cried out and pulled me backward. Cal raised his flickering flashlight like a club, though we all knew that wouldn't do anything if the thing tried reaching us. The figure stopped only a few feet from the edge of our group. Now that it was close, I saw differences that hadn't shown from afar. Subtle, but present. Its skin was wrong, not exactly pale, not quite translucent, something like candle wax held too close to a flame. Soft in some spots, harder in others, with faint lines underneath like veins pressed against thin paper. Its eyes were mine and not mine. Too flat, too steady, too aware. Something whispered inside my head with a voice that wasn't sound. "Come back." I shook my head violently. The voice whispered again. "You left. Come back." Mara stepped forward slowly, raising her flashlight like a weapon. "Stay away from him." The figure didn't even look at her. Instead, it traced a fingernail down its own cheek, my cheek, leaving a faint line in the waxy surface. The mark sealed almost instantly. Then it opened its mouth, and my voice came out. "You shouldn't have returned," June screamed. Cal swore under his breath, and I felt the floor drop in my stomach, hearing my own voice, steady, calm, perfect, say something I'd never say. It hit harder than any monster crawling through shadows. "That's not you," Elias stammered. "That thing, what is it?" The figure didn't answer him. It only spoke to me. "You left. You forgot. The house didn't." Mara grabbed my shoulder. "Ignore it. It's baiting you." "I'm not," the figure replied in my tone, though its mouth didn't move to match the words. "I'm guiding him." Its eyes glowed faintly, matching the dim pulses in the walls. The house mirrored it, or it mirrored the house. I didn't know which. Cal stepped forward, flashlight raised. "You talk again and I smash your face." The thing slowly turned its gaze to Cal. A ripple ran through its cheek like something underneath shifted. Then it spoke again, this time with Cal's voice. "You can try." Cal stumbled backward so fast he clipped Elias's leg. Elias fell to his knees, hands shaking so violently he dropped his broken camera. "It's copying us. It's copying all of us. Oh God." But it wasn't done. It turned its head toward Mara next. Her glare faltered. The figure blinked. And then, her voice came out of its throat. "I always pretend I'm not terrified." Mara froze. Every muscle tightened. She stepped back, eyes wide, not with anger, but confusion. Pain, shock, because the figure hadn't said something random. It spoke something true. Something she'd never spoken aloud. June's voice came next. Soft, trembling. "I don't want to die like they did." June covered her ears and started crying. Elias's voice followed, shaky and thin. "No one ever listens when I'm scared." Elias whimpered and sank lower. Then Cal's voice again. "I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't. I shouldn't." "Stop," Cal snapped, shaking. "Stop. Stop talking like us." The figure didn't stop. It looked at me again. And in my voice, my real voice, not the twisted mimicry, it whispered, "You remember more than you admit." "No," I said, though the denial felt weak. "No, I don't." "You do." Its eyes sharpened, and suddenly my head hurt, sharp pain straight through my skull. Memories I didn't recognize flashed behind my eyes, a staircase drenched in moonlight, a dark tower, a locked door, a child's voice calling a name I didn't know yet. Mara grabbed me as I staggered.
Hey, stay with us!
June held on to my other arm. I blinked hard, dragging myself back into the present. The other me had stepped even closer. Too close. Mara reacted first. She swung her flashlight at its head with a sharp crack. The figure jerked. Its head snapped sideways. The flashlight passed through the waxy skin as if striking damp clay. The surface dented, caved inward, rippled, then reformed. Instantly, not a scratch remained. The figure straightened slowly, too slowly, like bones slid into place inside it. Mara backed away, breath shaking. No, 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 no. Cal grabbed her and yanked her behind him. Stay back! Elias found his voice. What do we do? What do we do? But the house answered instead. The walls pulsed faster and faster. The floor vibrated under our feet. The membrane behind us shook like something huge struck it from the other side. June screamed.
We can't stay here!
The figure stepped toward us again, not fast, but with certainty. The passage behind it sealed in a wave, closing, swallowing darkness as it moved toward us. The house cut off the way behind it, forcing us forward. The passage constricted around the figure, almost hugging it, shaping itself to its form. It wasn't just a creature inside the house. It was something born of it, something the house favored, something it wanted us to meet. Run, Mara said suddenly. None of us argued. We ran. The figure didn't chase us with speed. It didn't need to. The corridor bent ahead, twisting sharply. We darted into it, our footsteps slapping against the warm ground. The walls closed behind us with a fleshy thud.
Elias shouted, "Where do we go?" "Anywhere but there!"
Mara yelled. But the passage only led one direction, forward. The wall to our left rippled. A bulge formed, then burst. Another face pressing outward, screaming silently. June flinched away. To the right, a hand pushed out far enough to scrape the air. Cal shoved it back with his shoulder as we passed. The corridor widened suddenly, opening into a chamber shaped like a giant hollowed-out organ. Veins pulsed along the ceiling. A soft light glowed from patches along the walls. And in the center, a stone well. Real stone. Not flesh. Not living. Out of place in the pulsing chamber, as though an older structure had been swallowed whole by this creature house. The well was wide, cracked, covered in strange symbols etched deep into the surface. Dust filled the center and spilled over the edges. Mara slowed. "What is this?" Elias approached carefully, voice trembling. "It's from the original house, the one before it changed." Call circled it. "Why would there be a well down here?" June's eyes darted between the walls and the well. "Maybe it's not a well." Before anyone could respond, something scratched inside it, soft first, then louder, then frantic. We all backed up as the dust inside shifted. A figure rose slowly, covered head to toe in gray dust, like someone buried alive and clawing out after years underground. The dust-coated form lifted its head, two hollow eyes opened, glowing faintly. Then it spoke. In my voice, "You left me." The sound tore through the chamber. June screamed. Cal shoved us behind him. Mara raised her flashlight again, though her hand shook violently. I couldn't speak. The shock glued my throat shut. The dusty figure stepped out of the well, one leg dragging, as if broken. It moved toward me with a limp, leaving gray footprints in its wake. Dust flaked off its body, revealing the same waxy texture as the first figure. Another version of me, this one older, tired, broken. "You left me," it repeated. Behind us, the rubbery corridor began to elongate again, pulling open as the first figure stepped into the chamber. It stood side by side with the dusty version. Two of me, two horrors, and the house pulsed like a beating heart. Mara whispered, "There aren't just 5 creatures." Elias shook his head, trembling. "There aren't just the ones we saw before." June grabbed my sleeve. "There's more." Cal swallowed hard. "There's as many as the house needs." The dusty me pointed a shaking finger at me. "You forgot. You abandoned. You left. You lived here. You died here." The voices overlapped, from both figures, layering into a chorus that made the walls throb. Then, from behind the chamber's far wall, hands, hundreds, pushing outward. The entire membrane bulged. Dozens of faces pressed forward, dozens of figures, all wearing pieces of our faces, all stepping free of the walls, and all whispering one word: remember. The chamber vibrated with whispers, layered, overlapping, building until the air itself felt thick with them. Every wall bulged outward, as if the entire stomach of this creature house pushed bodies toward us. Faces stretched the membrane, mouths opening and closing without sound, eyes darting in frantic patterns, as if aware, desperate, begging. But the ones actually stepping out, those had form. Limbs. My face. Or pieces of it. The first 2 versions of me, the steady one and the dust-worn one, stood closest, watching me with identical calm, like 2 judges waiting for a confession. Behind them, more emerged. Waxy faces, cracked faces, faces with half-formed features, faces that looked nearly human, faces that didn't look human at all. They stepped free of the walls silently, feet sinking slightly in the pulsing floor. June cried out and hid behind my arm. Elias backed up until he hit the curved wall, then recoiled as the membrane pushed forward with more faces straining beneath it. Cal lifted his flickering flashlight like a weapon again, though we all knew it wouldn't work. Mara stepped forward anyway, because Mara always stepped forward, even if everything in her body screamed otherwise. "What do you want from us?" she shouted, her voice cracking as she turned in a shaky circle. "What is all this? What are you?" The waxy version of me blinked once. "We want you to remember," it murmured. "I don't know you," I said, though doubt slid like cold water down my spine. "I've never been here." The dust-worn version tilted its head. "You were born here." "No," I snapped. "That's impossible. You lived in the tower. You stayed in the locked room. You hid under the stairs. You watched them. You left us. You forgot." The voices came from different versions, but they all spoke with my tone, my inflections, my breath patterns. Hearing my own voice thrown back at me from dozens of throats felt like drowning in echoes. Mara's flashlight trembled. He wasn't born here. None of us were. Yes, answered a voice behind her. We spun around. A new figure stepped from the wall. This one wasn't me. This one was Mara. Not exactly. Something was wrong with its proportions. Its skin stretched too tight across the cheekbones. The arms slightly longer than they should be, but there was no mistaking it. The structure of the face, the posture, the scar on her forearm, all copied and twisted. June screamed. Mara staggered backward with a gasp that sounded like her breath had been ripped away. The copy. Mara looked at her with glassy eyes. I always lie to myself, it said calmly. Mara trembled. You don't get to. More shapes started sliding out of the membrane. One of them looked like June. Wide eyes, trembling hands. But its face was frozen in an expression of hunger instead of fear. Another form that resembled Cal, taller, broader, but with limbs too long, fingers too thin. Their mouths opened. June's double spoke first. I dream about dying here. Cal's double followed. I should have stayed home. Then a version of Elias emerged, thin, twitchy, but with a calm face blank of worry. No one listens, it said. Elias let out a broken cry and turned away. Mara cursed, shaking so hard her flashlight beam danced wildly across the chamber. Why are you doing this? Why show us copies of ourselves? The waxy, me answered. We are what you left behind. Behind it, dozens of copies in various states of decay repeated the same sentence, all in different tones, volume rising until it echoed what you left behind. My breath caught in my throat. I don't know what that means. The steady, me stepped closer. You will. I backed up instinctively, but the fleshy floor seemed to swell, pushing my feet forward as if guiding me toward them. Elias grabbed my arm.
Don't go near it!
Mara yanked me away by the collar.
Stick with us!
The army of distorted copies stood completely still for several seconds. Then they moved, not toward us, around us, circling. A tightening ring of versions of ourselves, all with tiny imperfections. Too many joints, too many teeth, skin stretched thin, muscles formed wrong, mismatched eyes. They formed a wall with human shapes, blocking every path except the one behind the stone well. We're closed in, Cal muttered. They're hurting us again. June hugged her arms to her chest. Why us? Her whisper broke into a sob. Why copies of us? Because we were here before, Elias said quietly, his voice cracking. At least that's what they keep saying. We weren't, Mara insisted. But her words carried more fear than conviction. The steady, me pointed toward me. He remembers.
I don't.
My voice cracked.
I don't remember anything.
But the visions from before flickered behind my eyes again. Flashes of the tower, the locked room, moonlight spilling across wooden floors. I shook my head violently as if that could scatter them. The dust, worn version stepped closer. Its legs twitched with every step, as if half of its bones didn't bend correctly. We waited for you. You never came back, another version said. You forgot us, whispered a third. You abandoned us, hissed a fourth. The chorus swelled again. So many voices overlapping mine. So many versions of me speaking things I had never said, but somehow felt true anyway. June wrapped her arms around herself. Stop, please stop. Stop it. Her double stepped closer to her and whispered. I didn't want to remember either. June screamed and staggered away. The ring of copies tightened. Cal held up his hands, trying to steady himself. They're not human. They can't be. They're molds. Copies. Like the house grew them from pieces of us. Mara muttered, if it can make these, what else is it going to make? Elias pointed a shaking finger at the well. Why bring us here? Why drag us into this chamber? Why that thing? The steady, me turned toward the well. Return what you took. What did we take? I asked, frustration pushing through the fear. A whisper answered, from inside the well. June backed up until she pressed against the pulsing wall. No. There's something else in there. The dust inside the well shifted again. Something rose. Not a copy. something smaller, child-sized. A silhouette climbed out, one hand gripping the carved edge of the well. The chamber's flickering light revealed pale skin, thin limbs, hair hanging in tangled strands. A child, a real child, or something trying hard to look like one. It lifted its face. Two hollow eyes stared at us. Then one word came out in a rasped brother. My heart nearly stopped. June clapped a hand over her mouth. Elias dropped to the ground in shock. Mara whispered something too soft to hear. Cal looked at me, at the child, then back at me. Do you know him? Cal asked, his voice wavering with dread.
No, I don't know him.
But my voice shook with something more than fear. Confusion. Something tugging at buried memories. The child stepped forward, barefoot, dust falling off his body like ash. He looked no older than 8. His face had my shape, the cheeks, the jawline, but younger, softer, pale, wrong. He pointed at me. You said you wouldn't leave. My lungs froze. I never met you, I whispered. You promised, he said, voice cracking. You promised you'd come back. Mara stepped between us. You're confusing him with someone else. The child shook his head slowly. You forgot me. You forgot all of us. A cold shiver crawled up my spine. I don't have a brother. You do. I shook my head again more violently. I don't. My family. A migraine slammed into my skull. Memories flickered behind my eyes again. Moonlight. The tower. A small hand grabbing mine. A whisper, don't let them take me. A scream in the dark. No, I muttered. No, that's not real. It is, the child whispered. The waxy version of me took a step closer. Remember. The dust-worn version reached out. Remember. June covered her ears.
Make them stop.
But they wouldn't. The ring of copies closed until they stood only a few steps away, breathing softly, synchronized, as if one single mind controlled every body. The child stepped closer. His eyes held a faint glow, too faint to be light, too strong to ignore. You left us in the tower. I didn't, I said, but my voice broke. I couldn't have. The child's lower lip trembled. You ran. They took us below. You closed the door. You locked it from the outside. My stomach twisted so sharply I nearly bent over. No, you forgot, the child said again. Mara grabbed my arm. You're not believing this. You hear me. You're not. But the child continued. You locked me here. Images burst behind my eyelids. Quick, sharp flashes. A staircase. A door slamming. A key turning. A scream. High, terrified, familiar. Me. A child version of me. Running. Leaving. Something grasping at my ankle. Don't leave me. My knees weakened. No, I whispered to myself. Stop. Stop. That's not real. But the voices around us rose in unison. You forgot us. You forgot. Forgot. F.R.Jew. The chamber shook. Dust poured from the ceiling. Veins pulsed violently. The entire structure rumbled as if the house itself reacted to the word. Fed by it, strengthened by it, angered by it. The child reached me first. He grabbed my hand. Not violently. Gently. It's time to come back. Mara tried to pull me away. The child's eyes flashed. Every copy in the chamber turned their heads at once, snapping toward Mara. She froze. So did we. The copies stepped forward. Then all of them spoke at once. He isn't yours. The sound was deafening. The floor trembled. The membrane behind us rippled like something huge slid underneath. Mara pulled me behind her. He isn't yours either. The child blinked slowly. He was. And something in the way he said it made every hair on my body rise. June sobbed harder. Elias clutched his head. Cal pressed himself against the well like he needed something solid behind him. Then the child's face shifted. Not melted. Shifted. Features rearranging like clay until his cheekbones rose, eyes changed shape, lips thinned. He looked exactly like me. My younger self. Then he whispered, you locked me here. My heart thrashed against my ribs. And then, the chamber floor split open. Not a crack. A tear. A long gash across the flesh-like ground, revealing a deeper darkness below. A roar, not from an animal but from the house itself, echoed through the chamber. The copies lunged forward. The child pulled my arm. Mara screamed my name. June screamed for help. Cal grabbed Elias. And in the chaos, One truth hammered through my mind. Whatever waited beneath the floor wanted us next. The floor ripped itself open with a sound that didn't belong in any world built by hands. Like wet fabric being split by claws, mixed with a guttural roar from something too large to fit inside flesh. The membrane beneath our feet stretched, pulled, snapped, then peeled back to reveal a pit so black it seemed to swallow the dim light beating through the chamber walls. The tear widened in a jagged path straight toward us, and the copies stepped aside, clearing a path as if guiding prey to its jaws. June screamed and grabbed Elias, who stumbled forward in blind panic. Cal reached for both of them, pulling them away from the expanding gap. Mara shoved me toward the far wall, still gripping my wrist with a force so desperate it felt like she was trying to anchor me to reality before the house stripped away the last threads tying me to myself.
Move!
She shouted.
Get away from the edge!
But the edge wasn't the problem. The problem was the pull, an unseen tug coming from the pit, dragging at our bodies with a rising strength. The tear breathed, inhaling with long, rumbling gulps like something below wanted to drink us in. The child, my younger self, tightened his grip on my arm. His fingers, though small, held a strength that didn't match his size. You belong here? He whispered, his voice no longer carrying the innocent tone of a boy. You always belonged here. No, I said, dragging against the pull. Let go. You locked me down here, he said, pulling harder. Now you come with me. Mara swung her flashlight like a club again, smacking the child's hand with a sickening thud. Instead of pulling back in pain, the child's wrist bent at a wrong angle, then twisted back into place with a rubbery snap. He didn't react. He just stepped closer. Mara almost dropped the flashlight. What is he made of? The child's expression twisted into something that resembled a smile but was too sharp around the edges. You left me, he repeated, and his voice sounded nothing like a child now, deeper, layered, as though many throats spoke at once. Behind him, dozens of copies in various warped forms moved in perfect unison, each turning their heads toward the widening tear. The moment the gap stretched far enough to swallow a grown adult, they spoke together. He must return. No, Mara snapped, pulling me harder. He's not going anywhere. But the pull from the pit intensified. The chamber shook violently as the floor convulsed, like a living lung trying to force us into an exhale. Elias fell forward, skidding dangerously close to the edge. Cal lunged and grabbed him just in time, dragging him back by the collar. Elias's feet dangled over the drop for a terrifying second before Cal hauled him upright.
I'm not doing that again!
Cal yelled, panting. June's terrified sob cut through the roars echoing from below.
We're gonna fall? It's dragging us!
The copies stepped closer. The child moved with them. Mara growled through clenched teeth. Over my dead. A long pale arm shot out of the tear. Thin, bone-like. Covered in a sheen of translucent shine, it grabbed the edge and pulled something huge upward. Something bigger than any of the copies. Something older. The chamber lights flickered violently as a giant form began to rise, its silhouette stretching across the floor and walls. A mass of limbs, twisted and tangled, reached outward blindly, each one grasping for something, anything, to feed the pit's hunger. June clung to me with both hands. What is that? What is that? Elias choked on a sob. This isn't a house. It's... He couldn't even finish. None of us could. The truth was too large to fit into words. This wasn't a place people built. This was something that grew. And we were inside its body. The thing rising from the tear opened a cavity where a mouth should be, rows of thin teeth lining the inside like broken glass. A thick, wet breath burst out of it, sending a warm, rancid gust through the chamber. Mara stumbled, gagging.
We're gonna die down here!
No. Cal shouted back, we're getting out.
How?
June yelled.
There is nowhere to go! There!
Elias pointed with a trembling hand. At the far end of the chamber, behind the well, behind the winding ranks of copies, stood another passage, not fleshy like the rest, not alive. A dark stone arch carved into the chamber's wall, almost hidden by the growing layers of membrane. It looked older than the creature house swallowing the rest of the structure. A forgotten exit, a path the house hadn't consumed yet.
That way!
Elias shouted. Mara didn't hesitate. Run, we sprinted toward it. The pit roared behind us, its limbs thrashing as the gap widened. The floor pitched left, then right, like it was trying to throw us off balance. But the copies moved too, forming a barrier. Some walked forward, some crawled, some dragged themselves, skin peeling along the ground, and they blocked the path to the arch. Dozens of versions of me. Dozens of Mara, Cal, June, Elias, all distorted, all wrong. Their heads twitched, their limbs bent. Their chests rose in slow breaths that matched the heartbeat pulsing through the chamber walls. The child stepped in front of them, still gripping my hand. You can't leave, he said. None of you can.
Let him go!
Mara shouted, smashing her flashlight against the child's wrist again. This time it bent in the opposite direction, backwards, snapping like old wood. The wrist dangled loosely, and then straightened itself again. Mara stumbled backward in horror. You've got to be kidding me.
What is he?
June sobbed. He's not a child. He's never been a child. She couldn't finish. But the truth was there. This thing wasn't a memory. It wasn't a ghost. It was a mold the house had grown, shaped from whatever it found inside me. Or whatever it pulled from me. The child lifted his hand again.
Come back, I'm not your brother, I shouted. I never lived here.
I never locked anyone in. The migraine stabbed through my skull again. A door slamming. A scream. A small hand grabbing my shirt. A voice sobbing, "Don't leave me." I gasped and nearly fell. No, Mara shouted, grabbing my shoulders and shaking me.
Don't listen.
Whatever it's showing you.
It's not real.
But the child's expression softened. And in that split-second softness, the resemblance to me at 8 years old was too perfect. Please, he whispered. Don't leave me alone again. June collapsed to her knees. Stop. Please stop. And then, the chamber shook violently as the creature in the pit hauled itself higher. Its bulk scraped along the walls, tearing membrane like wet paper. The roar that followed echoed through the entire chamber, shaking dust off the ceiling. The child grabbed me with both hands. The copies took a step toward us. The pit opened wider, and Cal made a decision that changed everything. He charged forward, yelling like a man running into a fire. His shoulder slammed into the waxy, me blocking the archway, knocking it off balance. It hit the ground with a heavy, sickening thud. But it didn't stay down. Cal didn't stop. He grabbed Mara, shoved her forward toward the archway. Go. The copies reacted. They lunged. Elias screamed. June stumbled. The child pulled. And the house roared again. Cal tackled 2 more copies, hurling himself between us and the wall of distorted faces.
Movie.
His voice cracked with raw desperation. Mara pulled me toward the arch.
This is our chance!
But the child clung to me with inhuman strength, dragging me backward toward the pit. My heels slipped on the trembling floor.
Let me go,
I shouted. The child's eyes flickered, sadness, anger, hunger, all blending into one. You left me, he whispered. Then he tried to pull me into the pit. Mara reacted instantly. She punched him. Not with fear, with fury. Her fist hit the child's jaw with a crack that sent him skidding across the floor. His face twisted, collapsing in on itself for a moment before slowly reforming with a sickening stretch of skin. Run, Mara yelled. Run! Cal grabbed Elias again, dragging him toward the stone arch. June clung to my arm with trembling hands. Mara shoved me forward. The floor heaved again, and a long limb from the pit lashed upward, slamming into the ground only inches away from where my foot had been. The limb dragged itself across the chamber, feeling for us, sliding over the floor with a slick sound. We sprinted. Copies lunged. June tripped. I grabbed her. Elias stumbled. Cal grabbed him. The child shrieked behind us, a sound not made by human vocal cords. Mara yanked me through the stone archway, and the moment we crossed the threshold, the air changed. The floor beneath our feet felt cold again. Hard. Stone. Not flesh. Not living, not shifting. The corridor beyond the arch was narrow, carved from old brick, lit by a faint glow from somewhere deep inside. The walls didn't pulse. The air didn't breathe. The floor didn't ripple like a vein under skin. This part of the house was untouched, forgotten. A remnant of a time before the creature swallowed it. Cal stumbled through behind us, dragging Elias, who sobbed with relief. June fell to her knees, gasping. Mara slammed her shoulder into the stone wall beside the arch, turning back toward the chamber. The stone around the archway shook as something enormous slammed into the membrane on the other side. The copies screamed in anger. The child reached toward us, fingers stretching like soft clay, but something stopped them. The archway, the threshold itself, acted like a barrier. They couldn't cross. Their arms slammed into the unseen wall with dull thuds, sliding down as if they'd hit glass. The child opened his mouth and screamed a wordless howl. His eyes locked on me, filled with something I couldn't name. And then, the membrane sealed over the stone arch. The flesh grew across it like fast, forwarded decay. In seconds, the passage behind us was gone. Cut off, silent, dark. Mara slid down the wall, breathing hard. We made it, Elias cried openly. Cal leaned against the brick and let out a shaky laugh that sounded like someone half mad. June whispered, "We're still inside it, but we're somewhere it can't reach." I looked down the long, cold stone corridor ahead. The air tasted still. Old. Filled with dust untouched by breath. Far down the passage, beyond the reach of our dying flashlights, something faint gleamed, like metal catching a small bit of light. A door. I stared at it, heart hammering in my chest. And a memory I didn't want rose in my mind again. A small hand pounding on a door I once locked. A scream. A promise, "Don't leave me." I whispered, "I know that door." Mara stiffened beside me. "What do you mean, you know that door?" I didn't answer, because the truth echoed inside me like a whisper I couldn't silence. I had been here before. And whatever waited beyond that door remembered me. The stone corridor stretched out in front of us, like a forgotten vein of the world, before this place twisted into the living nightmare we had just escaped. The air felt stale, still, and bitter, as if no breath had passed through it for decades. Dust clung to the brick walls in thick layers, and the floor held grooves worn into it by countless footsteps. Footsteps of people who had once walked this path long before the creature house swallowed the rest of the structure. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the door at the far end, old, metal, cold, and horrifyingly familiar. Mara kept her arm hooked around mine, as if afraid the corridor itself might pull me away. Cal muttered nervously under his breath, scanning the walls for any sign of movement. Elias walked a few steps behind, wiping tears from his face, still shaking from the chamber's horrors. June stayed so close her shoulder pressed against mine. But every few steps, she whispered the same thing, voice cracking. "You said you recognized it. Why do you know that door?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because with every step I took, the memory sharpened, not like a dream clearing, but like someone prying my skull open and pressing something forgotten right into the center of my mind. Mara stopped walking first. "You're pale," she whispered. "You look like you're about to pass out." "I'm fine. You're lying." She squeezed my arm. "Talk to me. I told you I'm fine." But the moment I looked at the door again, my breath stuttered. A jagged, unwelcome memory pierced my thoughts. Moonlight shining through a cracked window, the cold iron handle of that very door, the sound of someone pounding on the other side. "Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me in here." Pain shot through my temples. I stumbled, grabbing the wall to keep from collapsing. June gasped, "He's remembering something again!" Elias backed away. "Not here, not now. This corridor is too quiet. Something is waiting." Cal shook his head, sweat sliding down his cheek. We can't stay in one spot. That thing back there might find a way in, and I'm not getting dragged into that pit. Mara placed herself right in front of me, her hands gripping my shoulders tightly. You listen to me right now. Whatever memory is hitting you, you have to fight it. I can't, I whispered. The truth rolled out of me before I could stop it. I've seen this door before. I've touched it. I've locked it. June covered her mouth. Oh, God, Mara stared at me. When? I don't know, I whispered. I was young. Maybe 8. Elias looked horrified. But you said you had no brother. I don't. But the child, June started. He's not my brother, I said, shaking my head hard. He can't be. Can't be. Mara echoed. Or you don't want him to be. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. I don't know anymore. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on, but we didn't have time for silence. A faint knock echoed behind us. We froze. Cal whispered, No, that can't be. Another knock. Slow, even, deliberate. It came from behind the sealed membrane, where the creature house pulsed and shifted. A third knock. Mara whispered, It found us. No one needed to ask what it was. The child, or the mold wearing the child's face, or the copies, or the thing below the tier, or all of them. The knocks grew louder, hard enough to rattle the stone. The membrane shivered, stretching outward like it wanted to peel open again. June screamed.
Run!
We tore down the corridor. Our footsteps pounded against stone as the knocks behind us grew frantic. Rapid slams mixed with muffled shrieks. The membrane bulged outward, cracking around the edges like overstretched skin. A thin line appeared in its center, spreading like a mouth trying to tear itself open.
Cal shouted faster.
Mara yanked me forward. June tripped but caught herself. Elias stumbled and nearly fell again. We sprinted harder, lungs burning, hearts thundering. The door grew closer, closer, and the sounds behind us changed. The knocking stopped. Silence, a silence worse than any scream. Elias whispered, Why did it stop? Because something else replaced it. A slow scraping, like nails dragging across stone. Then a voice, small, soft. Far too close, brother. We didn't dare look. We didn't dare breathe. The door loomed ahead, tall and iron, streaked with rust. Its handle twisted and cold. The stone frame around it bore carvings that time had nearly erased. Faded symbols that made my skin crawl. They weren't words. They were scars, left by hands that tried to claw their way out. The memory slammed into me so hard I staggered again, pounding on the inside, fingers bleeding from scratching the door. Someone screaming my name with a voice filled with pain. And then, me, tiny hands, locking it. Mara grabbed my chin and forced me to look at her. Whatever you're remembering, don't lose yourself. We're right here. But I heard another voice whispering inside my skull. You left me. June shook my shoulder. Tell us what's behind the door. I don't know, I said through clenched teeth. I only remember locking it. Then we open it, Mara said. Elias shook violently. No. That door wasn't locked for decoration. It held something awful. June's lip trembled. We don't know what's behind it. Cal shouted. The alternative is something even worse tearing its way in behind us. Choose. The scraping behind us grew louder. A crack split through the membrane. Thin fingers, too many fingers, pressed through, stretching the flesh apart. Mara grabbed the handle. Help me! Cal rushed to her side, gripping the handle with her. It didn't budge. It's stuck! Mara shouted. The crack behind us widened. Elias screamed. June sobbed. Mara gritted her teeth. Again, they pulled. The metal groaned. The membrane tore wider. Something pale began to push through. Eyes. Too many eyes. Mara and Cal pulled again. Harder. The handle screeched, shifting an inch. Again, we all joined them. Me, Mara, Cal, Elias, shaking so badly his grip slipped several times. June pushing from behind. And finally, the lock snapped. The door slammed open inward so fast Mara nearly lost her footing. We spilled into the darkness beyond. And the door swung shut instantly. We heard the membrane split open outside. We heard shrieks and pounding. We heard something massive collide with the stone. And then, silence. Not absolute silence. Breathing. But not the house's breathing. Our breathing. And something else. Something inside the room with us. A faint flame flickered to life on the far side of the chamber, no bigger than a candle's spark. It lit a small path of stones leading deeper into the darkness. The walls were cold stone again. No membrane, no movement, no pulsing veins. It looked like an old cellar room untouched by the creature's growth. Dust hung thick in the air. Cobwebs draped across wooden beams. The air carried a musty smell, heavy and old, but the breathing, steady, soft, rhythmic, did not belong to us. Mara whispered, "Stay close." We stepped forward slowly, our steps echoing faintly. The candlelight grew stronger as we approached. A small figure sat in a wooden chair across the room, facing the corner. Not the child. Not any of the copies. This figure was larger, older, shoulders hunched, hair long and tangled, clothes dust-caked, torn, ancient. They breathed slowly. In, out. Elias whispered, terrified. "Who is that?" Mara swallowed hard. "Show yourself." The figure didn't move. June clung to my arm. What if it's the real one? The one from the memory. Cal lifted his flashlight. We need to see its face. But something about that idea felt wrong. Very wrong. My gut screamed not to. I whispered, "Don't turn it." Cal ignored me. He stepped forward and reached out. My heart slammed against my ribs. Cal grabbed the chair, and he turned it. The figure slumped sideways, falling partly out of the chair. Its head rolled lifelessly until its face tilted toward us. June screamed. Elias dropped to his knees. Mara staggered back, pale as chalk, because the face, what remained of it, belonged to me, older, decayed. Mouth frozen mid-scream, hands worn to bone from clawing at stone. A mark around the wrist, from shackles. Mara whispered, shaking violently, "What the hell? What the hell does this mean?" Cal stepped back, stumbling. No, he can't be dead here. He's right here with us. This is wrong." June sobbed. "There are so many versions, so many. The corpse me had been dead for years, decades, maybe longer." Mara gasped. "You said you locked someone in here, but it wasn't him. It wasn't a child. It was Yo-Yu." I staggered back, nearly falling. No, I'm alive. I'm standing right here." Elias grabbed his hair. "What if you've died here before? What if this place keeps pieces of people, over and over?" Cal whispered, horrified. "What if he did leave someone locked up, but it wasn't the child? What if it was himself?" My stomach twisted violently. The corpse's mouth hung open as if trying to warn us. Mara stepped toward it slowly, despite trembling. "There's something in its hand." She bent down, and she pried open the stiff fingers. Inside, clutched so tightly the bones had cracked around it, was a key. Small, iron, old. The corpse me died holding it. Mara picked it up, staring at me with dread. "It was waiting for you," she whispered. The candle behind us flickered out, plunging the room into near darkness. And from the stone wall behind the corpse came a whisper. My voice. The whisper curled through the cold air like a strand of breath slipping from a dying throat. Thin, shaky, unmistakably mine. Not the trembling voice I carried in that moment, but an older version of it, worn and raw, as if dragged across stone for years. It came from behind the dead version of me slumped in the chair, echoing faintly along the old cellar walls. June grabbed my arm instantly, fingers clawing tight. Elias sank further toward the ground, covering his head as if expecting the voice to crawl out of the shadows and pull him under. Cal stepped back until he hit the far wall, his flashlight beam shaking across the corpse. Mara stood frozen in front of me, her lips parted but no sound escaping, her hands clenched so tight the knuckles paled. The whisper came again, closer this time. "I'm still here." My entire body locked. My jaw tightened, my lungs forgot how to move. Every part of me screamed to run, but none of my limbs obeyed. It wasn't just hearing my own voice echo from the dark. It was hearing a version of me that sounded worn down, hollowed, like someone who'd been alone for longer than a human mind could stand. Mara finally managed a breath. That's not you? Her voice trembled, but she said the words anyway, like she needed them to anchor her sanity. I whispered back, I know. But my stomach twisted with a cold dread that suggested a different truth. The whisper rose again, as if the stone itself caught my breath and fed it back to me. You left me. The same accusation the child thing screamed. The same word carved into every version of myself the house grew. Left. The dead version on the floor, mouth still stuck mid-scream, seemed to stare at me with hollow eye sockets. Dust trickled from the edges of its jaw, almost like it was trying to move again. June whispered, "We shouldn't be in this room." Elias shook his head violently. "What if we're not supposed to leave it?" Call glared at the corpse, shaking. "This is some trick. It has to be. The house is trying to mess with him." "It's not the house," Mara said quietly, staring into the dim darkness behind the corpse. "Something is back there." The whisper came a third time, louder, clearer, closer. "Turn around." I froze. Mara pulled me behind her, as if she could shield me with her own body. "Don't you dare turn around," she hissed. The whisper crawled up the back of my neck. I said, "Turn around." Elias screamed, "Mara, don't let him. Don't let him look." But it was too late. Not because I disobeyed, because the thing behind the corpse stepped forward. A figure rose from the shadowed corner, slowly, like someone pulling itself from deep mud. Its shape was familiar at first glance, horribly so. My height, my build, clothed in torn fabric darkened by dirt and something thicker. Its head hung forward, chin touching its chest, hair matted and long, tangled like roots. As it approached the candle stump on the floor, the tiny flame lit its face. June shrieked. Cal cursed and grabbed Elias. Mara shoved me back instinctively even though the figure wasn't looking at her. Because its face, if it could be called a face, was mine, but not the waxy, half-formed copies from the fleshy chambers. This one was real, living, rotting, changing. Its skin sagged like it had melted and hardened again. Deep scratches ran across the cheeks. The eyelids were torn or shriveled back, revealing sunken, trembling eyes that darted wildly in their sockets. Its mouth drooped open in a crooked angle, lips cracked and torn. My voice crawled out of its throat, wet, broken, strained. "I told you not to leave." I stumbled backward, hitting the stone wall. "You're not me."
You're not me.
The figure stepped closer, dragging one foot behind it with a wet scrape. The bone in the ankle jutted at a wrong angle. "You are me," it rasped. Mara blocked me again.
Stay back. Stay the hell away from him.
The thing tilted its head toward her with a strange twitch. "Always protecting him," it rasped. "You never protect yourself." Mara stiffened, her breath catching as if the words struck something raw inside her. But she didn't back down. "Don't talk like you know me," she snapped. The creature didn't look at her again. It looked only at me. "You left me in the tower," it whispered. "You left me in the dark. You left me in the cold." I shook my head violently. No, that's not real."
I never lived here.
The creature stepped closer. "You locked the door." My pulse hammered so loudly it drowned every other sound. "I didn't." "You did." Something behind my ribs tightened with a sharp ache. I shouted, "Stop." The creature didn't stop. It reached a hand toward me. Thin, shaking, fingertips torn to bone. "You left me behind, and you left them too."
Oh,
I yelled. The creature's lips peeled into a crooked smile. "The other children." My knees buckled. Images slammed into my skull, quick flashes barely visible, but unmistakably real. Children. Small hands. Ragged breathing. A tower. A locked door. Moonlight spilling over wood floors. A voice screaming in the dark. "Please don't leave us." I clutched my head and dropped to my knees. Mara and June rushed to steady me. The creature leaned closer. "You said you'd help us." Mara shouted.
he doesn't know you. He doesn't know anything about this place.
Cal whispered. This isn't guilt. This is something forcing itself into your head. But deep down, I felt something cold, something heavy, something true. The creature leaned so close I felt its cold breath on my ear. You promised. The candle flame flickered, as if pulled by a breath not belonging to the room. Shadows slithered across the stone walls. The dead version on the floor seemed to tremble. Elias whispered, "We need to get away from it. We need to go deeper." "Deeper where?" June cried.
This room has no exit!
"There's always something," Cal said, looking around desperately. The creature dragged its fingers along the stone wall, leaving thin lines as if the tips were sharp enough to carve. Mara held onto my face, forcing me to look at her, and not the creature. "Listen to me. Whatever memory this thing is trying to force inside you, it's not you. You are with us, right now here." I nodded weakly, but my mind felt split. 2 doors. 2 choices. Locking one. Running. The creature turned toward the wall beside the corpse. It pressed its hand against a section of stone. And the stone that looked untouched by the creature, house, shifted. A single slab dragged itself upward, revealing another passage. A hidden staircase. The creature took a shaky step back, eyes fixed on mine. "You can't leave until you finish what you started." "What did I start?" I whispered. It tilted its head. The smile stretched wider. "You left us." It hobbled backward. Into the darkness of the staircase it revealed. "Come finish." Then it vanished into the shadows below. The staircase waited. Dark. Silent. June trembled. No, we're not following that thing." Elias looked at me with wide, haunted eyes. "If he goes down there, he's not coming back." Cal shook his head. "There has to be another way. Another passage. Another door." Mara looked at the corpse again. Then at the key she still held. Her breath caught. Slowly, she knelt and inspected the iron shackles clamped around the corpse's ankles. The shackles were cracked. "Weak, old," she whispered, confused and horrified. "Someone locked him in here, but he almost got out." Elias shook violently. "You think he locked himself inside?" "No," Mara whispered, turning the key in her hand. "Someone else locked him in." June backed up, clutching her chest. "This is all wrong. None of this makes sense." Mara turned toward me. Her voice was soft, trembling. "This key belongs to you. Not the corpse version of you. The real you. It wanted you to take it. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want anything from this room." But Mara pressed it into my palm. "You need to hold it." The cold metal bit into my skin. My pulse jumped. Because the moment the iron touched my hand, a memory surged, this time clear enough that I couldn't deny it. A thunderstorm. A tall tower. 5 children hiding behind me. Me gripping this exact key, breath shaking, heart pounding as I whispered, "Stay quiet. I'll come back. I promise." June whispered, "What did you see?" My throat closed. The memory faded before I could cling to it. Mara helped me stand. "We can't stay in this room. That thing is coming back, and that membrane might tear any second." Cal nodded. "We follow the stairs." June shook her head. "Down there. Where that thing went." Elias whispered, "Everything behind us wants to kill us. Everything in front of us probably does too." He looked at me. "But the thing below, it knows him." Mara steadied me. "If we follow, we go together. All of us." The room trembled. The corpse's jaw twitched. The faint sound of fingernails scraping stone echoed from the hidden staircase. The creature waited. I swallowed hard and whispered the only truth I knew. If we don't follow it, something worse will come for us. Mara nodded. Cal sighed shakily. "All right, stairs it is." June clutched my sleeve. "Please don't let go." Elias wiped his tears. "Just warn us if you remember anything else." Together, we stepped toward the hidden staircase. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying a faint scent of damp earth, old wood, and something else, something like burned fabric and metal. Mara led us to the first step. We all looked down into the darkness. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. We descended slowly. Behind us, the door we had entered through sealed shut with a final, echoing slam. And ahead of us, Down the stairwell came a whisper that chilled my bones. Hurry. He's almost awake. The whisper slithered up the staircase as we descended, brushing the backs of our necks like cold fingers. Hurry. He's almost awake. Every time those words replayed in my head, a fresh jolt of fear surged through my chest. I didn't know who he was. I didn't want to know. But the dread curled around my lungs all the same, tightening with each step we took deeper into this hidden part of the house. The stone stairs spiraled downward far longer than any basement staircase should. Dust thickened the air until each breath tasted stale and gritty. My hands slid along the rough brick wall, finding deep grooves carved by something sharp. They ran in long arcs, crisscrossing the stone like claw marks, as if something had tried to break its way upward. June noticed them too. Those aren't human, she whispered, her voice trembling. Something big made those. Mara took the lead, her steps slow but steady, flashlight beam cutting through the shadows. Cal followed beside her, trying to keep his breathing quiet. Elias stayed a few steps behind me, muttering soft prayers under his breath, and June held my sleeve so tight I wondered if the fabric would tear. The deeper we went, the colder the air grew. Not a natural cold, but the kind that feels stolen from you, the kind that sinks into your bones. Light dimmed around us without reason, as if the darkness thickened the further we moved away from the rest of the creature house. At last, the stairs ended at a narrow corridor of stone, lit by a faint amber glow flickering from unseen torches further in. The floor sloped slightly downward. The ceiling hung low enough that Cal had to duck. The walls were damp, darkened by old water stains. And in the silence, beneath our own breaths, came another sound, breathing. Steady, slow, huge. Mara raised her hand. Everyone froze. The breathing drifted through the corridor from somewhere far ahead, resonating through the stone like the rumble of an unseen beast slumbering in the deep. Elias whispered, "That's not the house. That's something else." Cal swallowed hard. "Something alive," June whimpered. "Something awake." But the whisper that had pulled us down here, the one wearing my voice, had warned us that he wasn't awake yet. So if something was breathing like this now, what would it sound like when fully awake? Mara motioned us forward again. "Stay close. No sudden movements." We walked. Every step echoed. Every breath felt too loud. And the corridor widened gradually into a large stone chamber. No lights, no furniture, only shadows wrapping around patches of amber glow leaking from cracks in the walls. In the center of the room stood something that made my lungs seize. A cage, massive. Iron bars as thick as my wrist, broken at the center. Something had forced its way out long ago, bending the metal outward like clay. The stone floor beneath it bore long scratch marks, dragging marks, like something heavy had crawled from the broken cage and into the corridor ahead. Cal whispered, "That thing got out." Mara steadied him. "We don't know how long ago. Whatever escaped, it might not still be here." Elias's voice cracked. "You don't believe that?" "No," Mara admitted quietly. "I don't." I walked closer to the cage, despite June's grip tightening around my sleeve. Something in the air around it felt familiar, like a scent I'd smelled once before but couldn't place. The cage door swung gently on bent hinges as if nudged by the cold draft from deeper inside. My stomach twisted. I had seen it before. Not in this life. Not recently. But in that broken memory the creature forced into my head, the one with the children. The tower. The storm. A giant shadow moving in the dark. I whispered, "Something lived here with us." Mara turned toward me sharply. "What did you say?" But before I could respond, something moved in the corridor beyond the chamber. A soft scratch, a slow scrape, a dragging sound. June whimpered, burying her face into my arm. Elias backed into the wall. Cal gripped his flashlight like a weapon. Mara planted her feet and steadied her breath. "Get ready." Another scrape, another dragging step. Something approached, slowly, purposefully. The glow in the cracks flickered, shadows shifted. A figure emerged into view at the far end of the corridor. Tall, too tall, bent slightly at the spine. Arms long enough that the fingertips brushed the floor. Its skin was stretched thin over protruding bones, sagging in strange patterns. The head hung low, hair matted and dripping with moisture. Its face was hidden, but its breathing, deep, rattling, hungry, matched the enormous sound we'd heard earlier. June tried to step back, but hit the cage. The creature stopped moving. A sound escaped its throat, something between a growl and a sigh. Mara whispered, "Don't move." The creature slowly raised its head, and every ounce of blood in my body turned to ice. Its face was mine, not waxy, not broken, not dead, not decayed. Whole, alive, but older, tired, changed. Eyes glowing faintly with a soft gold light. I staggered. No, this can't be real. It blinked slowly. Then, in a voice deeper than any human voice, thick with age and wear, it spoke, "I waited for you." Elias collapsed against the wall. June screamed and covered her ears. Cal whispered, "What the hell?" But Mara stepped forward, trembling yet defiant. "Talk to us." "What are you?" The creature straightened slightly, joints cracking loudly. "I am what you left behind." My throat dried. "No," I whispered. "No, that doesn't make sense. I never lived here. I've never been here." "You were here," it rumbled, "before this place changed." Mara backed up one step. What was this place? The creature didn't answer her. Its gold eyes locked onto me. "You promised you would return." "I didn't!" I shouted. "I didn't know this place existed." "You forgot us," it said quietly. "I didn't forget," my voice cracked. "I never knew." The creature's long fingers curled. The scraping sound echoed. "You left us." Mara moved in front of me again.
"Stop talking to him! Whatever you want, you're not taking him!"
Her voice trembled, but she stood tall. The creature tilted its head slowly, examining her with something close to curiosity. "We know you," it said softly. Mara froze. "We remember how you fought." She blinked. "What does that mean?" The creature turned its head toward June. "We remember you crying." June whimpered. Pressing against me, it looked at Cal. "We remember how you ran." Cal's face twisted with panic. It looked at Elias. "We remember how you begged to leave." Elias nearly fainted. It lifted its eyes toward me again. "We remember everything you forgot." I shook my head violently. "Stop. Stop saying that." But the creature stepped forward. Every footfall shook dust from the ceiling. Its spine cracked. Its ribs expanded with each massive breath. "You abandoned us," it said again, the chamber vibrating with each syllable. "I didn't. You did."
"I called you out! You die!"
The chamber shook violently at the shout. Bits of rock fell from the ceiling. The cage bars rattled like chimes. Mara grabbed my hand. "We need to leave. Now." But the creature stepped closer. So close now I could see the faint lines on its face, the jagged scars like torn pathways, the way its skin rippled like something lived beneath it. "You locked us away," it whispered softly. "You sealed the tower. You sealed the cellar. You sealed me." The key in my pocket burned hot against my leg. Pain shot through my head again, sharper than ever. Children crying, me promising to return, a shadow behind me, a door shutting, something trapped inside. My scream, their screams, a massive silhouette in the dark. It all hit me at once. I staggered and fell to my knees. Mara dropped beside me. "What do you see?" she whispered. "Tell me. What do you remember?" I pressed my palms against my skull. I locked something. I locked a door. I locked TM inside. "Who? I don't know." The creature spoke again. "You locked US." Its voice shook the stones. "You locked me." I stared at it. "Are you saying you're me?" It stepped forward, lowering its massive frame, until its twisted face hovered inches from mine. "I am everything you left behind," it whispered. "Every fear, every promise, every memory you threw away." June shook her head violently. "This isn't real. This isn't him."
"This is some monster pretending to be him."
But the creature cocked its head. "We didn't pretend," it murmured. "We grew." Elias gagged. "It's him. Or a twisted version of him. Or the house's version." The creature nodded once. Then it whispered, "I am awake." And the chamber split. Not physically, not literally. The air itself fractured. The stone cracked. Light burst from the walls. June screamed. Elias covered his face. Cal shielded Mara. And the creature reached forward, clamping a massive hand over mine, and whispering in a trembling voice, "Come remember the rest." Then the chamber floor gave way. The stone dissolved beneath our feet. The world dropped. I fell. Mara's scream echoed after me. June's hand slipped from my sleeve. Cal's flashlight tumbled through the air. Elias shouted my name, and the creature's voice followed me into the darkness. "You will remember everything." The drop felt endless, not like falling through air, but like sinking into a thick, invisible sea that clung to my skin and slowed my descent just enough to keep me conscious of every terrifying second. The chamber above shrank to a speck of light, then vanished entirely. Darkness swallowed everything. I couldn't hear the others anymore. Not Mara's desperate scream, not June's terrified cry, not Cal or Elias shouting my name. I didn't even hear my own voice. Only one sound followed me down, breathing. Not mine, not human. Slow, deep drags rippling through the void like a dying wind. Each inhale felt close, too close, brushing the back of my head. Each exhale smelled faintly like damp earth and rusted metal. My vision pulsed white for a moment. Then the darkness thinned, shaping into something else, something horribly familiar. I wasn't falling anymore. I was standing, on cold stone, in front of the tower, my tower. Moonlight bathed the tall structure, the same way it had in every vision forced into my mind. The windows were dark, frozen, staring back at me like blind eyes. The door hung open, just barely, letting a thin line of pale light leak out onto the ground. My chest tightened. "I know this," I whispered, but the sound didn't echo. The air swallowed it instantly. A child's sob drifted from inside the tower. Weak, frail. "Don't leave." I spun toward the door, cold sweat running down my neck. "Stop. Please. I don't want to see this." The door creaked wider. A shadow moved behind it. Then another, small shapes, hunched and trembling. Children. 5 of them, or 6. They were so thin their ribs pushed against their skin. Their clothes were torn, their eyes huge and dark. Shadows clung to their limbs like stains that wouldn't wash off. Their breathing shook their entire bodies. One child stepped forward, and his face was mine, younger, terrified. Not the twisted creature, child from the house, not the decayed monster. Just a frightened boy with messy hair and a bruise across his cheekbone. He held a key in his tiny hand. The same iron key I carried now. He whispered, "Don't leave me again." I took a shaky step back. "No, this isn't real. This isn't me. This isn't what happened." The younger version clutched the key tighter, knuckles pale. "You promised." "I never promised anything." "Yes, you did." The tower door slammed shut between us, the force of it vibrating through the ground. The children screamed. "Law!" Terrified.
Let us out!
I covered my ears, stumbled backward, shaking my head violently.
I didn't do this.
"I didn't. This isn't." "You locked us inside," the boy whispered behind me. I spun around. He was inches away. His face was streaked with tears. His voice was trembling, desperate. "We waited for you. We waited for days, then weeks, then years." He swallowed hard. "Some of us never stopped screaming." My throat closed. "I didn't do that. I couldn't have done that. I don't even know where this place is." The boy lifted his trembling hand and pointed to the key in my grip. "You kept this." I shook my head rapidly, panic rising in my chest like a tide.
I don't remember this. I don't remember you.
"Because you left us," he whispered. "Then you forgot us." A crack split across the sky like thin ice breaking. A long, deep moan echoed from the void around the tower. The boy flinched. "He's waking up," he whispered. My skin froze. "Who?" The boy didn't answer. The sky cracked again, this time louder. The tower shook, dust raining from its walls. Far above, something massive shifted, like clouds rearranging, but too deliberate to be weather. Too controlled. Too alive. The boy grabbed my sleeve with trembling fingers. We have to go. I didn't move. He tugged again, harder. We have to go before he sees you. Who is he? The boy swallowed. His eyes widened with terror. He's the one you sealed inside. My stomach twisted violently. The cage. Downstairs. The huge thing. No. The boy shook his head slowly. That wasn't him. Another crack ripped through the sky. Something huge moved within the darkness again. The boy's voice dropped to a tiny whisper. He is still sleeping. My blood went cold. If that wasn't him, I whispered, then what did we see down there? Another crack. Louder. A strange, trembling light burst across the sky. The boy flinched and grabbed my wrist. We need to hide. Now! He pulled me toward the side of the tower where a second door sat, one I hadn't noticed before. But the door had been torn clean off its hinges, lying splintered on the ground. Scratch marks ran down the frame, long, deep grooves carved into the wood by claws that didn't look human. The boy shivered. We can't stay here. He'll see us. Who are you talking about? I asked again. But he didn't answer. He ran. I followed him. The ground beneath our feet shifted into a hallway. The stone towers faded. The sky disappeared. The earth folded into a narrow corridor, lit faintly by abandoned lanterns. Walls stretched upward into darkness. The ceiling was nowhere to be seen. The air carried the scent of wet stone, mold, and something metallic beneath it. The boy ran with panicked urgency. He's close. Where are we going? I asked, trying to match his pace. To the room, he whispered. What room? He looked at me with eyes so hopeless it hurt to meet them. The one you left us in. The corridor twisted gently. A faint drip echoed through the air. My breath fogged in front of me even though the cold wasn't natural. It clung to me and sank into my bones. At the end of the hallway, an iron door gleamed faintly. The exact same door we had just escaped from. The cellar door Mara unlocked, except this one wasn't rusted over. The metal was newer, darker, and the carvings around it were fresh. The boy slowed. His small shoulders shook. This is where you left us. He reached for the door. The key in my hand burned. The boy's voice cracked. You should open it. No, I whispered. No, I can't. You already did, he said. You just don't remember opening it. The tower behind us groaned. The sky above cracked again. A massive silhouette moved inside the darkness. Then a voice rolled across the world like thunder underwater. Whrisachi. The boy tensed. He's awake. The ground shook beneath my feet. Open the door, the boy urged. It's the only place he won't follow. I backed away. I won't trap you inside again. You never trapped us, the boy said, voice trembling. You tried to protect us. My breath caught. Protected us. Protected. A word that cut deep. I shook my head. I don't remember any of this. The boy placed his cold hand on mine. That's why you came back. A shadow swept across the corridor ceiling, blotting out what little light remained. A rumble followed, deep, low, too close. The boy pressed his small body against the door. Hurry. I hesitated. The shadow above us thickened, swirling like smoke that formed the shape of a monstrous face. Two enormous eyes opened in the darkness overhead, wide, white, furious. A roar thundered down the corridor, shaking the stones beneath me. The boy screamed.
He says so!
I fumbled with the key, hands shaking. Breath caught in my throat. The corridor warped. The walls pulsed like veins. The floor rippled beneath my feet. Shadows gathered and rushed toward us, reaching out with long limbs, stretching, grasping, clawing. I jammed the key into the lock. It turned. The door flew open. The boy shoved me through the gap. Shadows crashed behind us, and the door slammed shut. The stone chamber fell silent. The air inside the room was cold, still, empty. I spun around. The boy was gone. The shadows outside scraped and shrieked, then faded. I pressed my hand against the iron door, breath shaking. Where are you? Why did you bring me here? No answer. Only silence. Then, footsteps behind me. I turned slowly. Mara stood there, her face pale, her eyes wide. What happened? She whispered. Where were you? June ran to me and hugged me so desperately it hurt. Elias leaned against the wall, sobbing out of exhaustion. Cal held his flashlight with trembling hands. You disappeared, Mara breathed. You fell, and we fell with you. We landed here. But you weren't here. You were gone. I backed up slowly. How long? A minute, Cal said. Maybe less. You were screaming, June whispered, begging something to stop. Elias swallowed. What did you see? I didn't answer. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know how to. The boy's words echoed through my skull. He is awake. Mara stepped close. We're together again. That's all that matters. But then, a new sound shook the chamber. Not breathing, not claws, not whispers, footsteps. Heavy, rhythmic, growing louder, closer. June whimpered. No, 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 he followed us. Mara grabbed my hand. Run. Cal grabbed Elias. Move. June clung to me, trembling. Don't let go. Behind us. The iron door bulged inward. Once. Twice. Then a deep voice boomed from the other side. Not a whisper. Not a mimic. Not a memory. A roar that trembled the chamber. I heavy fo undio you. The iron door shuddered under the force of the voice. Deep, thunderous, vibrating through the stone floor and into our bones. Dust rained from the ceiling as the door bent inward, its hinges groaning like dying animals. Mara grabbed my wrist so tightly her nails dug into my skin. June screamed and pressed herself against my side. Caleb dropped his flashlight and scrambled to pick it up, hands shaking so badly he nearly threw it again. Elias pressed himself against the far wall, sobbing soundlessly, his chest rising and falling in panicked jerks. The voice boomed again, ISCE, woe, ooh. The iron door bent inward as if struck by a battering ram. A long crack tore across its center, revealing a sliver of absolute blackness on the other side. Something enormous moved behind it, scraping against the stone, dragging something heavy along the ground. Mara stepped between me and the door, her back to the bending metal, her voice hoarse with fear but steady enough to sound like a command. Run. Now. Cal shook his head. Rundo Hazar. There's nowhere to go! He was right. The chamber we'd fallen into was small, circular, with no other exits but the iron door now threatening to tear off its hinges. The ceiling was too high to climb, the walls too smooth to scale, the floor too solid to break through. June clung to my arm, crying. We can't stay here. We can't. We'll die. The crack in the iron door widened, splitting downward. Something pressed against it from the other side. A massive shape, its outline impossible to fully understand. The air grew heavier, warmer, filled with the scent of old breath and wet stone. Another blow struck the door. The hinges tore halfway free. The top of the door folded like soft clay. Cal shouted in panic, "Itis common quiero catch!" The stone chamber vibrated again. Then a voice, my voice, but older, deeper, drenched in something cold, echoed behind us. You need to move. We spun around, the twisted version of me, the towering, broken, jagged creature with glowing gold eyes, stood at the far end of the room, emerging from the shadows, as if the darkness itself pushed him forward. His tall, bent frame cast long, warped silhouettes across the walls. Mara raised her flashlight sharply. Stay away from him. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't even blink. It stepped closer. And in a low rumble, it said, "You cannot fight him." It tilted its head toward the iron door, toward the monster outside. He is older. The door buckled inward with another massive blow. He is stronger. The hinges tore free completely, hanging by a single strip of metal. He is everything you abandoned. I shook my head violently.
I didn't abandon anyone.
The creature's glowing eyes narrowed, sadness flickering deep inside their gold light. You did know, I shouted, my voice cracking.
I didn't. I never knew this place existed.
You forgot, the creature whispered. Behind us, the iron door began to peel apart like splitting skin. Through the widening crack, something like fingers, long, pale, jointed wrong, pushed through, gripping the edge of the door and tearing it further open. Elias screamed. June collapsed to her knees. Cal backed away, dragging Elias with him. Mara grabbed the front of my shirt. We need to run. Right now. If that thing gets in.
There's nowhere to go.
Cal shouted again. The creature other, me, stepped closer to me. The floor trembled under its weight. You can follow me. Mara's grip tightened. No, no. I'm not letting him go anywhere with you. But the creature shook its head. If he doesn't come, you all die. The iron door split down the middle. A roar burst through the chamber. A guttural cry of something starved, hateful, awake. The creature other, me, turned toward the peeling metal and spoke again, voice carrying urgency for the first time. He wants him. Only him. He doesn't care about the rest of you. June sobbed.
Who is he? Who's behind that door?
The creature answered, he is the first one you left. Cal froze. First one. First Dumlotat. Another massive claw tore into the chamber, a pale limb slamming onto the stone floor, cracking it. Thick fluid dripped from its joints. Two enormous eyes appeared behind the torn door, wide, unblinking, filled with malice and hunger. Elias screamed again.
Snatama!
No, the creature other, me said softly. He wasn't human when you left him, and he is far worse now. My throat tightened. Why does he want me? The creature's face twisted with something that almost resembled pity. Because you locked him away, and you survived. I staggered back as the monster outside shoved its way further in, its massive head pushing through the bent metal. I didn't want to believe it. But the memory from the tower, the small shadows of children cowering behind me, flashed through my mind again. A larger shadow in the corner, something begging me to stay, something I ran from. The creature, other, me, stepped forward and placed a hand on my shoulder, its grip cold, heavy, and strangely gentle. You didn't just leave the children. It glanced toward the massive thing breaking through the door. You left him. A massive roar tore through the chamber, the sound shaking the room so violently my teeth rattled. The iron door ripped free at last, slamming onto the ground with a deafening crash. The monster behind it revealed itself fully. A towering mass of twisted limbs and thick muscle dragged itself into the chamber. Its skin hung in loose folds, like a body grown too fast for its own skeleton. Its face was a warped, monstrous echo of a boy's face, my age, maybe younger when I left him. Eyes glowing with the same golden color as the creature other me. Hands clawed, dragging deep grooves in the stone. He fixed his gaze entirely on me. He whispered, "Brother." Mara grabbed my arm. "Move." The creature other, me, shoved us back as the first monster leaped forward with shocking speed. Its claws slashed the air where I stood half a second before. June screamed and stumbled. Elias tripped. Cal caught him before the creature's claws could tear into him. The creature, other, me, roared, slamming into the monstrous sibling with enough force to shake the floor. The impact sent dust raining from the ceiling. Mara pulled all of us toward the far wall.
We need to go while they're distracted.
But the creature other, me, blocked our path. No. There is only one path. It pointed at a section of stone wall that looked solid. Then it pressed one long, trembling finger into the mortar. The stone cracked. A new opening formed, shaking dust free. A path downward, the air inside it felt older, colder. June stared at it wide-eyed down. Again? Cal swore under his breath. How deep does this place go? Elias whimpered, too deep. But the creature other, me, growled, hurry, before he breaks free. A violent crash echoed behind us as the monstrous sibling ripped free from the creature, other, me's hold. Its glowing eyes locked onto me again. It screeched, voice tearing through the chamber like a knife.
You lefty me!
Mara shoved me toward the new path. Run! We sprinted. The creature other me tackled the monster again, slamming both their bodies into the stone wall with enough force to crack the surface. The monster's claws raked across the creature other me's back, tearing chunks of flesh. Cal dragged June and Elias ahead. Mara pushed me through the narrow opening. Behind us, the monster shrieked, "I wildaro bak!" I didn't look back. I couldn't. We plunged into the narrow stone tunnel as the creature, other, me, roared, holding the monster in place long enough for us to escape. The tunnel shook violently. Mara shoved me ahead.
Keep moving!
Cal called out from up ahead.
The tunnel splits! Which way? Elias cried. Pick one!
We reached a fork. Left path sloping downward steeply, right path twisting into darkness.
Behind us, the creature other! Me shouted one last word left!
We went left. The tunnel narrowed enough that we had to duck. Stones scraped my shoulders as we ran. June cried softly with each step. Elias tripped more than once. Cal stayed close behind, his flashlight flickering, barely illuminating our way. Then, the ground dropped again, not like before. Not a long fall, just enough to make us stumble into a large cavern. And there, in the center of the cavern, stood a single wooden door, tall, old, cracked. A door that didn't match the stone surroundings. I recognized it instantly. The same door from the tower. The door I locked. The boy's door. Mara grabbed my wrist. No, we're not opening that. But deep inside the wood, something knocked. Once, twice, slow, mocking. Then a small voice whispered through the crack, "You didn't save me." June collapsed into Cal's arms. Elias backed away in terror. Mara stepped between me and the door, shaking her head violently. "No, don't listen. Don't go near it." But I felt something pulling again. Not from outside. From inside me. The key in my pocket burned like hot metal. The knocking grew louder. Then the voice, no longer sounding small, spoke again. "You're almost here." The cavern shook. The stone ceiling groaned. Somewhere above, something huge roared again. The monstrous sibling. He was coming. Mara grabbed my shoulders and forced me to face her. Her eyes were wide, wild, terrified, but fierce. "Listen to me. That door is a trap. You don't open anything without us." "I don't want to open it," I whispered, voice trembling. "But I think I already did." The knocking stopped abruptly. Silence swallowed the cavern, until a new voice spoke from behind the door. Cal's face drained of color. Elias fell to his knees. June covered her ears, and Mara whispered, "Oh, God, no, no." Because the voice behind the door wasn't a child's. It wasn't mine. It wasn't the creature, other, me, or the monstrous sibling. It was something older, something colder. Something that spoke with hunger stretching through every syllable. It whispered, "Come inside." The voice behind the wooden door spread through the cavern like a cold wind crawling across bare skin. Soft at first, then deeper, warmer. As though it came from a throat far too large, far too old to belong to anything mortal. The sound dug under the ribs, coiling around the spine until the hairs on the back of my neck rose straight up. Even the stone under our feet seemed to hum in response. "Come inside." The words echoed again. Slow, hungry, inviting. June's knees buckled. She clung to Cal like she'd slip into madness if she let go. Elias pressed his forehead to the cavern floor, choking out a sob that bounced off the walls. Cal, normally the first to brace for a fight, now looked hollowed out as if he'd aged 10 years in a minute. He couldn't tear his eyes from the door. His light flickered in his trembling hand. Mara stepped in front of me, blocking my view. "Don't look at it," she whispered, voice trembling but steady enough to hold us together. "You hear me? You don't look at that thing." But the door wasn't just a door. It pulsed. Not with light, not with life, with attention. As if something behind it watched us, studied us, knew every breath we drew, and knew my name. I took a shaky step back. "It knows I'm here." Mara grabbed my hand, pinning it to her chest, her beating heart thundering beneath my palm. "You stay right here. Don't go near it." But the key in my pocket heated again, too hot to ignore. A sharp sting shot through my leg like a warning or a reminder. I flinched and reached for it without thinking. Mara slapped my hand away. "Don't touch it." The knocking resumed, slow at first, then faster, then frantic. Each blow rattled dust loose from the cavern ceiling. The sound traveled through the stone like the pounding of a giant's fist. Yet the rhythm remained calm, like a knock someone gives when they already know you're coming. June whimpered, Why is it calling? Why does it want you? Elias lifted his head, eyes red. It knows him. Everything in this place knows him. Because he's been here before. Before all of this changed. Cal shuddered. This is madness. None of this is possible. But deep inside me something stirred. A memory. A room with no windows. A candle flickering on a wooden floor. A shadow in the corner. The smell of damp wood and old breath. A voice whispering my name in the dark. I staggered back, gripping the side of my head. No, I don't want this. Stop it. Stop it. Mara steadied me. We're getting out of this cave, and no one is opening that door. Elias wiped his face. But we came down here because the creature other him said this was the path. What if this is the only way? Cal shook his head with sharp finality. No. No way in hell that's the only way. That thing wants him alone. June whispered, barely audible, what if we need to open it to leave? Everyone froze. The thought hung in the air like poison. The cavern darkened. The wooden door pulsed again. And then, the voice changed. Not loud, not deep. Gentle, and horrifyingly familiar. Let me out, please. Mara's breath vanished from her lungs. Elias cried harder. June covered her mouth. Cal stepped backward, because the new voice was mine. Not the creature, other me. Not the twisted monsters, not the child mold, not the corpse aversion. This was my voice. Exactly my voice. Same pitch, same breath, same tension. Let me out, it begged, trembling. Please, as it's cold, I don't want to be alone anymore. My stomach twisted into a violent knot. That's not me. That's not me! It sounds like you, June whispered, tears streaming down her face. It sounds exactly like you. Elias stood shakily. It's trying to trick us. Mara glared at the door with a fury I'd never seen. He doesn't go near it. None of us go near it. But the voice behind the door shifted again. Softer, younger, childlike. I know you're scared, I'm scared too, my knees weakened. The voice, it was the young me. The version from the tower. The version who held the key. The version who tried to save the children. Or failed to. June sobbed. It sounds so real. And then, the door handle moved. Slow. Deliberate. Something on the other side gripped it, turned it. Once, twice. The latch clicked. Mara lunged forward, slamming both palms against the door.
You open!
The cavern vibrated. A laugh rose from behind the door, soft, tremorous, chilling, not human, not close, not far, all around us. Then the deep, old voice returned. You brought the key. I stumbled back. Mara spun around. No, he didn't. He didn't bring it for you. The door rattled. Hard, the stone floor cracked beneath it. Something pushed inward. Slowly. Cal shouted. We can't hold the door. It's going to break. Elias covered his ears. I can't hear this. I can't listen to it. June's cries turned into choked whimpers. The voice behind the door whispered again. You promised you'd let me out. My pulse pounded so violently it hurt. I never made any promise. I never came here. I never, but I stopped. Because a memory struck so hard it nearly made me collapse, a whisper in the dark. A small hand holding mine. A door between us. My voice, whispering back, I won't leave you. I swear. My breath caught. I stared at the door. My voice returned behind it, trembling. You did leave me? No, I whispered. No, please. Stop. You left me alone. The air pulsed. Forever. Mara slammed the door harder. Don't listen! Then the cavern ceiling rumbled. A blast of cold air roared into the chamber. The wooden door swelled outward, as if something massive pressed against it. Mara flew back, crashing into me. Cal ran to her. Mara, you okay? She pushed herself up, panting. We can't stay. We need another way. Elias shouted from the back of the cavern.
There's a fissure here! A crack! Big enough for us to squeeze through.
June looked terrified. Where does it lead? Elias shook his head. I don't know.
But it's better than this.
The door bulged outward again, splintering down the center. The voice behind it deepened and shrank at the same time, layering into something that sounded like both a child and a beast. Come inside. The entire cavern shook. Mara grabbed my hand again. We're moving now. Cal grabbed June's arm. Move! Elias held the small opening in the rock wide with both hands.
Ere I.
We sprinted across the cavern as the wooden door cracked farther, pieces of rotting timber flying across the floor. A massive shadow pushed against the widening gap, something with too many joints, too many limbs, too many teeth shining in the dark. I reached the fissure first. Mara pushed me through. Cal shoved June behind me. Elias crawled in. Cal squeezed himself in last, but just before Mara crawled through, the voice behind the door whispered sharply, "Wait." She froze. A thin hand, small, childlike, slipped through the crack in the door, reaching toward her. Frozen in place, Mara stared at it. Her lips trembled, but she didn't move closer. The hand stretched farther. Then its fingers morphed, elongating, bending, cracking. They sharpened, extending like knives. The voice behind the door hissed, "I only need him. You can go." Mara snapped back into herself. She dived into the fissure. Cal grabbed her arm and pulled her in. The moment she crossed through, the entire wooden door exploded outward, with a roar so loud it shattered the stone around us. Huge claws tore through the cavern floor where Mara had been standing one heartbeat earlier. The fissure sealed, stone grinding shut. We were plunged into darkness, cold, wet, silent. Then June whispered in the dark, trembling so hard her voice vibrated. What was that thing, calling his name? And the question hung there, echoing through the narrow passage, with no answer but our own fear. The darkness inside the fissure was so thick it felt like a second skin clinging to our faces, sealing itself around every breath we drew. For a moment, none of us moved, none of us breathed, none of us even dared shift our footing for fear the slightest sound might rouse whatever monster had shattered the chamber behind us. The echo of the door exploding still vibrated faintly in my bones, an aftershock that sent tremors up my spine. The silence that followed felt wrong. Too quiet, too sudden, like the world had sucked the sound out of itself. June's voice trembled through the pitch black shaft. Is it gone?" Cal answered in a low whisper, each word cracking. "Don't talk. Don't even talk." The air here hung stale and tasted like old soil. Cold moisture slid down the stone walls in thin threads. Elias shivered next to me, his rapid breaths almost too loud in the cramped space. Mara squeezed my hand once, grounding me even though she herself shook nearly as hard as June. Then the fissure breathed, not loudly, not violently, just a slow, gentle exhale of cold air drifting past our faces, carrying the faint scent of damp rock and something older, something sour, like metal left to rust for centuries. June whimpered, "It's alive, it's breathing." Elias whimpered back, "Everything breathes in this place. Everything." Cal turned his flashlight on for the briefest moment, but the beam flickered as if struggling to stay alive. The light stretched across twisted stone, jagged rock, and a narrow crawl space that sloped downward. The path looked barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. Mara whispered, "We have two choices. Go forward or go back into that thing's arms." "That's not a choice," Cal hissed. She nodded. "Then we're moving forward." June clung to my sleeve. "Don't let go. Please don't let go." "I won't," I said, though my voice barely sounded like my own. We crawled deeper into the fissure, one by one, the stone scraping our shoulders, elbows, knees. The path forced us onto all fours, then onto our stomachs as it narrowed further. The air thinned, growing colder with each foot forward. Dust coated my tongue. Every breath made my chest tighten. Behind us, faint echoes bounced through the stone like distant footsteps, but slower, heavier, dragging. I tried not to think about it. Tried not to imagine the creature that had shattered the wooden door sniffing along the cavern floor, hunting for the tiny crack we slipped into like insects hiding under rock. Cal whispered hoarsely, "It's following the sound move, faster." Elias crawled forward, scraping his knees on sharp stone. June kept sobbing under her breath. Mara stayed behind me, pushing me gently when I faltered, her own breathing steady yet strained. I tried focusing on the darkness ahead, not the memories still gnawing at the edges of my mind. Memories that didn't belong to the life I lived, memories of doors I locked, screams I shut out, promises I made in the dark before running away. But the deeper we crawled, the more those memories pressed through the cracks in my mind, like water seeping through stone. A cold room, children crying, a huge shadow crouched in the corner, a whisper, "I won't leave you." I clenched my teeth against the sharp pain stabbing through my skull. Then the fissure shifted, not the stone, the air, a faint glow, barely visible but unmistakably present, seeped into the crack ahead. A dull, sickly orange light pulsed like a heart struggling to beat. Cal froze, flashlight beam trailing ahead in a shaky blur. "What is that?" he whispered. No one answered. We crawled toward the light. The fissure widened slightly, allowing us to kneel instead of lie flat. The stone walls glistened with moisture. A low humming vibrated through the rocks, a distant, rhythmic throb that reminded me faintly of a heartbeat. June's grip on my shirt tightened. "Something's in there." Mara whispered, "Stay behind me. All of you." Cal scoffed under his breath. "We can barely move." "Behind you where?" She didn't answer. She didn't need to. Her arm extended in front of me, shielding me instinctively. We crawled the last few feet, and the fissure spilled us out into a long, narrow cavern lit by patches of glowing fungus growing along the walls. The fungi pulsed in slow waves, casting shifting shadows that made the walls look as though they were breathing. Elias ventured forward shakily. "This place, it looks older than anything up there." He wasn't wrong. The cavern walls weren't just stone. They were carved. Faces. Hundreds of faces. Their expressions frozen mid-scream, mouths open wide, eyes hollow and empty. They lined the walls in rows, some cracked, some half-formed, some smoothed out as though erased by time or claw. They weren't sculptures made by skilled hands. They looked as though the stone itself had been softened and pushed outward, molded by something large and desperate. June sobbed quietly. Why are their faces? Why are they like that?" Cal shuddered. "Maybe they're from the others who came here." Mara shook her head. "No. These are older. Much older." I stepped toward the wall. The faces stared back at me as if recognizing me. Some looked like strangers. Some looked disturbingly familiar. One looked like me. My breath froze. Mara grabbed my arm. "Don't touch it. I'm not," I whispered. "You were going to." She was right. Something in me pulled toward it. Toward all of them. As though the wall remembered me. As though the stone itself stored pieces of the past. Then a whisper drifted through the cavern. Soft. Faint. Barely audible. "Don't leave us here." June dropped to her knees. No. No, I can't hear more voices. I can't." Cal turned in a frantic circle. "Where did that come from?" The whisper returned. Louder. "Don't leave us alone." Elias stumbled backward. "It's the walls. The walls are talking." Mara steadied him. "They're not talking. The sound is coming from somewhere behind the wall." June pressed her hands over her ears. "Make it stop. Please make it stop." But the whispers grew louder, overlapping, dozens of them. "You promised. It's cold. Let us out. Where are you? Don't leave us again. Don't forget." "Don't forget," the last voice, softest of all, sounded most like the boy. My knees nearly buckled. Mara grabbed my face between her hands. "Hey, stay with us. Right here." But the wall behind her shifted. The carved faces pressed outward. Their stone mouths stretched. And for a moment, they looked alive. Elias screamed. Cal staggered away from the wall. June hugged herself and sobbed uncontrollably. The faces began to whisper again, but louder, sharper. "Hiesa leto ki." The cavern floor trembled. Mara's eyes widened. "We need to move." Cal pointed frantically toward a narrow tunnel at the far end.
"There! That has to lead somewhere."
Elias dragged June to her feet.
Go, go, go."
But before we could reach the tunnel, a long crack split the cavern ceiling with a sharp, earth-shaking snap. Dust rained down. A roar, deep, furious, and possibly loud, echoed from above. June froze. It found us. Oh God, it found us again. The roar shook the cavern walls. The carved faces vibrated. Cracks ran through them like lightning across the stone. Mara pushed me ahead. Move! The tunnel. Run! We sprinted for the narrow path, stumbling over uneven stone, the glowing fungus flickering wildly. Elias nearly tripped. Cal grabbed him just in time. June screamed when a piece of rock fell inches from her foot. But we made it to the tunnel. Barely. A gust of foul air burst through the cavern, blowing out several glowing patches and plunging half the room into near darkness. Then a huge claw, white, thick, jointed wrong, burst through the ceiling in a shower of stone shards. Mara shoved me through the tunnel entrance.
Jill!
June followed me. Kyle dragged Elias behind us. Mara dove in last, just as the monstrous sibling's massive head broke through the cavern ceiling, teeth snapping where she had just been. We crawled, we scrambled, we scraped our hands raw on stone, but we didn't stop. Behind us, the monster howled, ripping the cavern apart in fury. The tunnel twisted sharply, then dropped, forcing us to slide down a long slope into deeper darkness. The air grew colder. The screams behind us faded. The tunnel widened. Then, the stone floor leveled out. We landed in another chamber. This one small, circular, silent. At first, it seemed empty, until Mara lifted her flashlight, and we saw the door. Another door, not wood, not stone, metal. Blackened by heat, melted along the edges, sealed by thick iron chains that crossed its surface in tangled networks. A door that did not want to be opened, but something behind it wanted out. June whimpered, "No, no more doors. Please, no more doors." Elias backed away. "We can't open that. We can't. Whatever is behind that." The iron chains rattled gently, as if something brushed them from the other side. A faint whisper seeped through the cracks. "You took the key." My heart lurched. The key in my pocket heated again, burning like molten metal. I staggered. Mara caught my arm. "No, don't you dare. Don't go near it." But the voice behind the metal door spoke again, louder this time. Not old, not young, not beast, not human. Everything at once. "You took the key, now bring it back." Cal stepped in front of Mara, holding his flashlight like a weapon. "He's not giving anything to you." Elias cried out, "We didn't take anything! Leave us alone!" June shook violently, whispering through tears, "We shouldn't be here. This is wrong. This place is wrong." The metal door cracked. A thin, glowing line ran down its center, orange and hot. Like fire inside, something pounded from behind it, once, twice. Then a voice spoke my name, not whispered, not screamed. Spoken, clear, familiar. "I've been waiting for you." The cavern plunged into silence. June stopped shaking. Cal froze mid-breath. Elias dropped to his knees. Mara looked at me with a terror that cut into her soul, because she recognized the voice too. It wasn't the child. It wasn't the monstrous sibling. It wasn't the creature other, me. It wasn't any version of me. It was something else entirely. Someone else. Someone who knew my name before I remembered this place existed. Someone who waited behind a sealed door wrapped in chains. A voice that said again, "Open the door." The metal door pulsed with heat, glowing faintly behind the web of chains, wrapped tight around it. Every link trembled like it was straining to hold back something far too large. The far too heavy, far too eager. The glow spread across the door's seams, seeping into the carved symbols around the edges. They weren't letters. They weren't shapes. They felt more like scars. Marks carved by someone who tried desperately to keep something inside. The air in the chamber thickened, each breath scraping my throat like dust mixed with fire. The voice behind the door spoke my name again, gentle, coaxing, warm. Not menacing, not shrill, warm. That made it far worse. Mara took a step in front of me, arms out as if shielding me from a firestorm. "Don't answer it." Cal stood beside her, flashlight trembling in his hand. Whatever's behind that door, it knows he has the key. Elias pulled his knees to his chest, shaking uncontrollably. Why does Iver Tiangu know him? Why does everything call him? June grabbed my sleeve. her fingers cold and stiff with fear. Because he was here before, because he did something here. The voice behind the door chuckled softly, but it wasn't cruel. It was almost tender, like someone greeting an old friend. The warmth in it twisted my stomach. It made me want to move closer. "I know you can hear me," it said. "Don't be afraid. Come here." The heat radiating from the metal flared for a moment, like a shallow breath. The glow brightened, spreading across the chains until they rattled once more. Mara grabbed my arm with both hands. "Do not go near that door." "I'm not," I whispered, or tried to, but even as I said it, the warmth behind the door pulled at me like a familiar scent, or a haunting memory that refused to stay buried. I forced myself to take one step back. That tiny move made the voice shift. It grew deeper, sadder. "You're running again." My heart dropped into my stomach. Elias's eyes widened. "It knows you. It Ry knows you." Cal backed away from the door. Nobody talk. Nobody breathed too loud. It wants him alone. The chains rattled again, slowly, like the door was breathing with the voice. I waited. It murmured, "I've been alone for so long." June whimpered, "Don't listen. Don't listen to any of it." But I couldn't stop hearing it. The voice wasn't loud. It wrapped itself around each word, pulling me closer. Mara stepped in front of me again. "Look at me, not the door. Look at me," I tried. I really did. But the door pulsed again, and the voice said, "You left me in the dark." A cold shock froze me in place. Not that sentence again. Not that accusation. The child had said it. The creature other, me, had said it. The monstrous sibling had screamed it. And now this voice, this new one, said it with something worse than rage. It said it with sadness, regret, pain. I whispered, barely a breath, I didn't leave anyone." The chains shook violently as the door flared with orange light. "You did," the voice said. "And you locked the door." I stumbled back until I hit the cavern wall. Mara held my shoulders, forcing me to stay upright. Her breath brushed my face as she whispered harshly, "Do not talk to it. That voice is not real." But the certainty in her words trembled. The whisper behind the door deepened, like something massive leaned close to the metal. "You don't remember yet." The heat surged. June cried out and shielded her face. Cal swore as he stumbled away from the burst of warmth. Elias curled into a tighter ball. "Make it stop. Please make it stop." The voice softened again. "Let me show you. Show me." No. Everything in me screamed to run, but the chamber had no exit, no door, no crack, only the path we crawled through, and that led back toward the monster ripping the world apart behind us. Mara raised her voice sharply. "Stay away from him!" The metal door rattled again, and then something moved behind it. Not a shadow, not a silhouette. Something heavy shifted, dragging across the floor, its weight rumbling through the chamber. A whisper of metal against stone. The chains tightened. The glow behind the door pulsed to match the sound, each beat sending a throb through the floor. June pressed closer. "Please, let's leave." "Please," Elias shook his head weakly. "We can't. We're trapped. There's no way out but through." Cal's breathing quickened. "You're not suggesting we actually open that door?" "No," Elias whispered through trembling lips. "I'm saying it may open anyway." The voice behind the door groaned softly, as though stretching its limbs after a long sleep. "I'm tired of waiting." The chain snapped inward. One link cracked, then another. The room shook with each break. Mara gasped in panic.
"Back away, but AC can't help away!"
We pressed against the far wall. The stone was freezing cold, the air sharp and stale. The door shook violently. Then it stopped. The voice quieted. So quiet the silence rang in our ears. June whispered, Did it stop?" Cal gripped the flashlight so tightly his knuckles whitened. No, it didn't. He was right. The voice wasn't gone. It had moved. It whispered from the floor, from the ceiling, from the cracks. "You don't need to fear me, you know me." My skin crawled. Mara stood in front of me again. Her legs shook. She whispered, "Whatever you do, don't move." But the warmth in the voice changed again. It sounded wounded, hurt. You abandoned me. No, I whispered again, breath breaking. I didn't abandon you. You locked me away. I didn't know what I was doing. You promised you would save us. Mara shook me violently.
Doan Lustin!
But the room changed. Slowly, the glowing fungus dimmed. The air thickened with dust. The metal door softened, its glow turning dull. Then the world dissolved around us like mist. Everything, Mara, Cal, June, Elias, the cavern, the chains, the floor, shifted. I stood somewhere else. Alone. A narrow hallway stretched ahead, stone walls, cold lantern light flickering from above. A small figure stood at the far end, back turned to me. A child. My breath halted. It was him, the boy from the tower. My younger self. He clung to something in his hand. A key. I whispered, "Wait, don't go." He turned his head slightly. But it wasn't my face anymore. It changed, shifting through shapes like water. The child. The creature, other me. The monstrous sibling. Then a fourth shape, one I hadn't seen yet. Tall, broad-shouldered, eyes glowing faint amber, a man. Not me. Older, stronger. His hair hung long across his shoulders. His clothes torn and filthy, but his posture steady. He stared at me with a calm, hollow expression. You left me last. My lungs froze. He took a step closer. You tried to save the children. You tried to save him. You tried to save everyone. He stopped a few feet away. But you didn't save me. I stumbled backward. I don't know you. He closed the distance between us instantly. You do? No, I don't. You knew me better than anyone. I shook my head violently.
Stop! Stop talking like you knew me!
He reached toward my chest with 2 fingers and tapped the spot above my heart. The impact felt hot, burning. Pain ran through my ribs. You forgot me, he whispered, because forgetting me helped you survive. What does that mean? I whispered. He stepped closer. You locked the tower. I shook my head. I did it to help them. You sealed the cellar. My stomach twisted with nausea. No, and when the monster woke up, he leaned close, breath warm against my ear. You pushed me inside. I felt the scream building before I heard it tear from my throat. No, I would never. You left me, he said again, voice breaking with sorrow, and the house gave me a new shape. The ground trembled. His glowing eyes dimmed, then brightened. He whispered, you left me behind the metal door. My body turned cold. I whispered, you're behind that? He nodded once. I have waited longer than you can imagine. My voice cracked. Why? Why did I do it? He closed his eyes. You were scared. The world shattered. The cavern snapped back around me. Mara grabbed my face. What happened? What happened? I stared at the metal door. My voice barely escaped. I know who's behind it. Cal stepped back. Who? June clung to my arm. Tell us, please. Tell us. Elias shook his head violently. Who's behind that door? I swallowed hard, very hard, and whispered, my father. The metal door glowed red. The chains snapped, and the thing behind it roared my name. The chains didn't snap all at once. They broke link by link, cracking like brittle bones in the suffocating silence. The first break echoed through the chamber with a sharp metallic shriek. The second came with a groan so heavy it vibrated through our shoes. The third emitted a sound halfway between cracking ice and tearing flesh. Each link that fell slapped against the stone floor with a weight far heavier than its size suggested, echoing like something ending. Something final. Something inevitable. The metal door pulsed brighter with each break, the orange glow bleeding through the seams, spilling across the cavern walls like firelight. Mara yanked me backward until my spine hit the cold stone. Her fingers dug into my shoulders. We're not doing this. You're not going near him. Not now. Not ever. But her voice shook. Cal tried to keep his flashlight trained on the door. But the beam flickered uncontrollably like it feared what it saw. June stood pressed against my side, trembling violently, tears streaking down her cheeks in a constant stream. Elias collapsed onto his hands and knees, sobbing openly, muttering fragmented prayers, begging under his breath for something, anything, to stop this. The fourth chain disintegrated into glowing shards. The fifth snapped halfway through and sagged, twitching. The sixth split in half. And then the worst thing happened. Everything went silent. The door stopped glowing. The noise stopped. The shaking stopped. Even the faint breaths from June, the broken gasps from Elias, the shaky exhale from Mara, everything softened until the chamber became still. Deadly still. The quiet made my ears ring. Then, a single voice whispered through the metal. Not loud, not angry, not monstrous, soft, heartbroken, son. I froze. My lungs seized. My limbs locked. It wasn't the warped tone from before. It wasn't the layered voices. It wasn't the creature versions or the child echoes. It was a man's voice. A human voice. One I didn't remember, but my bones did. My skin did. The back of my mind did. It vibrated through the hollow places inside me that had ached since this nightmare began. Mara stiffened beside me. She looked at my face, panic tearing through her features. Don't listen. Don't respond. But I couldn't move. The voice seeped through the cracks like warm breath. You left me, but I'm not angry. I understand. You were scared. No shape, no growl, no scrape, just calm, human. A quiet that didn't fit the terror around us. Cal backed up next to Mara. We need to run. We need to run right now. I don't care where. That thing is using his father's voice. Elias shook violently. No, that's not mimicry. That's not pretend. That sounded real. June looked up at me, face pale, tears clinging to her eyelashes. Is that really your? I couldn't answer. Because I didn't know. Because maybe I did. Because part of me wanted to run. And a deeper part wanted to step forward. The seventh chain snapped. The eighth burst apart in a shower of burning sparks. The ninth and 10th tore free at once, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The glow behind the door strengthened, orange deepening into something thicker, hotter, closer to molten iron than light. Mara tightened her hold, pulling me against her chest, as if she could shield me through sheer force of will. You're not opening that door. But the voice behind it spoke again, closer now, as if a mouth pressed against the metal. You pushed me inside because you had no choice. A white hot flash shot through my mind, a memory, not broken, not fuzzy, clear. A man's silhouette, a shout, a door slamming, a hand covering my eyes, dragging me away, then darkness, then screaming from the other side. My hands flew to my temples, my knees weakened. Stop, stop, stop. June grabbed my arm. He's hurting you. Stop listening. The voice deepened slightly. You saved everyone you could accept me. The room shook violently. No, I whispered. No, I didn't mean to leave you. You didn't want to remember, the voice continued. Because remembering means facing the rest. Mara stepped in front of me again, shielding me with her body.
He doesn't owe you anything.
A pause. The voice stopped. The glow dimmed. Then it laughed. Not cruelly, not mocking, sadly, deeply. You think I want him for a debt? The glow flared. The metal bulged outward. Mara shoved Cal and Elias behind her.
Get back!
June screamed. The door pulsed brighter, too bright to look at. The voice spoke again, almost tender. I want him because he is mine. The metal twisted outward like warm wax. A crack split down the center. Heat rolled through the chamber, scorching the air. A shadow moved behind the door, massive, bent, something human, shaped but wrong around the edges. Too tall, too wide at the shoulders. Something wearing the suggestion of a man's figure, but built from something older. Dad, I whispered. The name slipped out before I realized it. Mara sucked in a sharp breath. No, Call shouted.
Gosh!
Elias screamed something incoherent. June grabbed my hand with both of hers, sobbing.
Don't go near him! Please don't!
But the door split further. Another memory slammed into me. My father lifting me from the ground, carrying me through rain, telling me to close my eyes, telling me not to look, telling me to run when he stopped. My father forcing something huge into a cellar, something roaring, something begging. Him turning to me, bleeding, whispering, "Take the key." The crack widened. A massive hand slipped through. Its shape humanoid, but stretched, the joints bending slightly wrong, the fingers too long. Flames licked the edges of its knuckles. Skin peeled in long strips, revealing raw orange light beneath. June shrieked. Elias collapsed again. Kel pulled her back. Mara tried to drag me away, but I couldn't move. My father, if it was him, pulled on the door as if the metal was little more than thin cloth. The chains fell off in molten chunks. He spoke again. San. My heart fractured in my chest. I whispered, voice breaking, what happened to you? The figure paused. His fingers curled. The glow dimmed for a second. Then a voice answered, not with rage, with pain. You ran. Tears burned my eyes.
You told me to.
You were supposed to come back. The chamber rocked with a deep, dull thrum. A pulse. Painful. Alive. I waited, he whispered. The door cracked louder. A chunk of molten metal fell off and hissed on the ground. I waited in the dark, in the heat, in the hunger. Mara pushed me behind her.
He doesn't owe you anything.
The voice rumbled. You took the key. You locked the door. You sealed me inside the furnace to die. My stomach twisted violently.
I didn't know. I was a kid.
I didn't know how to help you. I didn't know how to save anyone. BTIUDIDNTRY. The roar that followed wasn't human, wasn't beast, wasn't fire. It was all three. The cavern floor shook. June shrieked. Call dragged her away. Elias covered his ears, sobbing. Mara stood tall in front of me, shielding me from the spreading heat. The crack split the door open completely. And the figure stepped out. His shape, once human, towered nearly 8 feet tall. Skin cracked in long strips, glowing molten beneath. Eyes dim amber, flickering like embers. Hair long, burnt at the ends. Clothes melted into his body, fused with the glowing cracks. A man twisted by heat and time and pain. My father. He stepped toward me. Mara barred him with both arms. You're not touching him. He didn't look at her. His glowing eyes fixed only on me. I waited for you. I swallowed hard. I'm sorry. He stepped closer. You're not done remembering. No, I whispered weakly. Please, no more. You must see what happened after you ran. He reached his molten hand toward my face. Mara screamed.
Jitwick!
But he didn't move his hand away. He placed it, slowly, against my temple. The heat didn't burn. It sank into me, and the world split open. The chamber dissolved. Mara, Cal, June, Elias, gone. The cavern, gone. I stood in the tower, the night I ran. My father screaming behind me, a door slamming, a roar shaking the ground. Children crying in the darkness. My father dragging something huge toward the furnace. Turning back to me, face bleeding, eyes full of fear, but not for himself. For me. Ran, the memory dissolved. I returned to the chamber, collapsed on my knees, shaking violently. My father stood over me. He whispered that was only the beginning. Then, behind him, a new sound rose. A growl, low hungry. The monstrous sibling. It had found us. Mara screamed my name. Cal shouted. June cried. Elias yelled. My father turned toward the sound and smiled. The moment my father smiled, truly smiled, every muscle in my body seized. The heat radiating off him rose in thick waves, rippling the air, distorting the stone around us like the cavern itself was melting. His skin cracked open along his arms, bright lines of molten light showing beneath like rivers of fire trapped inside a corpse. And yet, despite that impossible body, despite the towering height and monstrous shape, the smile was unmistakably real, human, familiar, terrifying, because it wasn't directed at me. It was aimed at something behind us. A growl rolled through the tunnel we'd come from, low, guttural, thick with the hunger of something denied flesh for too long. The air trembled as the monstrous sibling crawled closer, dragging its claws along the rock, scraping deep grooves into the floor. Each movement came with wet, crunching sounds like bones grinding against stone. June screamed and crouched behind a rock. Elias collapsed beside her, covering his ears as the growling grew louder. Cal tightened his grip on the flashlight, as if it were a weapon, though we all knew it wouldn't do anything against what came toward us. Mara positioned herself in front of me again, even though her arms shook and her breath hitched in panic. My father shifted his stance, turning slowly toward the tunnel. The molten cracks lining his body pulsed brighter, like something inside him woke at the sight or scent of the creature. The monstrous sibling stepped into the chamber. Its huge, pale limbs bent like crooked branches, knuckles scraping the floor. The skin sagged in long folds hanging off its bones. Its face, God, its face, was a warped echo of a child's features, stretched and twisted until it looked both too young and too ancient. Its amber eyes glowed with the same faint fire that burned behind my father's gaze. It saw him. It saw us. It saw me. It hissed. A hard, hate-filled sound. My father stood tall, taller than the creature, but far more still, calm, composed, burning from the inside but steady. The monster's chest rose and fell in rapid jerks as it lumbered forward, dragging its claws like it wanted to carve grooves into the world. Cal whispered, "Holy hell," Elias choked out, "They know each other." June clutched my sleeve with so much desperation, it nearly tore the fabric. "What is that thing? Why does it look like that?" I couldn't answer. My father could. He spoke without turning fully back to us, his voice soft, steady, filled with old exhaustion. That one was the first to change. Mara stiffened. Change into what? He didn't answer. He didn't need to. The monstrous sibling answered for him. It screamed. The sound shook dust from the ceiling. It shook my bones. It nearly shook the breath out of my chest. It screamed like it carried every abandoned moment in its throat, like every second sealed in darkness carved itself into its lungs. My father didn't flinch. He stepped forward, molten cracks brightening. "He knows you're here," my father murmured to me without turning around. "You left him first?" The creature lunged, its arm, long, white, jointed at terrible angles, shot forward like a spear aimed straight at my father's chest. Mara screamed. June sobbed. Elias ducked and covered his head. Cal shouted no, but my father moved faster than anything that large should. He caught the monstrous limb between his hands. Steam burst where their skin touched. Molten light from his cracks spread onto the creature's pale arm, burning through flesh and bone. The monster shrieked. Its arm twisted violently as if trying to pull free, but my father tightened his grip. The stone beneath them cracked under the force. The creature slashed with its other hand, claws aimed toward my father's head. He ducked. The claws scraped sparks across the cavern wall. My father slammed his shoulder into the creature's chest. The blow sent it skidding backward, its limbs bending unnaturally as it righted itself with a sickening snap. Mara grabbed my arm. "We need to get out," while they're focused on each other. Cal shook his head.
Where? There's nowhere to go!
Elias pointed toward the back of the chamber. There's a slope in the stone."
Some kind of drop there!
June cried. "That's not a path."
That's a hole! Better a hole than this!
He shouted back. But before we could move, my father spoke again, voice still calm. "Stay back." The monstrous sibling crouched, trembling violently, the sagging folds of its body quivering. Its glowing eyes locked onto me again. It lowered itself, preparing to pounce. My chest tightened, not out of fear, out of recognition. Because now that my father mentioned it, that shape, that size, those cries in the dark, the vague, broken memory of a massive figure crouched in the cellar. Those belonged to a boy I once tried to save. One I failed, one I left behind. My father stepped between me and the creature. "He remembers what you did." "No," I whispered, shaking my head hard. "I didn't leave him. I didn't." "You did," my father said softly. The monster lunged again, this time toward me. My father caught him. Barely. The impact sent a shockwave across the cavern, knocking Mara and the others off balance. June nearly fell. Cal grabbed her. Elias hit the ground and crawled backward. I staggered. My father groaned as the creature pushed against him with desperate, furious strength. The glow of molten cracks along his back flickered under the strain. He strained, feet digging into the stone. "You let me burn." The monster screamed in a garbled roar. His voice, though distorted and butchered by the twisted throat, was unmistakably that of a child in agony. My breath vanished. My father roared back, not like a monster, but like a man swallowing unendurable pain. They fought. The monstrous sibling slashed at my father's molten shoulder, tearing through glowing cracks. My father's molten blood sprayed onto the stone, hissing loudly. Mara grabbed my jaw, forcing my eyes to hers. Loke atimini, not them. You're not going near that thing. You're not going to listen to ANY of this. June sobbed into my arm. Elias shook like he was about to faint. Cal watched the fight with wide, horrified eyes, barely breathing. My father managed to pin the creature to the wall for a moment. The stone blackened from the heat radiating off his body. The monster thrashed wildly, slamming its head against the rock.
I shouted, "Estio!"
Sto pekaim himaim.
Both creatures froze for a fraction of a second. My father turned his head slightly. The monster twisted its long neck toward me, eyes burning brighter.
Mara hissed, "Don't tail, Tioshim!"
My father spoke, voice steady but so tired it nearly broke. "You shouldn't bear this alone." He shoved the creature back. The monstrous sibling collapsed onto all fours, panting, head bowed. My father turned toward me. "It's time you remember the rest." I shook my head. "No, no more." "You must." He stepped closer. Mara blocked his path. "You touch him." And I swear, my father didn't look at her. He lifted his hand. Mara grabbed his wrist, gripping tightly. But even with her strength, her fingers slid across his molten skin like they were pushing against hot metal. He didn't hurt her. He simply lowered her gently, moving her aside. She stumbled but remained on her feet, furious and helpless. He touched me again, and the world slammed shut. The cavern disappeared. The heat vanished. I stood in a cellar. The cellar. The Monster Brothers' cellar. My father stood at the door, bleeding heavily, arms trembling as he pressed the huge beast, still barely changed then, back into the furnace room. "Gio," he screamed at me.
"Take the children and go!"
Behind him, the monster roared, screamed, pleaded. A child's voice breaking into something no throat should produce.
"Don't close eit! Don't close the door!"
I remembered crying. I remembered the children begging. I remembered my father shoving me away, forcing the key into my shaking hand.
"You are the only one who can lock it!"
He shouted.
Do IT, no!
I remembered my hand closing the door. I remembered it sealing shut. I remembered silence. Then the memory dissolved, back in the cavern. My father stood over me, his molten hand on my temple. I sealed him inside. I whispered, staring blankly at the floor. My father nodded once. "Yes, but you told me to..." I whispered, voice cracking. "You maddie me do it?" He looked at me, not with rage, with sorrow so old it carved through me like a blade. "You also left me." I shook my head frantically. No, I didn't." "Yes," he said softly. "You ran." His voice didn't accuse, it mourned. "You saved yourself." I couldn't breathe. My father removed his hand. The cavern swayed around me. Mara pulled me into her arms, grounding me. "Don't listen to him. Don't believe ANI of that." But I wasn't listening. I was remembering. I whispered, numb. "I left them. I left him. I left you." June cried harder. Cal looked away, unable to watch. Elias whispered, "No child could bear this." My father stepped back, glowing cracks dimming with exhaustion. "You're not done remembering," he murmured. The monstrous sibling rose again, snarling. My father didn't turn to face him. He stared only at me. "You must come with me." Mara moved instantly, fury blazing in her eyes. "He's not going anywhere with you." Cal nodded. Over my dead body, Elias, trembling, stepped in front of June. "No, no more doors. No more memories. You won't take him." My father tilted his head. "You misunderstand." The cracks along his body glowed brighter. The floor beneath him burned. He whispered, "I'm not here to take him." He pointed toward the tunnel at the far end of the cavern. A path none of us noticed until now. I'm here to lead him. June gasped. Lead him where? The monstrous sibling crawled toward us, dragging its claws, growling deep in its chest. My father stepped between us and it. To the last door. Mara's voice broke. What's behind the last door? My father answered, the thing that woke the house. The cavern shuddered. The monstrous sibling screamed. A distant roar echoed from deep below. My father turned toward the tunnel and said, only follow me. My father stepped toward the dark tunnel with the slow determination of someone who already knew there was no turning back. Someone who had walked this path many times in his mind, trapped behind the metal door, waiting for the world to shift enough for him to move again. The molten glow inside his skin flickered like a dying fire, faint but steady. The monstrous sibling crawled behind him, hunched and panting, its claws digging into the stone, as if each breath fueled a decades-old hatred. We didn't follow at first. None of us could move. The air was thick. The heat pressed against our faces like an invisible hand. The cavern walls pulsed faintly, carrying the vibrations of something deeper in the earth. A slow, rhythmic thud that felt too heavy to belong to any heart. It reverberated through the stone like the heartbeat of the house itself. Mara was the first to find her voice, though it broke like glass. We're not going with him. I don't care what he thinks he is to you. My father didn't turn. I am not asking for your approval. Cal held June gently, her trembling body pressed against him. We don't know what's down there. We don't know what he wants. How do we know this isn't a trap? My father finally turned to look at him. Amber light flickered through the cracks across his face. If I wanted him, I would have taken him. If I wanted you, you would already be gone. If I wanted to hurt any of you, he lifted one molten hand. The stone beneath it melted instantly. Oh, you would be ash. Elias gagged, covering his mouth to stop himself from screaming. June whispered, then why didn't you? My father's head tilted slightly. Because I am here for one purpose. He turned back toward the tunnel. The monstrous sibling followed closely, its sagging face twitching with each step, its glowing eyes darting between my father and me as though torn between killing me and clinging to something familiar. Mara stepped in front of me again, refusing to give him an inch. What's behind that last door? My father paused, just once. Then he spoke quietly. You will see soon. No, Mara's voice hardened. Tell us. He didn't answer. And that silence was worse than any scream. June whimpered. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to see anything else. Please, let's go back. Cal shook his head weakly. Back is where the creature came from. Forward is whatever that is. Elias leaned heavily on the cavern wall, shaking so violently I could hear his teeth chatter. This place is alive. This place hates us. We shouldn't be here. My father's voice echoed from the tunnel entrance. You can stay here if you wish. The molten cracks brightened again, but he cannot. Every gaze turned to me. Mara's grip on my arm tightened. You don't owe him anything. Cal nodded firmly. Not after what he did. June lifted her eyes to mine, fear swelling in her voice. You don't have to go with him. Elias whispered, please don't leave us alone here. I looked at the tunnel, at the monstrous shape of my father's silhouette, at the monstrous sibling lurking behind him. And something terrible settled in the back of my throat. This was the first time since we arrived in this nightmare that I felt pulled. Not manipulated, not tricked. Pulled, not because I trusted him, but because I remembered a flash. My father shoving me away, bleeding, his voice desperate, not cruel. His last act before the furnace sealed shut. I whispered, barely audible, he was trying to save me. Mara turned to face me fully, her eyes blazing. And then he changed into T-apt. He changed because I sealed him inside, I said numbly. No, she grabbed both sides of my face, forcing me to look at her. You didn't change him. The house did. This place did. None of this is your fault. Her words fell into me like stones, but they didn't sink. They floated. because something deeper pushed against my ribs. Something that had been trying to wake ever since the first door. All of this started when I locked that cellar, I whispered. Cal stepped forward. You were a kid. Elias added shakily. You had no idea what you were doing. June pressed her forehead against my shoulder. We need you. Don't go with him. My father's voice echoed again, stronger, sharper, calling my name with the force of someone summoning something long overdue. You do not have the luxury of choice. Mara whipped around. He does. He has us. My father stepped partially into the tunnel light, and for a moment the glow reflected off his eyes, making them look unbearably sad. He comes with me, he said softly, because the last door will open soon. And if he does not face what waits there, it will come for him. The monstrous sibling growled in agreement, its claws twitching. Mara squared her shoulders. Then we're all going. My father stared at her for a long, silent moment. Then he nodded. Very well. The air in the cavern shifted. The stone under us trembled faintly. Something deep below the earth stirred. Something slow, massive, and ancient. A thud rolled upward through the walls. Then another. Then another. June whimpered. What is that? My father answered without turning. The house waking. Elias clutched his own arms. It wasn't awake before? No, my father murmured. It was only listening. The monstrous sibling shivered, not in fear, but in recognition. My father moved into the tunnel's dark mouth, the orange glow spreading across the walls as he led the way. Mara grabbed my hand. I'm with you. I'm not letting go. June latched onto my other arm. Cal and Elias followed close behind, forcing themselves forward despite their trembling. We stepped into the tunnel. The light vanished behind us, and the real darkness began. The passage was narrow at first, forcing us to move single file, scraping our shoulders against the cold walls. The air grew hotter, the stone damp beneath our palms. The molten glow from my father's back illuminated just far enough to reveal the shape of the tunnel ahead, but not what lay beyond. June whispered. It smells like smoke, Elias choked. And something dead. Cal's voice wavered, and something burning. The monstrous sibling crawled behind my father, its claws tapping across the stone like crooked steps in a funeral march. Each exhale it took came out as a wet rasp, thick with pain and rage. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel widened just enough for us to walk side by side. Torches lined the walls now, though none of us had lit them. Their flames burned low, flickering in bursts as if trying to stay alive in air that did not welcome them. Mara tightened her grip on my wrist. We stay together, no matter what. But even as she said it, something told me that together was a fragile word here. The tunnel walls shifted from stone to something else, something smoother, like polished bone, pale and curved, forming an archway that sloped downward. The air thickened with a scent I couldn't place. Burnt hair, melted wax, wet ash. My father spoke without turning, voice steady. Do not touch the walls. Cal swallowed hard. What are they? He paused before answering. A memory. Elias froze mid-step. A memory of what? My father did not reply. The bone walls pulsed faintly, and the low thudding through the earth grew louder, like giant footsteps in the deep. June clung to me. I hate this. I hate this place. Mara leaned closer, her voice small against her will. We all do. The tunnel opened into a wide chamber lit by a dull red glow. A giant stone archway stood in the center, carved with spiraled grooves, streaked with dried black stains. Chains hung from its top, swaying gently even though no wind touched them. The last door. It wasn't a door in the traditional sense. It was a frame. A towering gate of cracked stone. But in the center, filling the space between the pillars, was nothing. No wood, no metal, no barrier. Just pure darkness, darker than any shadow cast before. A darkness that felt thick, alive, waiting. June gasped. There's nothing there. My father stepped toward it. There is. You just cannot see it yet. Cal gripped his flashlight tighter. This is insane. Elias sobbed. Why are we here? Why are we down here? My father turned to me. You know why? No, I whispered, backing away. I don't want any more memories. You don't have a choice, he said. None of us do. The monstrous sibling crawled to the base of the archway, kneeling like a dog waiting for a master. It bowed its twisted head, claws digging into the stone floor. The archway pulsed once. A deep vibration spread out from it. And then, a voice rose from the darkness. A voice that did not sound like a person, or a creature, or anything from this world. A voice that sounded like the air itself speaking. You have returned. June screamed. Elias hit the floor. Cal stumbled back. Mara grabbed me. My father bowed his head. The monstrous sibling whimpered. The voice spoke again, centered within the dark space of the arch. This time you will not run. My father turned to me, eyes glowing brighter. This, he whispered, is the one you sealed in last. The darkness inside the arch shivered and began to step forward. The darkness inside the archway trembled like a sheet of black fabric stirred by slow, deliberate breath. It pushed outward in quivering waves, folds shifting, swelling, collapsing inward again with a rhythm that felt too steady, too alive. The red glow in the chamber flickered as though the very flames feared what was about to emerge. Even my father, towering and molten, stepped back a single pace, the light in his cracks dimming in what felt unnervingly like respect. Mara instinctively pressed herself against me, her fingers digging into my arm. She did not speak. She didn't have to. The tension in her jaw said everything. She was ready to fight whatever this was, even if she knew she would lose. June had dropped to her knees, hands over her ears, eyes squeezed shut. Elias grabbed her shoulders, shaking uncontrollably, mumbling her name over and over like a mantra meant to anchor him to reality. Cal stood in front of them both, flashlight trembling in his grip so violently the beam shook across the floor. My father's voice rumbled low. Do not look directly at it. The advice came too late. Something inside the darkness moved. Not stepped, not walked, moved. Like a shape unfolding from fabric, its edges sliding into view without weight or sound. A long limb extended first, thin as bone, covered in smooth, shadowy membrane that rippled like ink. The limb bent at several joints, each one folding open with a soft, wet pop. The darkness behind it peeled away like a curtain, revealing another limb, and then another. June sobbed. No, no more creatures. Elias turned pale and clutched her tightly. Mara whispered. What is it? My father didn't turn. The house's first prisoner. Cal swallowed hard. What does that even mean? My father's voice lowered. Before the children. Before me. Before anything you've seen. The creature stepped fully into the chamber, and every torch in the room died at once. Darkness swallowed us whole. A faint glow came from my father's molten body, enough to illuminate only shapes, just enough to make the creature's silhouette visible. It towered nearly 12 feet tall. Its body was thin, elongated, with limbs that drooped like melted wax. Its skin, or what passed for skin, appeared like moving shadows stitched together, splits forming along its surface only to close again. Its head hung low on a long neck, face hidden behind a curtain of darkness that refused to let any features appear. Its shoulders rose and fell slowly with each breath, each exhale thick with the sound of something ancient trying to remember how lungs worked. June vomited onto the stone floor. Elias gagged. Cal staggered backward until he hit the wall. Mara refused to move, but her entire body trembled against mine. Then the creature spoke. The chamber vibrated, not from sound, from the weight of the voice. You. I froze. Every muscle locked. The creature straightened, its many joints cracking in a slow, sickening wave from its spine to its limbs. The darkness around its face peeled back, just enough to reveal faint, amber pinpricks where eyes should have been. Yo, you. My lungs collapsed inside themselves. No, I've never seen you before. It tilted its head slowly, the motion jerky, unnatural. You left me. The air vanished. Mara stepped in front of me again, like a shield made of shaking bones.
He doesn't know you. He doesn't remember any of this?
The creature leaned forward, its head bending just inches from her face. She froze, unable to run, unable to scream. The creature inhaled, its long, jagged chest rising. "You smell like fear," it whispered. Cal lunged forward, trying to pull Mara back, but the heat radiating from the massive creature forced him to recoil. Elias staggered to his feet, pulling June with him, pushing her behind him despite his own terror. My father stepped between us and the creature, molten cracks glaring bright. "You do not speak to her." The creature shifted its head toward him, another crack rolling down its body as joints reset themselves violently. "You defy me again," it murmured. "I do," my father said quietly. The creature's dark body quaked. "You kowdnhoo him." My father's molten light flared, heat swelling around him. "He belongs to no one." The creature's voice dropped to a low rumble, deeper than thunder. "He belongs to me." Before my father could respond, the creature surged forward. It moved impossibly fast, faster than anything its size should. The floor cracked beneath its lunge. Mara screamed my name. Cal shoved Elias and June aside. My father collided with the creature mid-lunge, grabbing it by the throat. Steam erupted where their bodies touched. The chamber filled with the screech of something ancient being forced back. The creature roared, a hollow bone-rattling sound. My father pushed harder, molten cracks spreading. "Ron," he bellowed. Mara grabbed my wrist.
Movi!
But the creature lashed out with a shadowy limb and slammed my father into the wall. Stone shattered behind him. June shrieked. Cal swore loudly. Elias collapsed again. My father struggled to rise, molten blood spilling from cracked skin. The creature turned back toward me. "You ran last time," it whispered, limbs dragging across the floor with wet cracks. "You will not run again." Mara shoved me away.
Run!
My legs didn't move. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't. The creature reached for me. A long limb, its shadowy tips unfurling into fingers that stretched and twisted like smoke. It brushed the air inches in front of my face, and the moment its presence touched my skin, a flood of memories detonated inside my head. Not flashes, not glimpses, full moments. The night I shut the furnace door, my father screaming, the monstrous sibling clawing behind him, the children crying, the tower collapsing, the house shaking with rage, and then a final image, a room, a round chamber, a ritual circle, me standing inside it, holding the key, and in front of me, the creature, bound, bleeding shadows, begging, "Don't close the seal." My younger hands were shaking. I whispered, "I have to." I shut the last door. The creature shrieked, the same shriek it let out now, as I sealed it forever. The memory vanished. I collapsed. Mara caught me before I hit the ground.
Hey, stay with me!
The creature towered over us again, amber pinpricks burning deep. "You remember," it said softly. "Good." My father finally freed himself from the broken wall, molten body flickering like a dying flame.
Get away from him!
The creature turned to him slowly. "You failed," it said. Then, quicker than sight, it struck him. Its limb tore through my father's molten chest. Mara screamed. Cal shouted. June wailed. My father staggered, cracks spreading like lines across shattering glass. He fell to one knee, molten blood pooling beneath him. But he wasn't done. Not yet. He grabbed the creature's limb and roared, "Run!" Mara pulled me up violently.
Movi!
Cal grabbed June. Go. Elias scrambled after them, wheezing with panic. We ran, not down the tunnel we came from, but through a narrow crack forming on the chamber's right wall, opened by the battle's force. The creature roared angrily behind us. My father shouted, "I while held I am." But when I looked back, I saw the creature lift my father off the ground, holding him like a broken doll. My father's molten eyes met mine, not begging, not pleading, just sad. "Son." A crack erupted across his chest. "Remember," the creature squeezed. My father shattered. The molten light inside him burst outward in a flash of blinding orange. June screamed louder than she ever had. Elias fainted mid, run. Cal dragged him. Mara kept pulling me, no matter how hard I resisted. The creature roared in triumph, shadows spilling across the chamber. We stumbled through the opening, sliding into a jagged tunnel. The darkness swallowed us again. Behind us, the creature whispered my name in a voice too calm to bear. You are still mine. The tunnel swallowed us the moment we slipped inside, dragging us away from the chamber where my father shattered like molten glass. His last cry still echoed through the stone, faint, broken, fading into the dark as the creature's triumphant roar shook loose clouds of dust that rained across our backs. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to run back, to reach for the glowing fragments of the man who once saved my life, who bled for me, who waited in agony behind a sealed door for years. But Mara's hands were iron on my wrists, pulling, tearing me forward, anchoring me to the world that refused to die quietly around us.
Don't Lobaska!
She shouted, her voice cracking under the weight of raw fear. Cal dragged Elias, half conscious now, his body jerking with each stumble. June pushed forward blindly, her sobs sharp enough to pierce through the bone, rattling rumble behind us. The tunnel sloped downward in a jagged path, the stone floor scraping our palms and knees as we tried to keep balance. Each twist in the corridor felt like an attempt by the house to swallow us whole. The creature's footsteps followed. Not rapid, not frantic, slow, measured, confident. Each step shook the walls, a deep thud that traveled up our spines and turned our legs to trembling wires. It wasn't chasing us. It was herding us, letting us run, because it wanted us alive long enough to corner us further down. June was the first to break. He's coming! He's coming! He's not stopping. He's not. Cal grabbed her arm before she tripped.
Movie!
I can't do this! My legs! Yes, you can, he snapped, pulling her with him.
Move or he'll catch hail of us!
Elias woke mid-drag, gasping like he had surfaced from drowning. Where his eyes rolled in panic. Where is he? Where's your father? Where's... Mara cut him off, voice shaky. Don't think, just move. But I heard the despair under her words. She knew my father was gone. And the creature behind us, its shadow bleeding into every crack of the tunnel, was something far older and far worse. The tunnel twisted sharply, throwing us into a chamber so narrow we had to turn sideways to pass. Cold moisture clung to the walls, dripping in slow rivulets down the stone. The temperature dropped drastically, the air thin and sharp, tasting like wet rust. Cal's flashlight beam jittered across the ceiling. What is this place? The ceiling was covered in carvings, dozens of them. Each carving, each one, looked like a face turned upward in silent screaming horror, eyes wide, mouth stretched open. Stone bodies twisted into shapes of pain. They weren't decorative. They weren't machine-made. They were impressions of real people. June covered her mouth, retching. Oh God, Mara whispered, keep your eyes down. Just walk. But I couldn't. Not this time. Something in those faces tugged at me. A memory that refused to stay buried. Children crying underground. My father shouting. The creature pounding on a door. And behind it all, the whisper of other voices. Voices that cried, that begged, that screamed. Elias looked up despite Mara's warning. He shrieked. The scream echoed like shattered glass down the corridor. Cal grabbed him. Don't look up!
Don't look, you be...
But Elias froze, eyes locked onto the stone ceiling. They're real, he whispered, voice small and broken. They're real. They were trapped. They were alive. They died here, a loud crack thundered behind us. The creature slammed its massive limbs into the tunnel entrance. Dust burst into the air. June screamed. Stop! Mara yanked my wrist. Don't stop. Don't freeze. Keep going. We pushed through the narrow chamber into another passageway. This one slanted downward, so steeply it felt like we were running into the throat of something enormous. The walls squeezed inward tighter and tighter until we were forced to slide sideways. The creature roared. But this roar wasn't victory. It was hunger. It crawled into the chamber behind us, its limbs scraping deep grooves in the stone. The sound alone sent pain through my teeth. June screamed as the creature's shadow swallowed the carvings on the ceiling.
Faster, please. Just faster?
We slid into a sudden drop, landing on rough rock below. Cal hit first, rolling onto his side with a groan. Elias crashed onto his knees. June tumbled next, nearly hitting her head, but Cal caught her. Mara and I landed last, stumbling forward as Mara pushed me to keep going. The tunnel widened again into a cavern lit by strange pale light leaking from tall, thin cracks in the walls. They glowed faintly, cool white, like moonlight bleeding through skin. Elias looked around dazed. Where are we now? Cal swung the flashlight around in a sweeping arc, and the beam caught something that shouldn't exist. Dozens of bodies hung from the cavern ceiling, not swinging, not fresh, not decayed, stuck in the stone. Merged heads, arms, and torsos grew out of the rock like plants sprouting from soil. Their eyes were open, their mouths half open in silent cries. June collapsed to the floor. No, please. Cal froze, jaw trembling. What is this place? Mara whispered, it's where the house keeps the ones it doesn't kill. Elias looked like he was about to vomit again. Why? Why would it? A whisper cut him off, not from above, not from behind, not from the walls. Every voice was different. Male, female, young. Layered into one soft sound, you brought the key. I staggered backward, nearly tripping over a rock. No. I didn't bring it for you. Mara pulled me close, but her hands were trembling so hard it felt like they'd slip from my wrist at any moment. Cal pointed toward a narrow passageway on the opposite side.
There, Movie.
We ran. The cavern's whisper followed. Do not leave again. Do not leave us alone. You sealed us in. You forgot us. You abandoned us. Open Tichi last duoar. The creature roared behind us, scraping through the narrow tunnel, crushing bodies in the walls as it forced its massive shape through. The whispers grew louder. The glow from the cracks in the stone walls brightened. The floor trembled violently. June screamed as a face in the wall turned toward her, its stone eyes moving. Cal dragged her.
Dust help!
Elias ran ahead, his breathing erratic. We're going to die in here. We're going to die in here. We're going to... No! Mara snapped, forcing her panic down.
We're out!
The whispers stopped, all at once. A silence collapsed over us so sudden it suffocated. Then, a single voice. Soft, calm, painfully familiar. You've come far enough. The tunnel walls widened, the floor leveled, and the path opened into another chamber. Far smaller, far quieter. A circular room, empty except for a tall door made of pale stone at the far end. No carvings, no chains, no scratches, just smooth, cold stone. The final door. The door I sealed last. The creature roared behind us, forcing its way closer. Stones fell from the ceiling, cracks spreading overhead. June whispered, we need to close it, close the door behind us. No, Mara said numbly. It won't close. It doesn't have a lock. Elias sobbed. Then we're trapped. Cal turned to me, eyes hollow. What do we do? I stared at the pale stone door. The one door the creature wanted. The one door my father died trying to keep shut. The one door I sealed as a child. And the voice, MY voice, came from behind it. Open it. Mara grabbed me by the shoulders. Don't you dare. But the door pulsed faintly, white light blooming from its edges. The creature reached the chamber entrance behind us. Its claws slammed into the floor. Its amber eyes burned with triumph. Open a T, the voice behind the pale stone whispered again. My hand moved toward the key in my pocket. Mara grabbed my wrist with both hands.
No!
June screamed.
Duo IT!
Cal and Elias backed into the wall, watching in horror. The creature crawled into the chamber behind us. It whispered my door. The key burned hotter. White cracks spread across the pale stone door like veins. The voice behind it whispered again. You left me last. I froze. Every memory slammed into me at once. A small room, a ritual circle, a crying child, my own reflection, my own face, my own hands. Locking. Sealing. Running. And the thing inside the door, the last one, wasn't a stranger. Wasn't a monster. Wasn't my father. It was me. The version of me who never left the house. The version of me the door was meant to contain. I whispered, voice shaking hard. He's me. Mara's hands loosened. The creature's eyes widened. June stopped breathing. Cal whispered, what? Elias fell to his knees. The pale door pulsed again. A voice behind it said, clear as my own thought, you left me here to rot. I whispered back, I'm sorry. The cracks glowed white. The key turned in my hand. The last door awakened. And behind us, the creature roared. The cracks crawling across the pale stone door spread like frost in fast motion. Thin white lines branching in jagged patterns that hummed with cold light. Every pulse sent a low vibration through the floor, shaking dust loose from the ceiling and rattling the jagged stones embedded in the walls. The chill radiating from the door clashed with the boiling heat of the creature creeping closer behind us, the two temperatures colliding in waves that made my lungs seize. Mara's fingers dug into my shoulders, shaking, tremoring, trying desperately to pull me back. Don't open it. You hear me. You don't open that door. But the key in my hand refused to cool. It glowed a dull white, burning without flame, humming in the exact same rhythm as the door. The metal felt alive. The air tasted metallic, sharp, bitter. I stared at the cracks spreading under my fingertips. He's me. June sobbed behind me. That doesn't make sense. How can something behind a door be Yaoyu? Cal backed up until his shoulders hit the curved stone wall. This whole place breaks what makes sense. That doesn't matter anymore. Elias sat slumped beside him, still shaking violently. Let's talk about this. Just talk. We don't have to open it, we don't. But the pale door pulsed again. A soft whisper bled through the cracks. You left me last. Not echoed, not altered. My exact voice. My age, my tone, my breath. Mara jerked me closer. He's trying to trick you. It's not you. It's something copying you, just like it copied the child version, and the corpse, and the creature versions. It's not real. No, I whispered. This voice, it's not copying. It feels like remembering. The creature behind us crawled another few feet into the chamber. Its long limbs dragged across the stone with wet scraping noises that made my stomach twist. Amber glow burned behind its eyes like molten embers. It whispered sharply,
Opanaiti!
Elias screamed. June clutched her head and sobbed harder. Cal lifted his flashlight like it mattered.
Stay BK!
The creature didn't even glance at him. It focused on me. Only me. The same way a starving predator locks onto prey. It lowered its twisted head, letting its sagging skin drip fluid onto the floor, inhaling with a wet, rattling sound. MY-DO-R. The monster's voice gurgled out with froth and hatred. MYBROCHR. June's breath hitched. What did he say? But the creature didn't repeat it. It crawled closer, claws scraping so hard sparks flared from the floor. Mara stepped between us again. You go near him and I'll... The creature lunged. Not at me, at Mara. She shoved me back as the creature's claws slashed the floor where she stood. Cal charged toward her and grabbed her arm, dragging her out of reach just in time. The creature's claws scraped stone instead of skin, leaving deep gouges. My heart stopped. Elias screamed. June cried harder.
Cal shouted, Move!
But before the creature could launch another attack, the pale door throbbed with a sudden shockwave of cold air that blasted outward, blowing dust across the chamber. The creature recoiled, snarling as if the cold stung it. The whisper from behind the door grew stronger, less like a ghost, more like a person trying to speak through thick fog. You left me behind, and you ran while I stayed here and became this. My throat tightened until I nearly choked. I didn't want to leave you. You did. Mara spun back toward me. Stop talking to it. Stop. But I couldn't. Something inside that door wasn't a creature, pretending to be me. It felt like the version of me locked in a room of ritual scratches and stone circles. Left in the dark, left to starve, left to listen to screams through the walls. I whispered, shaking, Who are you? The voice behind the door answered instantly. The one you didn't save. Another crack ripped across the door from top to bottom. Cal flinched. We need to get out of this room. We need to leave or IGHT no W. There's nowhere to go, Elias said, choking on his words. He was right. There was only the door we came from. The tunnel behind the creature. And the pale stone door now bursting with white light. And the creature stood between us and the only exit. It took another step forward. Mara pulled me behind her. Stay back. The creature's long neck twisted like a rope pulled too tight. The last doras mini. No, the voice behind the door whispered. It's mine. The white cracks brightened. The pale door bulged outward, as though something pressed against it from within. Something strong. Something determined. Something shaped like me. Mara shouted no.
June screamed.
Cal ran toward me, but the floor under him cracked. He splitting open. He stumbled, fell to his side, hitting the ground hard. Elias crawled desperately toward June, grabbing her arms as the shaking intensified. The creature lunged again, this time for me, claws outstretched, amber eyes burning. Its shadow covered half the room. I stared into those monstrous amber eyes and saw something that broke me in a way nothing else had. Tears. Actual tears sliding down its warped, sagging skin. It wasn't hunger this time, not rage, it was heartbreak. Duhyidullavme. It screamed as it lunged. I stumbled backward. My hand flew up. It slammed the pale door, and the door exploded open. A blast of white light shot outward like a shockwave, throwing Mara, June, Cal, and Elias across the room. The creature was flung backward, shrieking, its limbs twisting mid-air before it hit the wall with an impact that shook the chamber. I covered my eyes, blinded by the burst. Stumbling across the floor, skin burning from the cold. When the light faded, the room changed. Silence fell. The creature lay twitching near the wall. Mara curled into a ball, groaning. Cal shielded June's head. Elias sobbed through clenched teeth, and someone stood in front of the open door. Someone with my face. Someone with my height. Someone with my exact build. But his skin was pale as bone. His eyes were an unnatural white, glowing faintly. His clothes looked like rotten scraps of what I wore when I first came through the forest gate. His arms were long, but not twisted. His face, my face, but drained of color, shadows carved deep into the cheeks. He stared at me. I stared at him. June whimpered. No, no, no. This isn't Rel. Mara pulled herself upright, panting, shaking, staring at the two of us. Cal whispered, What eerie we looking at? Elias sobbed into his hands. Not again, please, not another one. The pale version of me stepped forward. I waited, he said simply, as though greeting an old friend. Not angry, not hollow, just sad. I whispered, Who are you? He blinked, slow. I am the version of you who stayed. A chill stabbed the base of my spine. He took another step. When you sealed the door, you didn't escape. Not really. You left a piece of yourself behind. Me no, I whispered. That's not possible. You, it is. He lifted his palm. White light flickered inside it. I remember everything you forgot. Everything the house took. Everything you buried. Mara stepped in front of me again, shaking her head. You don't touch him. He didn't look at her. He only looked at me. You locked me in to contain this place. You kept the house from spreading beyond these walls. That was your job, your purpose. Your promise?
I was a kid.
I shouted.
I didn't understand anything.
That doesn't change what happened, he said softly. The creature in the corner dragged itself upright, growling weakly. My pale self glanced toward it. He used to be your brother, he said. Before things changed. Before the walls closed around him. My breath died in my throat. The creature snarled. My pale self didn't flinch. This house tried to keep what it had, he continued. When you ran, the house twisted the others. But it couldn't twist you. You were meant to open doors. To close them. I shook my head harder. No. I'm not doing this again. I'm not sealing anything. I'm not locking anyone inside. Then you doom us all, he replied calmly. Mara stepped back. shielding me again. We're leaving. All of us. My pale self stared at her with those glowing white eyes. There is no leaving. Not unless you close the house. He pointed at the pale door. This door is not just a barrier. It is a heart. It keeps this place alive. June sobbed. Make it stop. Make this stop. Elias whispered, broken please. Please, I can't do this. Cal stepped in front of them. If he takes a step closer, I swear I'll... You can't hurt me, my pale self said without looking away from me. Then, a sound cut him off. A long, rattling moan. The creature, the monstrous sibling, dragged itself onto all fours, eyes locked on me again. It spoke with a trembling voice. Don't leave me again. My pale self turned to it. He is your past. He pointed at himself. I am your future. He pointed at the pale door. And behind this door is your choice. The chamber began to shake violently. The pale door pulsed. The creature howled. The walls cracked. The ceiling began to fall. Mara grabbed my hand again.
What do we do?
My pale self answered for me. Decide. I stood between the creature that still begged for me, one, and the pale version of myself who had waited years in silence. And the house wanted only one thing, for me to choose. Which version of myself would survive? The room shook so violently it felt like the ground was trying to throw us into the air. Dust rained from the ceiling in long, drifting sheets. Stone cracked in spiderweb patterns beneath our feet. Every surface vibrated with a deep, pulsing rhythm that felt like the heartbeat of something buried just beneath the chamber floor. Slow, ancient, and waking too fast. Mara held my arm with both hands, her nails digging into my skin, as if the pressure alone could anchor me to her. June sobbed so loudly each breath broke into hiccups that sounded like panic tearing through her lungs. Elias whispered incoherently into his hands, rocking forward and back, his shoulders jerking with each tremor. Cal stood in front of them all, fists clenched. Eyes darting between the pale version of me, the creature, and the collapsing ceiling. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't blink. My pale self stepped closer, the white glow inside his eyes brightening as the cold air around him swelled. He moved with a slow, steady calm, even though the chamber crashed around us like a dying beast. His voice cut through the tremors. You can't run anymore. I swallowed hard, my throat burning. I didn't ask for any of this. No one asks to become what they must, he answered. Not me, not him. He nodded toward the trembling creature slumped near the wall. Not even our father. The creature let out a long, broken sound from somewhere deep in its chest, a sound that wasn't fully human nor fully monster. Its body convulsed, limbs twitching violently as the chamber quaked. Its glowing amber eyes locked onto me like a child, reaching for a parent who keeps stepping further away. Please, it whispered, voice thin and cracking. Don't leave me. The entire world inside that chamber narrowed to 2 points, the creature begging for me, and the pale version of me waiting to be chosen. The house demanded something. It didn't want both. It wanted only one. June pressed herself against Cal's back, voice shaking. Make him stop. Make all of this stop. Cal grabbed her hand. I'm trying, June. Just breathe. Elias looked up with hollow eyes. What happens if he doesn't choose? The pale version of me didn't hesitate. The house chooses for him. The tone in his voice made every hair on my arms stand on end. The chamber trembled harder. A section of the ceiling fell, smashing into the stone floor inches from June. She screamed and scrambled backward, nearly slipping in the dust. Cal pulled her into his chest and shielded her with his arms. Mara whirled toward my pale self, fury blazing. He's not choosing ANTHING. We'll find a way out, together. You hear me? My pale self tilted his head a fraction. There is no way out. There hasn't been for a long time. Once you entered the house, it gave you 2 roles, protector or sacrifice. Mara spat. He's not doing either. You don't understand, my pale self said softly. He already did one. My stomach twisted violently. What do you mean? My pale self stared at me with those ghost, white eyes that felt too much like memory. You protected them the first time. Cal swallowed hard. Who? Protected who? The pale version didn't answer him. He answered me. You protected the children in the tower. And to do that, you locked away the rest. My hands trembled. I didn't want to. I know, he said. But the house doesn't care what you want. It cares what you owe. A heavy crack burst across the chamber floor, splitting the stone apart. Heat rose through the fissure. The creature howled and crawled backward, frantically clawing at the stone like an animal trying to escape a cage filling with fire. June shrieked. We're gonna fall in! Elias grabbed her shirt. Move. Movu. Ah! Mara yanked me away from the widening crack just before the ground beneath me buckled. My pale self didn't move at all. He stood above the crack as if gravity didn't apply to him, cold light radiating from his thin frame. You left him first, he said softly, nodding toward the creature. You locked me away last. Now the house wants the loop finished. What loop? Mara shouted. The loop he started, my pale self whispered. I shook my head violently. I'm not choosing one of you. I'm not leaving anyone behind. Then everyone dies, my pale self said without emotion. The creature let out another cry, this one high, pitched and shaking. It dragged itself closer, pulling its huge body across the floor like something corrupted begging for mercy. You promised, it rasped. You said you'd come back, you said. Its voice broke completely. You said you wouldn't leave me. Heat spread through my chest like a memory forcing itself awake. A small underground room. The door closing. The children crying. The creature, before it became this, grabbing my arm, me pulling away. Running. No, I whispered, voice cracking. I don't remember that. You don't want to remember, the pale version of me murmured. But you do. The creature's eyes welled with thick, molten tears. Please, take me with you. Something inside me fractured so sharply I felt the break run through my ribs. Mara shook her head. Don't you listen to it. It's not him anymore. It's not a child. It's D8 inside. It's only pain left. I know, I whispered. But that's still my fault. It's Note, she screamed. It didn't matter. My pale self stepped forward again. You can't save him. The creature shrieked in pain. You can't save me, the pale one said next. My knees buckled. Then what am I supposed to do? My pale self looked up at the ceiling as another section fell. Close the house. How? I croaked. You know how. My throat tightened. I sealed everything the first time. And it didn't work. That's because you sealed the wrong things, he whispered. Mara grabbed a falling stone mid-air to shield June.
We don't have TM for riddles!
My pale self raised one hand and pointed at me. You are the seal. The air left my lungs. Mara whispered no. June's sobbing stopped entirely. Cal covered his mouth. Elias stared blankly, like his mind couldn't handle one more thing. The creature snarled, dragging itself closer, until its twisted face was inches from my knees. You belong to M.E., it growled. My pale self whispered, he is not yours. The creature snapped its head toward him.
He was mine before you locked me away.
The pale version of me didn't react. He wasn't yours. He was meant to contain you. The creature reared back and slammed its claws into the floor. The ground cracked again. Heat surged upward. The chamber shook so hard my vision blurred. My pale self spoke over the trembling. The house is dying. If you delay any longer, everything collapses. All of you go with it. Mara hissed at him.
What do you want him to do?
Give himself back, he said, eyes glowing white. My heart hammered so violently I nearly collapsed. Back to who? To me, the pale version whispered.
Mara screamed no! The creature screamed yes!
The chamber screamed around us. My pale self reached out a hand. We are one person split in two. You must come back so the house can die. No, the creature growled. He comes back to M.E. A massive chunk of ceiling fell between them, splitting the chamber floor. Both creatures moved toward me at the exact same time. One pale, one monstrous. Both parts of the same nightmare. Mara threw herself in front of me. Cal grabbed Elias and June and dragged them behind fallen stone. My pale self whispered, "Choose."
The creature screamed, "Choose me."
The house shook so violently the torches blew out. I stood in darkness, two versions of myself calling for me, and the house roared one word inside my skull: Sichos. The moment the house screamed choose, something inside the chamber shifted. The air thickened until every breath scraped like broken glass. The walls tightened inward, not physically closing, but contracting with the weight of something old waking fully for the first time in decades. A pulse rolled through the floor, deep and slow, like the heartbeat of the house had finally risen from below, shaking dust off its brittle bones. Mara dragged me backward, her body trembling so hard she could barely keep her footing. June clung to Cal's shirt as he pulled her, and Elias behind a fallen slab of stone, their eyes wide and hollow as the two versions of myself closed in, one pale, one monstrous, both shadowing the floor with shapes that didn't belong anywhere near human. The creature, once my brother, now warped into something towering and broken, dragged itself closer on limbs that cracked with each movement. Amber tears streamed from its glowing eyes, dripping like molten sap onto the floor, burning small pits into the stone. Its voice cracked with longing, pain twisting every word. "You said you wouldn't leave me." Its claws reached toward me, trembling. The pale version of me stood opposite, still and steady despite the violent shaking of the chamber. His eyes glowed white, almost blinding in the dark, and a strange calm radiated off him. Calm so intense it felt wrong in this collapsing nightmare. "You must return to me," he said. "The seal is broken. The house is collapsing. If you don't fix what you fractured, everyone dies." Mara shoved herself between me and both of them, panting, hair plastered to her face with sweat and dust.
"He's not going to either of you! You're both lying! You're both tricks!"
My pale self tilted his head slightly. "I'm not lying." The creature roared so loud the ground trembled under our feet. The roar carried pain, fury, desperation, all mixed into a sound that shook something inside my skull.
"He belongs to me!"
Elias whimpered behind a rock, shaking uncontrollably. This is impossible. Just impossible." June sobbed harder. "Make it stop, oh God, someone make it stop." Cal held both of them, shielding them from falling stones. My pale self stepped forward, calm, steady, glowing brighter. I am the part he rejected. I am the version that obeyed. I waited because he was meant to return.
"I waited, T.O."
The creature screamed, its voice splintering, limbs clawing at the floor so violently stone shards scattered across the chamber. Then, the creature dug its claws deep into the ground and lifted itself, hiving its hulking body forward with a horrible twisting motion. Its ribs cracked outward. Its skin ripped and sagged. Its breath hit my face in hot, uneven gusts. "You promised me," it whispered. The memory hit me again, this time clearer. A dim cellar. My father shoving a malformed child, my brother, into a room lined with runes. My brother screaming my name. Me crying. Me begging my father to stop. Me being dragged away. My hand closing the door. Leaving him. The guilt punched through my chest like a fist. Mara grabbed the sides of my face. "Look at me." "Now team." Not the pale one, not the creature. M.E. My pale self spoke over her voice. "You owe me. You sealed me into a room with no light, no sound, no air, only the house whispering in my skull." The creature bared its teeth. "He left M.E. first. I lost everything because of him." Both stepped closer, their voices tangled. "You left me last. You left me first. You abandoned me. You forgot me. You owe me. You belonged to me." Mara pushed me behind her and screamed, "Estop teal kitao him! Estop tiarintio bracam." Her voice cracked with raw pain. The chamber ceiling groaned. A massive slab broke loose above us and slammed into the ground, inches from Cal. He dragged June and Elias back just before another crack spread across the ceiling. Mara shouted,
"Everyone a movie!"
but there was nowhere to go. No tunnel, no exit, no escape. Only the pale door, only the house demanding its due. The pale version of me locked eyes with me again. Do what you were born to do. The creature snarled. Come to me and I'll make you whole. Their voices overlapped, shaking the air. Choose. Choose me, choose. No bow. My ears rang. My vision blurred. And then, another memory burst through my skull. A hidden one. One the house kept buried deeper than all the rest. My father's voice. Not monstrous. Not molten. Just tired. Promise me, promise you won't open that last door. Promise you won't let the house have you. My heart froze. That memory wasn't from the night I ran. It was older. From before everything fell apart. From before the children disappeared. From before the rituals. From before the house took my brother. My father's voice echoed again. The house will ask for you. Do not give yourself to it. I staggered backward, gripping my skull. The pale version of me paused mid-step. The creature froze too. Mara grabbed my arms to steady me. What is it? What do you remember? My father, I whispered. He told me not to open the door. He told me not to give myself to the house. The pale version of me shook his head slowly. You misunderstood him. No, I whispered. He was warning me. The pale version stepped forward. He was telling you to finish what he started. He died because you didn't seal the house completely. The creature roared at him.
No, Amos, mine first!
The two versions of me faced off, both furious now. Mara tightened her hold on me. Listen to me. You are not dying in this room. You are not sacrificing yourself to Ange. She shook me hard, her eyes blazing. You hear me? I'm not letting them take you. But the pale version answered sharply. He is the last piece. Without him, the house spreads. The creature lunged a few inches. Without him, the house starves. Cal shouted from behind us.
Not an OPIO.
Elias covered his ears. Stop, stop, stop. Please stop. June sobbed. Someone tell me what to do. But all eyes were on me. The room vibrated as the house roared again. White cracks spread across the pale door like lightning. Heat pulsed from the creature. Cold radiated off the pale version. The chamber ceiling split open. Stone began to fall in heavy chunks. Time was gone. There was no more running. No hiding. No delaying. The house demanded a choice. One version of me. Or the other. Or everything collapsed. I looked at the pale version of myself. At the creature pleading with me. At Mara shaking in front of me, refusing to move. At Cal holding June, and Elias like he would shield them with his own body. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I realized the house didn't want me to choose between them. It wanted me to choose between myself. Which version of me I would become. The one built on guilt, or the one built on forgetting. A cold truth slid into my mind like a blade. I couldn't choose either. I whispered, I won't pick one of you. My pale self tensed. You must. The creature howled.
Yo, you must take us me!
No, I said louder. I'm choosing something else. Mara gasped. What? I turned toward the pale door. Both creatures screamed. No, but it was too late. Because I stepped toward the door neither of them expected me to touch. I raised the key. And as I pressed my hand to the glowing stone, the house itself shuddered. The cracks widened. Light poured through the doorframe like a storm. And a voice, old, broken, and familiar, whispered from the other side, you finally remembered the truth. When the voice whispered, you finally remembered the truth, every fragment of heat, cold, dust, and fear dissolved into a sudden stillness that wasn't silence, but expectation. The pale stone door pulsed once under my palm, a slow throb that felt disturbingly like a heartbeat. The cracks across its surface glowed brighter, threading outward like veins filled with white fire. For a breath, for a single stretched out second, the chamber seemed to hold still, like even the house wanted to listen. Mara's fingers dug into my shoulder until her nails almost broke skin. What truth? What truth? But she sounded far away. The creature, barely upright, dragged its body toward me with a low, broken growl. Its limbs shook. Its glowing eyes widened with a look I had never seen from it before. Not hatred, not rage, not hunger. Terror. It was terrified of whatever stood behind the door. No, it rasped. No, open. Don't let it out. Don't let it. My pale self snapped toward the creature, white eyes blazing. Wow, you wanted this door open for years. Don't pretend you didn't. The creature recoiled like the words were knives. Not this, not Tikais. Mara grabbed my arm. Don't listen to either of them. Coloss your hand, drop the key, walk away. Do ANIHING. Just don't open that door. I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But the door pulsed again, sensing perfectly with the pounding inside my chest. Another whisper came through. Stronger, clearer, nearer. You left me first? Not the creature's voice. Not the pale version of me. Not a child's voice. Not my father's. Something older. Something that spoke in a tone that felt like it belonged to the beginning of my memories. My hand trembled against the stone. Mara tried to pull me back, but the door tugged harder. It wanted me. And I knew with a sickening clarity that I had heard this voice before. Long before the tower. Long before the rituals. Long before the night everything collapsed. Long before the house started speaking with different mouths. My knees buckled. Heat rushed through my skull like the past was being forced back into place. Cal shouted from behind fallen stone, Hey-Y, H-E-Y, Levif Guuf T-Door.
Itis do I ju somatipitio. Elias screamed, my test soap.
June sobbed until her throat scraped raw,
Joe. Joe.
but they were fading into background noise. Because in front of me, in the glowing cracks of the door, shapes began forming, shadows moving like silhouettes behind frosted glass. Someone or something stood behind the barrier, and it leaned closer. Mara saw it too. She gasped, step away, Right no Dubu. But my feet were rooted, frozen, claimed. My pale self moved in closer, eyes narrowed. If he opens that door, everything ends. It is not meant to be unsealed. The creature screeched in fury and fear, dragging its broken limbs across the floor.
Dalakayham open IT.
Doandai aming hidoyer, kigidast bikayandi, I whispered, I do. Both of them stopped.
Mara shook me. None yo doing.
You are remembering WRing things, broken things.
This place is manipulating your head.
No, I whispered shakily. For once, this feels real. The pale version of me took a step back, eyes flickering. Not real. Not this. The creature shook violently.
It's not right.
But the door pulsed again, and the next whisper wasn't words. It was a memory. Not a flash. A full moment. A tiny room lit by dull lantern light. Hands holding mine. Hands too big to be my father's. A voice telling me stories. A voice singing. A voice calming me when I cried in the dark. A voice I trusted. A voice I loved before I knew what fear was. Then, darkness. Screams. Flames. A ritual circle. Hands pulling me away. My father shouting. The door closing. And the voice screaming behind it. Don't leave me. I fell to my knees. It wasn't my brother. It wasn't my pale self. It wasn't my father. Something else had been sealed first. My oldest memory. Older than my father's fear. Older than the tower night. Older than the cellar. Older than everything. Mara crouched in front of me, grabbing both sides of my face. Look at me. Look at me. You don't open that door. I don't care what voice you think you remember. You dio naut open it. Her voice sank into my skull like an anchor thrown at a sinking ship. But the door whispered again. You promised to stay. Every hair on my arms rose. Mara's face blurred. The world narrowed. I spoke without meaning to. I didn't know what I was doing. A silhouette formed behind the door. Not human, not monstrous. Something tall and thin, with arms that brushed the floor, with a faint glow radiating from its center. White light, blinding and soft. My pale self moved first. He stepped in front of the door, blocking it with his body. No, he is Minin. The house split us, but as nautio ores. The creature roared. He mas mini first he. But both stopped when the voice behind the door whispered, he was always mine. I collapsed forward, gripping the stone. The pale version trembled for the first time. The creature recoiled, whimpering in genuine terror. Mara froze. Cal's breath stopped. Elias curled into a ball. June stared wide-eyed, silent for the first time since we entered the house. The thing behind the door leaned closer. The glow intensified, and its voice, no longer whispering, spoke clearly. I was the first one you loved. The world tilted. My vision flickered. And memory, the real, first memory, came back so sharply it hurt. I was 4 years old. Not in the house. Not in the tower. Not in any place these horrors lived. I was in a strange, empty room. A room too clean, too bright, too quiet. A room not meant for children. I sat on the floor with a thin figure beside me, its skin pale as frost, its eyes white like moonlight, its voice soft and gentle, its hands warm. I remember asking, "Will you stay with me?" And it answered, "Always." Tears streamed down my face. No, no. That's not real. That can't be real. The voice echoed in the chamber again. "You promised." Something behind me moved. Mara turned. The pale version of me had backed several steps from the door, shaking his head. No, no, this isn't right. This memory is wrong. The creature began sobbing. Huge, broken sobs that rattled its ribs. He-li-ti-me-tu-o. The voice behind the door whispered. They kept us apart. I looked up weakly. Who? Your father. Another crack tore across the pale door. He took you from me. The white light surged brighter. He sealed me away. The stone groaned. And you forgot. My heart pounded so violently it felt like my chest would split open. Why did he seal you? The voice answered immediately. Not angry, not hurt, cold. Because I loved you. Every drop of blood in my veins froze. Mara staggered backward. No, no. This can't be. This can't be happening. The pale version of me shouted, H-E do isen
Belong to who?
The creature shrieked,
He belongs to me!
The house roared louder than both. And the thing behind the door whispered, He belongs to HMCLF. A moment of silence hit like a slap. My breathing stopped. The chamber went still. The pale version stared at the door with horror. The creature collapsed, shaking violently. Mara's grip on my arm loosened. The stone glowed with unbearable white light. I whispered, trembling, Who are you? The silhouette behind the door leaned close, and I saw it more clearly now. Its outline shifting, its body neither monstrous nor human, something in between, something unbound by shape or flesh or memory. Its voice spoke through every crack in the stone. I am the part of you they couldn't break. My eyes widened. My pale self lunged, screaming,
The creature roared! Don't open height!
Mara tried to grab me, but I moved too fast. I placed both hands on the pale door. The white light consumed everything. And the last thing I heard before the world shattered. Come back to me. The white light swallowed everything so completely that the world vanished. Not faded, not blurred, not dimmed, but vanished, like it had been erased in one clean stroke. No sound, no heat, no cold, no gravity, no dust, no ghost screaming, no Mara pulling at my arms, no creature shrieking, no pale version of myself yelling, just white, a color with no edges, no direction, no top or bottom. It didn't blind. It didn't sting. It felt like nothing and everything at once, like stepping into a dream where even your heartbeat forgets its job. For a moment, I thought I was dead. But then I heard breathing, not mine, not behind me, not ahead, around me, slow, steady, calm. Then a voice, quiet, familiar, sharper now, like it had finally woken. You finally came back. The white around me rippled like disturbed water. Shapes formed, soft outlines, faint shadows, but not enough to see clearly. I stood barefoot on something solid, though it didn't feel like stone. It felt like the memory of a floor, like the space remembered being solid and tried its best to mimic it. My hands trembled as I looked around. Where am I? The voice answered from behind me, inside the part of you they hid. I spun around. A figure stood a few feet away, tall, thin, pale as frost, with long limbs and slow, graceful movements. Its hair was white, flowing like mist. Its eyes glowed faintly, not like torches or fire, but like moonlight trapped in water. Its skin shimmered with faint cracks of silver. Its face was human, almost, but the angles were just slightly wrong, as if trying to mimic a shape it hadn't worn in years. It smiled softly, not monstrous, not cruel, not hungry, sad, so unbearably sad. My voice failed. It stepped closer, and the white around us thickened like fog curling around its feet. I am the first one you loved. The words struck me like a punch. I stumbled back. No, that isn't real. You're twisting my memories. You're making me see things that aren't there. Its head tilted slightly, in the same gentle way someone comforts a frightened child. You think your memories belong to you alone. The house kept them, locked them, scratched them out, hid me in the room behind your fears. My throat closed. Why? Its white eyes softened. Because they thought I would take you, I croaked. Your father, the others who came before, the ones who built the house on top of my prison. They feared what I was, what I could become, what I meant to you. My chest tightened painfully. My father saved my life. Yes, it said gently. By tearing us apart, I shook my head. You're lying. I'm not. You are lying. It stepped closer again. I stepped back, though not because of fear. Because of recognition. Something in the way it moved, the way it breathed, the way it tilted its head, the way it spoke, all felt painfully familiar. It had been there in my earliest memories, memories I had dismissed as dreams, childhood fantasies, imaginary friends, but they weren't imaginary. They were fragments, blurred by fear and time and someone else's desperate attempt to protect me. I whispered hoarsely, "What are you?" It lowered itself slightly, meeting my eyes directly. I am the part of you they could not break. A cold wave ran through my spine. It reached toward me slowly, not to grab, not to trap, but to show its hand. You and I were one once, not in body, in memory, in thought, in what you feared and what you loved. My heart hammered, but something in me tugged toward the figure with a frightening sense of longing. Behind us, the whiteness rippled, revealing shifting silhouettes. One shaped like a child, one shaped like a beast. One shaped like a man with molten light inside him, one shaped like the pale version of myself. Everyone I had seen in this nightmare flickered into view for a second, then dissolved. The figure's voice grew faintly sharper. Not unkind, just sadder. You keep thinking these creatures are different people, that they are separate, that you abandoned each alone, but you didn't abandon different people. White swirled around us, forming a spiral. You abandoned versions of yourself. I flinched. No, that's not. Yes, it whispered. When they tried to split you apart, they didn't just lock me away. They fractured you into pieces. Each locked behind a door. My head pounded. That doesn't make sense. Your brother was the first to fall, it continued. But you were always the house's target. The whiteness rippled again, forming the memory of a ritual circle, broken runes glowing faintly. A child, me crying. A shadowy silhouette stirring in the dark. I staggered forward. What was the ritual for? The figure spoke without turning. To bind me. My heart sank. And when they failed, it added softly, "They used you as the seal instead." My vision blurred. That's not possible. I'm not anything. I'm not powerful. I'm not. You were a child, it whispered, stepping closer. And even then, the house saw something in you that the adults feared. The whiteness dimmed around us. Your father didn't want you to know. He didn't want you to remember the truth. What truth? I croaked. The figure reached out again, barely touching my chest with two pale fingers. The touch wasn't cold. It wasn't warm. It was simply there, solid, real. The truth that you were the one who calmed me, the one I listened to, the one I protected, the one I loved. I stumbled backward as warmth spread through my ribs. No. This isn't right. Nothing about this is right. It watched me gently. They feared you would choose me. My breaths came rapid and shallow. Choose you for what? To become one. The whiteness shuddered beneath my feet. In the distance, something like distant thunder rolled, though not from the house. From me. My knees shook. You want me to merge with you. Yes, it said without hesitation. I shook my head violently. No, I'm not giving myself to anything in this place. I'm choosing myself, not you, not the creature, not the pale version. Nobody. It stepped toward me again, but slower this time. You misunderstand. Without me, you are broken. Without me, the house keeps what it has taken. Without me, you are incomplete. Its voice softened further. This place breaks people into pieces. Your father knew. He fought, he screamed, he begged. But he couldn't stop it. My breath froze. He tried to save your brother. But the house took him anyway. And when your father couldn't save the first version of you, he sealed me in the last door so the rest of you could survive. I whispered, he did it to protect me. He did it because he feared me. The figure corrected gently. And he feared what you would become if you remembered me. Why would he fear you? The figure's glow dimmed. Because I was not just your friend. I was not just your comfort. I was not just your other half. It leaned close enough that its glowing eyes filled my vision. I was your power. The whiteness trembled violently. A flash of memory hit me so hard I staggered, lamps flickering without touching them. Shadows shifting at my command. Voices silenced by a single thought. Doors locking on their own. Something in the walls whispering back to me. Something powerful. Something familiar. Something mine. I gasped and fell backward onto my hands. The figure knelt in front of me, face soft, sorrowful. When they realized what you could do, even without understanding it, they panicked. Your father loved you, but love makes people fear. I choked on my breath. He locked you away to stop me. Yes, it whispered. He wanted to separate us. To keep you normal, to keep you small. But you were never small. Behind the figure, white shadows moved like doors swinging open. You split when I was taken. Every version of you broke away. The house fed on each piece. But now, for the first time in all these years, it reached out again. Oh, you stand in front of me. I crawled backward, shaking. You're a monster. No, it said quietly. The monster is the version of you that didn't break correctly. The creature was what remained of your brother's binding. The pale version of you was what the adults tried to make you become. And your father, became what happens when the house punishes mercy. I clenched my teeth. So what are you? Its voice dropped. The original. My heart stopped. You, it whispered, are not choosing between them. You are choosing whether to become whole again. I trembled. If I choose you, what happens to me? You stop being broken, it murmured. You stop running. You stop hurting. You stop fearing. You become the one thing the house tried to destroy. What? It leaned close, whispering in my ear. Yourself. The whiteness trembled again. Behind me, I heard faint shouts. Mara's voice screaming my name, Cal yelling, the creature roaring, the pale version crying out in terror. They were distant, muffled, like sounds underwater. The figure extended its hand. Come back. I stared at the hand, at the pale cracks of light running through its skin, at the glow radiating softly from its chest, at the eyes that felt too much like mine. My breath stilled. My heart thrashed. My mind trembled. And for the first time since we entered the house, I wasn't sure if leaving this place meant going back at all. I whispered, "What happens if I say yes?" The figure smiled, gentle, patient, inevitable. Then everything broken becomes whole. At first, the white around us brightened, subtle at first, like moonlight brushing against rippling water. Then it thickened, pulsing in slow waves like breath through a giant lung. The figure's outstretched hand waited between us, pale fingers steady, unwavering, each movement coated with soft silver cracks that glowed faintly beneath its skin. On the surface it looked calm, serene even, but the space around its body trembled like something held too tightly beneath the surface. It waited. It watched. It knew the moment stretched like a thread pulled taut, ready to snap. I didn't take its hand. But I didn't step back. Somewhere beyond the white space, faint and far away, Mara screamed my name again, raw, terrified, desperate, as if she was watching me walk into a fire. Her voice felt like a tug on my ribs, but here the sound echoed thinly, like it had to fight through layers of fog to reach me. Cal's voice followed, broken with panic. June sobbed somewhere farther behind. Elias murmured prayers, confession, nonsense, anything his mind could find in the dark. But none of them stood here with me. They couldn't. This space didn't belong to them. It belonged to me. And to the thing waiting with its hand outstretched. The figure tilted its head slightly, watching my hesitation with something painfully close to affection. "You've been hurting for a long time," it murmured. "Let me help you." My breath shook. "Why would you want to help me?" "You don't understand," it said gently. "You think I'm separate. You think I'm something you're choosing. But I'm not separate from you. I never was." I backed up a step. "Then why did they lock you behind a door?" The figure's eyes dimmed with a soft sadness. "Because the house feeds on parts of people. It grows stronger when it splits them apart. It makes you easier to break." My heart hammered. "So it used me." "It tried to," the figure whispered. "But you were too strong for it. You kept surviving. You kept resisting. Even broken, even split, even scared, you kept moving. And that is why the house feared you." A shiver crept down my spine. "Feared me. Because," it murmured, "you were born with something the house couldn't consume." My hands trembled. "What?" It leaned in, so close I could almost feel its breath. "Oh, well, that does not die." The whiteness rippled violently. Images exploded around us, not memories, not visions, but fractured impressions. My father kneeling beside a ritual circle, crying into his hands. My mother, someone I barely remembered, screaming as she slammed a door shut. The creature that became my brother, reaching out to me before everything twisted. The pale version of me watching from a corner, cold and hollow. Children dragged through hallways by shadows. Rooms dissolving into nothing. Doors swallowing light. A small child, me, crying for something he couldn't name. Each image dissolved into the next like pages torn from different books thrown into the same fire. The figure lifted one hand, and the images vanished instantly. "You don't need to relive those," it said softly. "You already suffered them once." But I wasn't done. I pointed at the empty air where the memories had flickered. "If you were part of me, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you protect them? Why didn't you protect me?" The figure's glow dimmed again. I was sealed. "They took me from you before you knew what I was." "Why?" "To weaken you." I clenched my fists. "Then what are you? A power, a curse, a mistake. What did they think you would do to me?" The figure raised its chin slightly. Its voice dropped to a quiet, sad truth. "They feared I would make you whole." The words echoed like a cold wind, blowing through a shattered window. I stared at it empty. Why would they fear that? A pause lingered. The figure's white eyes softened. "Because someone who is whole cannot be controlled. Someone who is whole cannot be bent. Someone who is whole cannot be shattered by fear or guilt or grief." It stepped closer, slow, gentle, careful. "And someone who is whole can destroy the house." The whiteness rippled again. A deep rumble rolled beneath our feet. Something, far beneath the surface, stirred as if reacting to the figure's words. I swallowed hard. "Destroy the house." The figure nodded. "I can't do it alone. The broken parts of you can't do it. But we, together, can?" I stepped back. "How do I know you're not lying?" "Everything in that house lies. Everything shifts. Everything manipulates." The figure's smile flickered with something that wasn't quite pain, but close. "If I wanted to trick you, I could have taken your mind years ago. I didn't. I waited. I endured every moment behind that door because I knew one day you would find your way back. Because you needed me. Because you needed me," it corrected softly. I trembled. "You want to merge with me?" "Yes." "What happens to me if I agree?" "You stop splitting." "And them?" I whispered. "The pale version of me, the creature, my father." The figure's eyes lowered. They were pieces, fragments of what you lost, parts of your memory. parts of your fear, parts of your grief, parts of your power. They were never whole. They were never meant to be permanent. My throat tightened painfully. If I merge with you, what happens to them? The figure hesitated. The white space shuddered. The silence pressed heavy. They fade, it finally whispered. I staggered. Fade. As in disappear. As in die. The creature, the pale version of me. The molten father. All of them would vanish the moment I reclaimed the peace locked behind the final door. My voice cracked. They're parts of me. Yes, it whispered. And the broken pieces must fall away so the whole can survive. I backed away again. They're not just pieces. They're people. They're versions. They're fragments, the figure said firmly. Without me, they can't become whole. They aren't alive. They are the house's imitation of you. It didn't shout. It didn't threaten. It simply told the truth. And if I say no, the figure didn't hesitate. You die, it said softly. And the house keeps everything. My heart dropped. Everything, it nodded. The house grows stronger. Your friends die. The forest spreads. The doors open. The ground cracks. The world eats itself from the inside. The thing the house worships wakes fully. And everything you love becomes echo. My breath faltered. If I merge with you, what happens then? The figure stepped closer, its glow softening like moonlight over snow. You survive. And then what? You end the house. How? You already know. But I didn't. I shook my head. I don't know anything. The figure leaned down until its face was inches from mine. You do. You just need the part of you that remembers how. My chest tightened. That was the problem. I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to merge. I didn't want to choose. I wanted to run, like I had always done. But the figure whispered the words that killed that hope. Running kept you broken. My breath hitched. For once, it whispered, stand your ground. The whiteness trembled violently. Voices echoed from far away. Mara screaming, the creature howling, the pale version crying out in terror, Cal calling for me, June begging for help, Elias praying through sobs. I reached a shaking hand toward the figure and stopped halfway because something felt wrong. Something didn't fit. Something twisted. Something hidden beneath every memory clicked into place. I looked into its glowing white eyes and whispered, if you're the real part of me, why do you want me to destroy myself to be whole? The figure froze. Just 1 second. One tiny slip. Too tiny. But enough. What do you mean? It asked slowly. You said merging makes me whole. I whispered. But merging means I disappear too. You said we become one. But really you want me to disappear inside you. The figure's eyes flickered. White, then gray, then white again. You misunderstand. No, I whispered. You're lying. The whiteness rippled. The figure's voice deepened. I am part of you. No, I said again, backing up. You're something else, something older. Something that pretended to be me. My father didn't lock me behind that door. He locked Yo-Yu. The figure stiffened. The white space cracked. And its voice changed. Not soft, not gentle, sharp, cold, ancient. You should have taken my hand. I stumbled backward. The white around us dimmed. Dark cracks spread across the blank space. And the figure straightened, its true shape unraveling in fast, terrifying flickers. Not human, not friend, not memory. A thing wearing my childhood like a mask. A thing that wanted to be whole. A thing that wanted me to be gone. It screamed, a jagged, violent sound that shattered the white space like glass, and the cracks in reality widened. Through the fractures, I saw Mara reaching for me, screaming, as the creature lunged from the other side and the pale version clawed at the splitting floor. And the figure stepped toward me, voice no longer tender, but hungry. If you won't come willingly, the space collapsed. The house roared. The door shattered, and the thing behind the door reached for me. The white world shattered like glass dropped from the sky. It didn't simply break, it tore, ripping in jagged strips that curled and folded inward like burning paper. The cracks ripped open into long, black corridors, and through each slit, I saw impossible things, the chamber collapsing. Mara reaching for me with panic in her eyes. The creature on all fours screaming in a pitch, so sharp the stone around it splintered. The pale version of myself clawing at the floor with a look of dread that told me he knew exactly what had escaped. Reality didn't return all at once. It slammed back in pieces, sound first, then weight, then cold, then pain crawling across my ribs as if the air itself was scraping at me. And somewhere behind it all, faint but growing, came the voice of the thing that had finally stopped pretending. Come back. The tone no longer matched any human voice. It had depth, too much depth, like countless whispers hidden inside one throat. The clean white skin of the figure began warping, thinning, splitting down its cheek as something darker pulsed beneath. Its glow flickered like a candle drowning in oil. The soft face lost its shape, stretching outward, eyes widening into pits of white flame. And still, it reached for me. Not angry, not hurt, starving, Mara screamed as the cracks widened. Hello! Help! No! I felt hands clamp around my wrist. Cal's grip, strong, desperate, dragging me away from the widening tear in the floor. My other hand dangled into the rift, and the cold from the creature behind the door licked at my skin like wind from a winter grave. June sobbed into Elias's shirt as he shielded her with his shaking arms. Then the thing spoke again. I waited. Loenge, you belong with me. The world convulsed. A bright white limb shot through the tear, longer than before, too long, stretching beyond anything human. Its fingers cracked as they extended toward me, joints bending the wrong way. Each motion accompanied by a faint sound like twigs snapping under footsteps. Cal shouted, Mova, Mova, Mova. But I wasn't moving nearly fast enough. The limb lunged. Mara slapped her palm across my forearm and yanked with all her strength. Gawa off arm it. The limb missed by inches but scratched the stone, leaving deep gouges that glowed white hot. The cracks sizzled as if the stone itself was allergic to its touch. The air around the limb warped, bending like heat rising off a desert road. The creature we'd been fighting, the one that used to be my brother, howled from the other side of the room. Not at me. At it. It pushed itself forward on broken limbs, gasping, bleeding molten tears.
No, it shrieked. No, time!
The pale version of me crumpled to the floor, covering his head as if hiding from an explosion. Its not me. Its not me. Its not me. The figure's true voice cracked through the chamber again, deeper now, jagged. Beautiful in the most horrible way. He belonged to me, fire st. The floor split open beneath us. Cal lost his footing. Mara lost her grip for half a second. A half second was enough. The creature's limb wrapped around my ankle. Not flesh, not bone, not shadow. Something in between, soft like wet paper, cold like snow in a tomb, strong enough to crush stone. I screamed. Mara threw herself onto my waist, grabbing my shirt with both fists. Cal grabbed her. Elias grabbed Cal. June, shaking relentlessly, grabbed Elias's coat, her entire body heaving as she sobbed. We were a chain of terrified bodies trying to stop one thing from dragging me through a tear in the floor into a place that wasn't made for humans. Pain tore up my leg, cold, sharp, creeping higher. The thing behind the tear whispered in a softer tone, almost gentle, stop fighting. You loved me once. I kicked at the limb with my other leg, but it didn't flinch. The surface of it rippled like water struck by wind. Mara screamed at me.
Don't I lust into it just T5T?
But the whisper pressed against my skull like fingers pushing into clay. I know your fear. I know your pain. I know what they took from you. A memory flashed behind my eyes. Me as a small child, sitting in darkness with a tall, pale figure reading to me from a book. Except now I saw it differently. Its long arms held me too close. Its voice was too soft. Its attention too intense. Its light too bright. It didn't protect me. It claimed me. My father hadn't locked it away because it was my friend. He locked it away because it was taking me. Mara's voice cracked. Cal? PLL harder, Harder, daunt, laudalite tiakihim, Cal grunted through clenched teeth. I'm trng. Its tios tiaroung. The creature that used to be my brother lurched closer, dragging itself until its face nearly touched the rift. Its amber eyes widened with raw terror. Do teetout it choked. Don't. Li don't. The pale version of me crawled forward, voice shaking. He is the oldest part. The one the house couldn't contain. The one it worships. Aishi Kenout, Li Av. The figure's voice thundered he be luangs, Tiomi the limb yanked. My body slid 2 feet toward the rift. Mara screamed and wrapped her arms around my torso.
No! No! I'm Nautai, you go!
My fingernails scraped the stone as I was pulled closer to the crack in the floor. Dust dug under my nails. Stone tore my skin. The cold from the limb crawled across my shin, then my knee, climbing at a steady, merciless pace. Call groaned and forced more weight backward. Stio pestimovagi mara hal dtht. The chamber shook so violently several stones dropped from the ceiling. Elias shielded June with his body as dust filled the air. I clawed at the ground. Elebium Joe, Laitemu Joe, Elchmemi Joe. But the creature holding my leg whispered quietly, you came back to me. You opened the door. You chose me.
No.
I screamed.
I didn't choose Iantai.
The limb squeezed harder. Pain tore through my bones like a freezing wind sharpening into spears. You chose, it whispered. Mara pressed her forehead into my back, shaking violently as she pulled with everything she had.
No, I didn't. Yo, rapid hem. Why you united Tiam Gilho?
The limb lifted me a few more inches off the ground. My fingernails bent backward, nearly snapping. The cold rose past my knee, numbing the skin. The thing behind the tear took another step closer, its full shape still mostly hidden behind shifting cracks of reality. Only its glowing eyes showed clearly. Too many of them. White, unblinking. Watching me with hunger disguised as affection. You were always meant for me. I screamed until my throat went raw.
Let me go.
A crack, loud and sharp, whipped across the ceiling, followed by a rain of debris. The creature that used to be my brother lunged with a sudden burst of motion, throwing itself at the limb holding me. Its claws raked through the pale flesh, dragging deep cuts through the arm. White fluid sprayed into the air like boiling milk. The thing behind the door shrieked, a sound that rattled the entire chamber. The limb recoiled slightly, just enough. Elias yelled, Puel no, Puel, Puel. Cal heaved backward with Mara. June screamed into her fingers. The limb slipped an inch. I gasped and kicked again, this time connecting harder. The limb slipped another inch. The pale figure behind the rift screamed again, this time not in anger, but in shock, betrayal, heartbreak. Youlea me agayan. Another limb shot toward me, faster than the first. Before it reached me, the pale version of myself leapt in front of it. He slammed both hands against the second limb. His arms shook violently under its strength. His white eyes dimmed from strain. He screamed in pain, but he held the limb back. Run! He yelled.
Lion must run! No, I shouted. I'm not leaving you, Ron. He screamed again. Or ITISUSAL.
The creature that used to be my brother clawed deeper into the first limb, tearing white fluid and flesh with wild fury. Mara shouted,
Sly Piagalar Pulil Hadar. No!
Cal wrapped his arms around my chest. Elias grappled. June grabbed Elias. They pulled. The limb cracked, split, snapped, and in one violent motion, I broke free. We flew backward in a tangled heap onto the stone, all of us slamming into the far wall in a breathless crash. My ankle burned with cold. My leg shook uncontrollably. Mara covered me, half sobbing, half screaming. The thing behind the crack roared, a long, piercing sound not meant for human ears. The tear in the floor widened. The pale version of me lost his footing and stumbled backward. The creature grabbed him by his arm and yanked him away from the expanding tear. The pale version gasped out, Silas, duoer. The ground buckled beneath us. Stone split open. White limbs thrashed from the rift. The creature that used to be my brother shrieked again. Silas itis, philos itor itakas iverite ithing. Mara grabbed my face and forced my eyes toward her. Listen to me, she screamed. This isn't about becoming whole. This isn't fate. This isn't destiny. This is a ting that wants to eat you. Her voice cracked on the last word. The pale door behind us shook violently. Light pulsed through its seams. The creature behind the tear screamed one last time, EFIT guess O2, EVR Sion off YOUDS. The truth hit me with the weight of a falling wall. My father didn't seal the door to keep something safe. He sealed it to keep something contained. Something that knew me. Something that loved me wrong. Something that wanted a piece of me that wasn't meant to be touched. Something that had waited decades for the door to open again. Mara lifted me by my shoulders. Silas. Teach. Doar. I limped toward the pale stone frame as the chamber split open behind us. The thing thrashed closer.
Coma, it shrieked. Run!
The pale version yelled.
Help!
The creature sobbed. And I pressed my blood-covered hand to the pale door, just as the monster surged forward one last time. The moment my blood smeared across the pale door, the stone pulsed, once, twice, like something massive inhaled behind it. The cracks that spider-webbed across its surface flared with a brilliant white light that burned straight through my eyelids. A low, throbbing hum shuddered up my arm and into my chest, crawling beneath my skin like static. The door wasn't just reacting, it was waking. Behind me, the chamber collapsed piece by piece. Huge slabs of stone thundered to the ground, shaking the air so violently the dust rose like smoke. The rift in the floor widened, stretching, splitting, spitting out white limbs like an insect tearing through its cocoon. The creature inside the tear screamed, the same high, twisted cry that made the walls tremble. This time, though, there was a new tone beneath the fury, a tone that chilled my bones. Desperation.
Doan shishamo Charlie Iron.
It shrieked, its voice layering with dozens of thin, distorted echoes. Duyan leav me ellen, naut again, natien, naut agien. Its limbs lashed out, smashing the ground, cracking the pillars, slicing the air so sharply each swing sent stinging wind through my hair. Mara wrapped her arms around me from behind and forced my hand harder into the door.
Do IT, number before IT gets Tretraj!
My fingers trembled violently. Blood dripped between my knuckles, streaking down the pale stone and soaking into the cracks as if the door drank it. The light grew brighter, spreading through the carved symbols lining the frame. The pale version of myself stumbled toward us, his legs shaking, his eyes dimming. Faster. Yo, actual why owning o can scut IT. IT motorespo anion and else. I kano! I shouted, my voice breaking. I know. Just hold on. But the thing behind the tear didn't intend to wait. Two white limbs shot toward me, stretching far longer than should have been possible. Thin, sinewy, moving like torn cloth dragged by wind. One limb aimed for my ankle, the other straight for my throat. The creature that used to be my brother lunged between me and the attack, throwing its twisted body against the limbs like a shield. Its claws dug into the pale flesh, tearing chunks from the limbs as molten amber tears streamed down its deformed cheeks. It roared. Not in hunger this time, not in rage or confusion. In protection. No, now it shrieked as the limbs wrapped around its torso. You don't get him. You don't take him. The pale limbs squeezed. Bone cracked. Skin tore. The creature's back split open as it screamed.
Lait.
Hey, Gyo. Elias cried out as the creature writhed. June clamped her hands over her ears, sobbing uncontrollably. Kyle tried to reach for the creature to pull it free, but the floor beneath him crumbled, forcing him back. Mara's grip tightened on my waist as she screamed into my ear,
Fos! Kalos IT, Silos IT, Nando O Armia LDA!
I pressed harder. The pale door trembled beneath my palm, glowing brighter and brighter until the light stung the air like a sun being born. My fingertips burned. My wrist felt like it was splitting open. Pain crawled up my arm like 1,000 needles. The pale version of me limped closer, dragging his leg. Purasis th, PLSAEA E2OUSEHQY, through the blinding light, I saw the key glowing in my other hand, white, hot, trembling, vibrating in a rhythm that matched the door's pulse. I lifted it shakily. A white limb lashed out, slicing through the air toward me. Mara threw herself in front of it. No, not. It scraped inches from her face, cutting her cheek open like thin paper. Blood flew. Cal screamed her name. She didn't fall. She didn't pull away. She held onto me with both hands. And I slammed the key into the center of the pale door. The door reacted instantly. A shockwave launched outward, blasting the room with a deafening boom that shook the air so violently I felt my lungs rattle. The limbs froze midair. The creature holding them shrieked. A sound so piercing my knees buckled beneath me. White cracks spread across the door from the point where the key pierced it. Cracks that pulsed and spread outward until the entire door was nothing but a glowing web of intersecting lines. The pale version of me stumbled backward, shielding his eyes.
I test war can't guy!
The creature that used to be my brother screamed as the limbs crushed its ribs. RRY, BFRRIWD. A limb tore clean through him. Mara gasped. Fee, June screamed. Even Cal flinched as the creature's chest cavity splintered open, bright amber liquid pouring from its wounds like lava. Its limbs spasmed weakly. It whispered, voice tiny, "Don't leave me," and the pale limb impaled it a second time, ripping through its torso. No, I screamed, my throat tearing. The creature's body dropped limp. The limb lifted it and tossed it aside like a broken toy. Something in me cracked. Something deep, something old. A rage rose inside me so powerful that for a moment I forgot to breathe. I forgot the pain. I forgot the fear. I pressed the key deeper. The pale door blazed so bright it washed out the entire chamber. The cracks widened. The air shook. The ground split. The white limbs trembled and recoiled, twitching violently like they were being burned. The creature behind the door shrieked again, louder than before. Yo yot, miut, yo you cunt, no tias tayam. A massive limb surged forward. Larger than the others, thicker, glowing from within like something burning from the inside out. It slammed against the pale door, cracking the frame. Stone fell. Dust swept across us in a choking wave. The pale version of me shouted, Itis barbadaik I ngutcharo ugh finis I say it be far it plus tt do arbadoman. I pressed the key with both hands. The door screamed. Not physically, but with something deeper, a psychic screech that made blood drip from my nose. Reality stuttered. A shockwave burst from the door, flinging Mara away from me. She hit the ground and skidded across the stone. Cal ran toward her, yelling her name. Elias collapsed, covering his ears. June dropped to the ground, curling into herself. Another limb shot toward me. This time, the pale version of me threw himself into its path. It slammed into him, knocking him backward, slamming him against the far wall. He coughed, cracked, trembling, but forced himself back up. His glowing eyes dimmed, flickering like dying candles. Don't stop, he whispered. Just don't stop. I pressed harder. The pale door buckled inward. Light exploded outward, and the creature behind the tier screamed with a fury so intense the air warped and the walls bent like soft clay.
No! Yo, you are! Minine!
The limb shot forward, straight for my heart. Mara screamed. Cal lunged. Elias cried out. June sobbed. The limb hit, but something blocked it. A body. Not mine. The pale version of me stood between the limb and my chest, screaming in pain as the limb pierced through him instead. A glowing white burst shot from the wound. He didn't fall. He didn't weaken. He didn't give in. He pushed the limb back with both hands.
Sat!
He screamed, voice ripping apart.
TH dough?
The tears dripping from my eyes were hot enough to sting. I slammed the key one last time, and the pale door shattered, not into pieces, but into light. A thunderclap cracked through the chamber as a blinding sphere of white erupted from the doorframe and expanded outward, swallowing the limbs, the rift, the chamber, everything. The creature shrieked as its limbs burst like burned thread, collapsing into ash and scattered white dust. The rift sealed. The light faded. Silence fell. A silence so heavy it suffocated the air. The pale version of me collapsed, folding into himself like a dying flame. His eyes, dim, exhausted, flickering, looked up at me for one long, final moment. He whispered, "You finally chose." Then he dissolved into white dust. Not ash, not shadow. Dust, soft, faint, glowing for a moment before vanishing into the air. Mara scrambled toward me on scraped knees, wrapping me in her arms, sobbing. Cal rushed behind her. June and Elias staggered closer in shock. "Is it over?" Mara whispered. Before I could answer, the chamber trembled, small at first, then harder, harder, until dust poured from the ceiling and stone cracked beneath us. June screamed, "Oh, hat nauder to bhystisil. The pale doorframe glowed again. A symbol I hadn't noticed before, one carved into the stone's top center, lit up with fresh light. The house wasn't done. Something else had woken, something deeper, something older, something worse. Cal's voice dropped to a whisper. What did you release?" I stared at the glowing symbol. My chest tightened. My hands shook, because I recognized it. It was the mark my father warned me never to draw. The mark he protected me from. The mark the creature behind the door had tried to hide beneath its glow. The mark that meant First Parisenen Openini. And beneath it, faint but growing, another symbol began to glow. The one that meant Sasikso and Prisan Milidi and G. Mara grabbed my face, eyes wide. "Tell me. Tell me no Dubu." I swallowed hard, and whispered that wasn't the thing the house feared. For a moment, maybe a second, maybe an hour, maybe something in between, the chamber held still. Not quiet, still. A kind of unnatural stillness that didn't mean safety, only pause. Like the house was taking a breath before finishing a sentence. It had been trying to speak for years. The faint glow on the stone frame throbbed in a slow rhythm that matched the pulse in my neck. Even Mara seemed too stunned to speak. Her eyes locked onto the symbols above the empty frame where the pale door had stood. Cal swallowed hard, sweat streaking through the dust on his face. What do you mean? That wasn't it?" Elias slid down the nearest wall and sat trembling, his lips moving without sound. June pressed herself against his side, curled up like she was trying to disappear. Her eyes stayed pinned to the ruined floor where the creature, my twisted brother, had fallen. His broken body hadn't dissolved like the pale version. It lay there, half draped over the collapsed stones, twitching quietly, molten amber seeping from his ribs. Alive. Barely. But alive. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. Nothing in this room carried comfort anymore. Mara's voice cracked. Tell me exactly what you meant." I stared at the symbol glowing on the doorframe, stomach twisting until it felt like a knot of iron jammed under my ribs. The thin marking, almost invisible when the door had been whole, burned with a pale white light now, the edges forming a shape I hadn't seen since I was a child. A symbol my father carved into a wooden box when he thought I was asleep. A symbol he covered with tape. A symbol he prayed over every night. I had seen it before. "I don't think the thing behind that door was the first prison," I whispered. "I think that thing was just something trapped inside it." Mara flinched.
Just. That thing nearly tore you in half. I know. You know. Her hands shook as she grabbed my shirt. You know.
"How can you be calm right now?" "I'm not calm," I whispered. "I'm terrified." She looked into my eyes, and I think she finally understood. This terror was older, deeper, heavier. Cal stepped forward. "What the hell is second prison waiting? What does that mean?" Elias whispered. I don't think I can take more of this," June whimpered, curling tighter. I pointed toward the glowing mark on the frame. "That symbol, my father showed it to me when I was small. He said it was a warning, a boundary, a marker that meant something was contained behind a barrier." Cal blinked fast. "The thing behind the door." "No," I shook my head slowly. "Not that thing. Something else. Something deeper." Mara looked back at the frame. Deeper. Are you telling me there's worse? The chamber answered her, not with words, with sound. A low, dragging inhale vibrated through the stones under our feet, long, slow, impossibly deep. Like the entire house had lungs buried underground. Dust drifted down from the ceiling in lazy spirals. The walls creaked as if they were swelling outward. The house was waking, and it wasn't waking because something escaped. It was waking because something else expected us. June pressed her face into Elias's side and sobbed, "No, no more. Please, no more." Elias tried to speak, but his voice cracked apart. "Please, I can't keep doing this." Cal took a step away from the doorframe. "We have to leave." The house took another deep inhale. The ground dipped under us, as if the breath had pulled the entire room downward for a moment. Cal whispered, "We have to go." "No, no." But the house exhaled. A low, rattling sigh rolled through the chamber, shaking the stones. The glow above the doorframe flared. A second symbol, hidden beneath dust and old scratches, flashed faintly beneath the first. A second prison, a second containment. A second thing locked behind reality, and it had felt the first being disturbed. Mara tugged at my arm. "We're leaving. We can't open another door. We can't survive another creature." That thing, I whispered, wasn't supposed to be inside the house. It was kept away from the house. My father didn't want it to touch the house. Cal froze. "What does that even mean?" "It means," I whispered, "he was protecting the house from it." Mara stared at me as if I'd lost my mind. Why would he protect this hellhole from An Tyen? I stared at the doorframe, at the glowing symbols, at the faint cracks starting to appear in the stone. Because if the first creature got out, I swallowed. The second one might wake up. June sobbed harder. "Which why? Why is there Aelbuas something else? Why isn't anything done?" Elias looked at me with hollow eyes. "Tell me you're wrong. Tell me you're mistaken. Tell me that thing was the worst of it." I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But the house breathed again, this time deeper. The chamber floor shook. Far below, a sound like chains sliding across stone echoed upward. Slow, heavy, intentional. Mara moved in front of me, blocking my view of the doorframe. "I don't care what wakes up next. You are not dying here." Cal moved beside her, jaw tight. "We're not going near that door." Elias nodded faintly. "We need to go back up, back to the tunnels. Anywhere but here." June cried. "Please, please, can we go?" I should have agreed. I should have grabbed Mara's hand, run with Cal, carried June, forced Elias to move. Done anything except stare at the glowing marks. But something about the symbols rooted me in place. Something familiar. Something terrible. That same faint whisper of memory curved around the inside of my skull. Not a spoken voice. Not the creature. Not the pale version. This one was older, fainter, softer. A memory buried beneath the house. A woman's voice. My mother. "If the second mark ever glows, run. Run and don't look back." I staggered. The house breathed again. Louder, the symbol flared brighter. A deep, rumbling beat thudded beneath the floor. Slow, rhythmic, steady, like a heartbeat. Mara followed my gaze, turned toward the frame, saw the glow intensify. Her breath caught in her throat. "What is it doing?" The stone around the frame cracked. Dust fell in thin sheets. Something moved behind the wall. Not like limbs, not like steps. Like shifting weight. Something turning. Something adjusting its position. Something enormous. Cal took June's hand. "We're leaving right now." Mara grabbed my arm again. "Movi." But I couldn't. Not yet. The pale version of me had died, stopping the first creature from escaping into the house. My brother had been crushed, trying to defend me from something hungrier than he ever was. My father, God knows what he became trying to stop the second prison from waking. And I was the reason the first door shattered. The reason the house breathed deeper. The reason the second mark glowed. I whispered, "It's waking because of me." Mara's voice cracked in panic. "No, it's waking because of the Doar, not because of you." I shook my head. "It's waking because it feels me. Elias whimpered. Why? Why would it feel woe you? Because I was supposed to keep the first creature sealed, I whispered, and the house tied me to the second one too. June pulled on Cal's sleeve. Please, I don't want to die, please. Cal squeezed her hand. We're going. He stepped toward me. You're coming with us even if I have to drag you. The ground shook again. Something behind the wall exhaled. Not air. Heat. Hot. Stale. Ancient heat seeped through the cracks of the doorframe, carrying a smell so thick it coated the back of my throat. Like old stone, dried blood, and something metallic. The house responded with a groan that vibrated through every inch of the chamber. The symbol on the frame split open. Just a hairline crack, enough to let a sliver of red light pierce the room. June screamed. Elias grabbed her. Cal's eyes widened in horror. Mara stepped in front of me again, shaking. Don't go near it. I won't, I whispered. But the red light grew brighter, pulsing softly. Thump. 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 Slow. Measured. Aware. And then something tapped the other side of the stone. 3 slow taps, like fingernails. Knuckles. Or something thicker. Tap. 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 The symbols dimmed, then flared with fresh light. The crack widened a millimeter. A sliver of red widened into a thin, glowing line. The room went silent. Not silent from lack of noise. Silent because everything in the house held its breath. Elias whispered, voice breaking, "What is that?" I stared at the shape of the crack, feeling something old waking inside me, something that made every nerve shake in dread. Something deep in my memory whispered, "It isn't a creature." Cal swallowed. Then what is it? I whispered the truth nobody wanted. Well, it's a person. Mara froze.
A person! A person!
Who? Who is inside that? The wall throbbed once. Red pulsed outward, and a voice, soft, hoarse but human, spoke from behind the stone. Not a monster's voice. Not a creature. Not a nightmare. A man's voice. A voice I hadn't heard since I was a child. A voice I had assumed was long dead. A voice I had mourned and hated and forgiven and buried in equal measure. Son, my knees buckled. The breath left my lungs. The voice whispered again, "Open the second door." For a second I truly thought I had imagined it, some last trick of the house scraping at the last sane corner of my mind. But then the voice came again, clearer this time, sliding through the crack in the wall like warm breath through winter air. "Asan, open the door." Mara staggered backward so fast she almost tripped over broken stone. Cal grabbed her arm to steady her, but his eyes stayed glued to the glowing crack in the wall, wide and dark with shock. June pressed her face into Elias again, shaking so hard it looked like her bones were rattling inside her skin. Elias whispered, "That's not real. That's not real. That's Nautrael." But it was real. I knew that voice. I knew it from nights when I slept on the floor beside him, because the rituals upstairs were too loud. I knew it from stories he whispered to me in the dark to drown out the house's humming. I knew it from every moment of fear, every moment of safety. Every moment he tried to protect me and failed, but tried anyway. I knew it from the night he shoved me behind a cabinet and told me to hide, no matter what I heard. My father alive, behind the second door. Mara grabbed the front of my shirt, pulling me down to her eye level. No, 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 no. You listen to me. You listen to me, Salasel. You are not opening that door. Cal stepped beside her. We're not going through this again. The first thing nearly killed all of us. We're not touching the second one. Elias nodded violently. I don't care who's behind it. The answer is no. June sobbed harder. But the voice behind the wall spoke again, soft, tired, almost pleading, "Please, I've waited so long. Let me out." The symbol above the doorframe pulsed. The crack widened another fraction. A faint red glow spilled from the sliver, painting the dust swirling in the air. I stumbled closer without meaning to, pulled by something between instinct and memory. My father's voice, older now, strained dry, echoed again. "I know you're there." My breath shook. "Dad," Mara yanked me back. "Doan." Cal positioned himself in front of me. You're staying away from that. I stared at the glowing crack. He's alive. No? Mara snapped. He's not. He can't be. We saw what this house does. We saw what it turns people into. Cal nodded. Whatever is in there is not your father. But I couldn't hear them anymore. I only heard the voice behind the wall. I'm not the house. I'm not the thing you fought. I'm your father. My pulse hammered. Memories crashed over me. My father carrying me through the forest under moonlight. My father burning the old journals in the fireplace while crying. My father grabbing the first creature, my brother, and pulling him away from me as it transformed. My father screaming as the house dragged him into the basement on the night everything ended. We thought the house killed him. We thought he was gone. But the voice behind the wall said I survived. Mara moved between me and the crack. No, you need to calm down. You're not thinking straight. The house is USI and you, but the voice wasn't the house's voice. It wasn't echoing. It wasn't distorted. It wasn't layered or twisted. It didn't sound hungry or manipulative. It sounded like a man who had cried so long he had no tears left. Son, the voice said, quieter than before. I know what you think. You think I'm changed, or copying, or the house pretending. But I am me, my legs shook. I whispered, Dad, how are you alive? A long pause swelled behind the wall. Then, because I never left, Mara trembled. Don't answer. Don't talk to it. Please. Cal tightened his grip on the flashlight until it shook. Ask it something only he'd know. I swallowed. What happened the night the house took you? The room held its breath. The red crack pulsed. And my father's voice, broken, hoarse, spoke, I told you to hide. You didn't listen. You followed me. You grabbed my sleeve and said, don't go back down there. My throat tightened. And I said, my father continued, voice shaking now, that the house didn't want you. It wanted me. But I was wrong. It wanted both of us. Cal swallowed hard. Mara's shoulders tensed. June whimpered softly. Elias buried his face in his hands. The voice grew stronger. I pushed you away. I locked you upstairs because I thought the ritual room's barrier would keep you out. It only kept me in. It sealed the door behind me. I thought you escaped. I prayed you did. My chest felt like it was being crushed. He continued, I waited for years in the dark, listening to the house breathe, listening to the others scream. A shiver tore through my spine. I felt something open tonight, the first door. And I felt you. I knew it was you. I knew you'd come back. Mara whispered. Stop listening, please stop listening. But I stepped toward the wall anyway. Cal blocked me. Don't do this. Don't you dare do this. A faint clinking sound hit the other side of the stone. Metal rattling lightly, dragging across stone. My father cleared his throat softly. I have something for you. Something slid across the crack, just enough to push a small, rusted object through the gap and onto the chamber floor. It landed with a clink. We all stared at it. A ring, a silver ring, bent, tarnished, and unmistakable. My father's wedding ring. The one he never took off. The one he swore he'd wear until death. Mara's face drained of color. No, Elias whispered. That can't be. June shook her head violently. The house of the house planted that. Cal didn't speak. Because he knew the truth. The house never made small things. It didn't copy sentimental objects. It didn't mimic specific items like that. It consumed and twisted, yes, but it didn't craft delicate memories into metal. My hand drifted toward the ring. Mara slapped it away.
I don't tell you chat.
My father's voice deepened, tired, pleading, please. I've waited so long. Let me out. Let me see you. Let me know you survived. The ring glinted red under the glow. My chest tightened until it hurt to breathe. Mara stepped between me and the crack again. This is wrong. This is wrong. All of this is wrong. Nothing good survives down here. The house breathed again, this time with a low rumble beneath the floor, like chains dragging across rock far below. The crack widened. The glow deepened from faint red to bright crimson. The symbols flared, I whispered, "Dad, I'm scared." A long breath drifted through the crack, warm and steady. "I know. That's why you need me."
Mara screamed, "No!"
Cal grabbed my shoulder. "Look at me. Look at me. You don't open that door." Elias began muttering broken prayers. June trembled violently, hugging her knees. The creature that used to be my brother groaned weakly from the corner, and my father whispered, "I can help you finish what I started." My blood ran cold. Cal's grip tightened. "What did you start?" My father answered, "Ending the house." Mara stepped back in disbelief. "Ending the house? Hill, your father wanted to end the house." The voice sighed. "Yes, I nearly did." The walls groaned. The ground trembled. Dust fell like soft rain. And then my father's voice dropped to a whisper. "But I failed because I didn't have the key." The chamber froze. Every hair on my arms lifted. Mara stepped back slowly. "What key?" My father spoke again. "The one you're holding." Cal's jaw dropped. Elias looked up in terror. June choked on her breath. Mara shook her head violently. No, no. He doesn't know about the key. He can't. He can't. But he did. He knew everything. I stared at the glowing crack and whispered, "Dad, how do you know about the key?" The voice behind the door hesitated. Just 1 second. Barely noticeable. But enough. Mara saw it too. She whispered, "Don't answer him." That pause. Did you hear it? He paused. That wasn't natural. The voice came again, smoother now. "The house showed me." My stomach dropped. "The house," I repeated. "The house showed you." "Yes." Yet the voice answered quickly. It whispered to me. It taught me. It told me everything I needed to survive. "'Cause," Mara covered her mouth, horrified. "The house taught him." Cal backed up a step. No, that means," Elias whispered, "he's not your father anymore." June sobbed quietly. Please don't open it." The voice grew sharper. "I can save you. I can show you how to stop the house." The ring at my feet trembled. Just slightly. Not from the tremor in the ground. From something else. The voice behind the wall took a deeper tone. Less fatherly now, more commanding. "Open the door, son." My spine stiffened. Mara's eyes widened. "Did you hear that? That tone. That wasn't him." I whispered, "Dad never ordered me." The voice corrected itself quickly. "Please." I meant, "Please open it." The ring trembled again. Cal put a hand over his mouth. "It's controlling the ring." Elias gasped. June screamed. Mara grabbed my hand. "It's not him," she whispered, tears streaking through the dust on her face. "Whatever is behind that door is not your dad." My chest shook. My father's voice spoke again. This time. "Wrong. Son, let me out. I need your help." My heart dropped. Because the next thing it said was not something my father would ever say. "You owe me." I froze. And in that frozen silence, Mara whispered the truth I didn't dare speak. That thing behind the wall isn't calling to you because you're his son. She swallowed hard. It's calling to you because you're the key. The symbol above the doorframe blazed brighter. The crack widened again. Red swallowed the room. Something on the other side shifted closer, heavy, deliberate, smiling without a mouth. My father's voice whispered, "Come on, son. Let me out." For a heartbeat. One fragile, trembling heartbeat. I almost stepped forward. Almost. The crack in the wall glowed a soft, pulsing red, like a wound infected with light. My father's voice drifted through the opening with an uncanny tenderness, just a little too soft. A little too patient, a little too perfectly broken. It was the voice he used when I had nightmares, when he tried to pull me back from fear, when he wanted me to trust him. And that was the problem. It was perfect. Too perfect. Mara tightened her grip on my arm until her nails dug trenches into my skin. "Look at me," she whispered, breath shaking. "Don't look at that crack. Don't listen to that voice." Cal moved closer, jaw locked so tight the muscle in his cheek twitched. Elias shivered violently. His hands pressed against his ears as if shutting out the world. June held onto him with both arms, her face buried in his shoulder. Behind them, my brother's broken form twitched, dragging shallow breaths. He struggled to lift his head. molten amber dripping from his jaw, as he whispered something I couldn't hear. But the voice behind the crack, my father's voice, cut through all of it, smooth and steady. "You've grown," it whispered. "I knew you would." I swallowed. "Dad, yes," it breathed. "I'm here. I'm right here." Mara jerked my face toward hers, forcing me to see her wide, terrified eyes. "He's not. He is not. That is not your father." Cal nodded hard. "You know it's not him." You hayard the pause. The crack glowed brighter, the red deepening into something darker. Something warm and wet looking. Something like blood smoldering. My father's voice softened further. "You're scared. Let me help." "No," Mara whispered. "He's trying to make you forget what he said before." I closed my eyes, trying to think, trying to breathe. But the house didn't want me thinking. It wanted me listening. And the voice behind the door knew exactly how to fill the silence. "Remember the night I saved you?" A memory flickered. Me at 7, tangled in blankets as the house shrieked and thrashed with storms outside. My father had scooped me up and carried me down the stairs, whispering in my ear that I wasn't safe upstairs tonight. He pressed a blanket to my chest and told me to keep it still, to pretend I was invisible. He was shaking. I hadn't noticed it back then. But now I remembered every tremble. The voice spoke again. "You cried into my shirt, and I held you until morning. You remember that, don't you?" Mara shook her head. "He's digging through your memories." Elias whimpered. "He's copying them." Cal stepped in front of me, blocking the crack. "He's not your dad. Your dad is gone." I looked past him. I didn't see him die. Cal froze. Mara stiffened. June lifted her head slowly, her eyes red. We thought you said he." "I said the house took him," I whispered. "I never saw him die. Not with my eyes. And now you think he's behind Tat." Mara pointed at the crack, her fingers trembling. That voice didn't sound human. It sounded like it's wearing his throat. The crack pulsed brighter. My father, if it was him, spoke again, his voice shifting ever so slightly, a tinge of impatience coiling beneath the surface. "You found the key. I taught you how to hold it." A cold chill snapped through my spine. He did teach me something like that once. But not a key. Not exactly. He taught me how to hold a knife steady when I had to cut rope too thick for my small hands. He told me, "Keep the wrist firm, not the fingers. Let it be an extension, not a tool." He never spoke about keys. Not once. Mara whispered, "He's messing up." Cal's voice dropped to a low, steady tone. "Ask it something only your father knew. Something private." I nodded faintly and stepped closer. The crack warmed the air around it with a faint metallic smell, iron and dust, mixing into something familiar. I took a deep, shaking breath. "What was the name of the toy I carried when I was 5? I whispered. "The one you said I couldn't sleep without." Silence. A long, wrong silence. Then, the voice behind the crack softened again too quickly. "You carried so many toys." My stomach sank. One had a blue ribbon, it tried. "No," I whispered. "A bear, no. A doll, no. A cloth, stiop," I snapped. The voice behind the wall cut off instantly. Mara grabbed my arm. "See."
See.
It can't answer. It's not him. It's just guessing. The crack dimmed. The house trembled. But then, my father's voice came again. This time lower, blunter, sharper. "You think childish things matter. You think toys matter now?" Mara's breath stopped. Cal backed up a step. Elias shook harder. June's lip quivered. I stared at the door. A dad never spoke like that. "People change," the voice said quickly. "No," I whispered. "Not like that." A faint growl rumbled behind the wall. Not animal, not human, but something between breath and friction. As though stone rubbed against stone deep inside a throat. The voice dropped the softness, dropped the tremble, dropped the pleading, dropped the memories. What remained wasn't my father. "Open the door, boy." Mara recoiled. "Tats it. That's the real voice." Cal stepped in front of me again, blocking the crack with his torso. "Back up, or IGHT now." But the crack widened more. Not slowly this time. With a sudden jerk. Red light spilled out in a thin beam, slicing across the floor into the center of the chamber. The stone blackened where the beam touched it, smoke rising from the burned path. June screamed. Elias ducked and covered her. Cal pulled me behind him. Mara grabbed my hand so tight it shook. The voice behind the wall grew louder, still my father's tone, but twisted into something commanding, hungry, furious. I didn't wait all these years for you to run. The house vibrated. Dust fell in sheets. Stone trembled. Heat radiated from the crack. My father, whatever was left of him, growled, "Do not make me ask again." Mara shouted back at the wall,
Sakti OP! Yo, Renault has 5, sir!
The crack widened another inch. Heat blasted through the chamber, carrying the coppery smell of rust and rot. A hand emerged, human-shaped, human-sized. Too human. Pale skin, long fingers, trembling, smudged with grime and dried blood, wrist scarred with deep gouges. Mara took a step back, whispering, "Oh God, no, no." Cal raised a piece of debris like a weapon. "Don't you come out of there. Don't you dare." Elias cried, "Please, please, let's get out of this room." June sobbed with her full body. I stared at the hand. It was exactly my father's hand. The scar across the knuckle. The bend in the finger he broke years ago. The faint burn mark from when he grabbed a candle too quickly. Everything matched. Everything. Except one thing. The nails, they were too long. Too black. Too sharp. The hand reached toward me. My heart pounded against my ribs. My father's voice whispered, "Come here, son." Then, in a lower tone, one not meant to be heard, "You were born for this." Mara shoved me backward, Eno-UH, and she did something no one else dared to do. She stepped between me and the hand. Cal hissed, "Mara, Movoi!" She didn't. Her voice trembled with rage. "You think you can trick him? You think you can tell K like his father, and he'll just open a duo far you?" The hand paused in midair. Mara pointed at it. "You're a joke, a bad copy. A stupid, sloppy trick. If the real man was behind that wall, he would tell me to get him out of here," before he said a word to his son. The voice behind the wall hissed. A deep, sharp, rattling hiss. "Move aside, girl." "No," she said. My father would have thanked her. This thing threatened her. Cal shouted, "Everyone baka bubbo ay," but the hand grabbed the edge of the crack and pulled. Hard. The crack WNCH opened another foot. The red light burst outward. The heat intensified. And the chamber shook with a roar so deep it rattled my teeth and burst blood vessels in June's nose. The house wasn't holding something inside. It was holding something back. Mara stumbled as the ground buckled. Cal grabbed her. Elias screamed. June curled into a ball. The hand behind the door reached out again and changed. The skin split. The fingers lengthened. The nails sharpened into points. Dark veins bulged across the forearm. Bones twisted beneath the flesh. And the voice, no longer even pretending to be human, growled open the door. KY, not son, not boy, not anything human. Key, like I wasn't a person, just a tool.
Mara yelled, "Run!"
But the house had other plans. The wall cracked downward, splitting open like a wound. Light poured through, red, hot, flickering like a furnace behind stone. I grabbed Mara's wrist.
"Oh, no."
Cal shoved Elias and June toward the other end of the chamber.
Joe,
The ground split beneath our feet. A massive crack, wide enough to fall into. Heat surged upward. Another roar shook the chamber. The hand reached further, now longer, bonier. Veins pulsing under the skin. It wasn't my father anymore. It had never been my father. It was something wearing his memories like a mask. Mara screamed, "Duat lock!"
run!
And then, through the roar, through the cracking stone, through the red light, through the terror, the creature that used to be my brother lifted its head, barely conscious, barely alive. It locked its molten eyes onto me and whispered one broken, eye-burning warning, D-O-N-T-E, Chiem, O-U-T. The hand lunged. The wall split. The house roared. And something enormous woke on the other side. The wall didn't simply crack open. It peeled, as if fingers behind it dug into the stone and tore it apart like damp paper. Red light sprayed through the widening gap, harsh and pulsing. staining the air with a rotten heat that carried the faint scent of old copper and scorched earth. The hand that reached through no longer pretended to be human. The skin crawled with shifting veins, the nails lengthened into curved hooks, and the bones bent at angles bones should not bend. Every joint bulged and snapped softly, like the creature was adjusting itself to fit through an opening far too small. Behind the hand, something massive shifted, something with weight, something with breath, something that made the stone beneath us tremble, as though the house itself feared what was waking. Mara grabbed my shoulders and shoved me backwards so hard I stumbled and hit the ground.
Move!
She screamed, her voice shredding. God, I owe you a chow. Cal lunged forward, swinging a broken stone slab with both hands. He struck the reaching arm with every ounce of strength in him. But the impact didn't push the limb back. It didn't flinch. It didn't stop. Instead, the creature growled, a low, vibrating rumble that traveled up the arm and into the walls. Cal staggered back. It didn't even feel that. The hand groped forward, fingers brushing the floor. The hooks where nails should have been scraped the stone, leaving long red, hot trails that hissed and smoked. Elias cried out as the chamber trembled again. June clutched the melted remains of a pillar, sobbing uncontrollably. The creature that used to be my brother writhed in the corner, every breath broken, but his molten eyes stayed locked on me. Ron, he whispered, voice thin as dying embers. Ron, but running felt pointless. The house wasn't letting us go. The air thickened, heavy, unbearable. Each breath tasted like iron and ash. The light from behind the wall flickered, dimmed, surged brighter. Dimmed again, as though whatever was behind it was breathing in slow, rhythmic pulls. Then the voice came. No longer my father's voice. No longer pretending. No longer soft. This voice crawled out of the widening gap like smoke rising from a burning throat. I can see you. My stomach dropped to my feet. The voice vibrated through the chamber with a weight that didn't belong to any human tone. It moved inside my head, my chest, my bones. Mara froze. Cal stared in horror. Elias covered June's ears. June buried her face in his shoulder. The voice slid through the crack again, this time with a chilling familiarity. Come closer. Let me look at you, my key. My blood turned cold. It knew. It knew. It knew what the first creature hinted at. It knew what my father fought to stop. It knew what the house whispered for years. It knew I was connected to it. The crack tore further, the red light swelling and filling the chamber with a heavy, hot haze. A second hand slipped through, larger, darker, veins glowing red like embers under the skin. The two hands grasped the split wall and pulled. Stone groaned. The house shook. Dust rained down in thick sheets. The gap widened enough to see something behind it. Not a face. Not yet. Just an enormous shadow, shifting like a figure crouched in a narrow space. Its skin glowed faintly, red lines running across it like molten cracks in cooled stone. It didn't fit. It was far too large for the space behind the wall, too wide, too tall, too twisted. But it didn't care. It intended to force itself through anyway. Mara screamed, Jet UP, Movo. Cal dragged Elias and June backward. Elias didn't fight. June was too overwhelmed to stand. He pulled her until her feet scraped across the stone. I forced myself up, heart slamming in my chest. But the moment I stepped back, the creature behind the wall spoke again. Softly. Intimately. Don't run from me. It didn't shout. It didn't snarl. It didn't threaten. It just spoke. Like it knew I could hear it better that way. Like it knew whispering had more power than roaring. Something inside me locked my feet in place. Something ancient. Something familiar. Something buried deep enough that digging it out now felt like tugging on the edge of a memory I wasn't supposed to remember. The creature whispered my full name. My full name. Not the one I use now. Not the one Mara or Cal or Elias or June knew. Not the shortened version I grew up with. My first name. The complete one from the birth certificate I saw once, long ago. Before the house took everything. Come to me, Dada. My knees buckled. Mara's head snapped toward me.
No, he knows your name.
Cal's face drained of all color. How the hell? How would it possibly know that? June screamed. Elias dragged her further, trying to get her behind a half-collapsed pillar for cover. The creature behind the wall chuckled. A slow, grinding chuckle, like stone crushing stone. You were born beside my door. My heart stopped. What? The creature continued, savoring the words the way the first creature savored fear. Your father tried to hide you. But I felt your first breath. I felt your first cry. I felt your name before he ever spoke it. Mara shook her head violently. But the creature wasn't talking to her. It was talking to me. Only me. Your father carved my mark onto you, it purred. A small one. A tiny one. Barely visible. But it tied us together. It let me taste your heartbeat. No, I whispered. No, he didn't. A memory flickered. I was too young to remember clearly. Just flashes of an image. My father crouched over me, holding a small wooden needle dipped in something dark. He said it was protection. He said it was a ward. He said it would keep the house away from me. He carved something on my shoulder blade. I always assumed it was ink. I never checked. The creature behind the wall leaned closer. Red cracked skin slid into the sliver of view. A piece of a cheek, a portion of a jaw, a fragment of a mouth. Its mouth wasn't human. It wasn't even trying to be. It curved upward in jagged angles. Teeth like broken glass jutted from its gums. And it smiled at me. I've been waiting for my mark to return. Mara shoved me backward again. Movi, Nundu. But she hadn't noticed the worst part. The light behind the creature wasn't red because of heat. The wall wasn't glowing because of energy. It glowed because something was burning. Something alive. Bodies. Dozens. Hundreds. Human silhouettes flickered in the firelight behind the creature. Twisted shapes bound by something I couldn't fully see. Something in chains. Something broken. Their skin glowed faintly red from the same heat filling the chamber. They weren't screaming. They weren't moving. They looked trapped. My stomach twisted into knots. What is that? I breathed. The creature laughed, my core. Mara screamed, Do Lyston.
Movo!
Cal ran toward me again. We are Leaviangirai GHT Nog. But the creature spoke once more, and this time it didn't speak with a voice. It spoke with a feeling. A sharp, sudden pulse that slammed into my skull like a fist. Pain burst behind my eyes. A memory flooded in, a woman screaming in a dark room, a newborn crying, a hand, my father's hand, holding something carved in bone. The second door glowing behind him, a symbol etched into my skin. My father's voice, please stay asleep. You can't remember this, you can't. Then darkness. And now the creature whispered, he marked you on my altar. My breath vanished. I staggered. No, I whispered. That's not true. That's not, it is, the creature hissed. You weren't born from love. You were born from fear. Mara slapped her hands over my ears.
Stiop, Lestenengi!
Stiop, but it was too late. The creature didn't need my ears anymore. It spoke inside my head. Open the second door, and I will tell you the rest. Mara grabbed my face. It's lying. It is Liang Lesten to me. You don't open Angi call reinforced her. If you open that door, no one here makes it out alive, not you. Not us. Not anyone who ever steps foot inside this place again. June shrieked as the creature pushed its face closer to the widening crack. Elias shielded her while shaking from head to toe. The creature inhaled. The entire room pulled inward. Air, dust, heat, dragged toward the crack, as though it wanted to suck the chamber empty. Then it whispered, you belong to me. Mara lost all composure. Run! Cal grabbed my arm. Ovi. Numb. Something behind the wall took a step forward. A heavy, shaking step. Chains clattered. The stone groaned. And a massive shadow shifted, filling the entire crack with red light. The creature lowered its head toward the opening. A sliver of its eye, glowing gold, red like heated metal, stared directly at me. It whispered one last time, "Come home." And the second door began to open on its own. The stone wall didn't crack gently. It lurched, as if some unseen force behind it drove a shoulder into the barrier with the full weight of a buried world. The red glow sprayed outward like a burst vein, throwing streaks of light across the chamber that danced over the jagged debris, the trembling floor, the shaking bodies of everyone who hadn't already collapsed in terror. I felt the temperature rise instantly, like the house exhaled boiling air into the room. My skin prickled. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Every breath tasted like rust and heat, and something old enough to be dust before dust existed. The second door wasn't a door. It was a wound forced open. Mara pulled me backward, stumbling on the loose stones. Call slammed his shoulder against mine, trying to push me toward the far corridor. "Movie," he shouted, voice cracking under the shaking ground. "The doors opening on its own. Run!" But I didn't move. I couldn't. Not because of fear, though I was drowning in it, but because the red light was pulling at something inside me, something deep and unwilling to let go. My stomach twisted. My throat burned. Every beat of my heart felt like a hammer. There was a connection between me and that light. Thin, invisible, but unmistakable. Like a string pulled tight from my chest to the crack in the wall. Call grit his teeth.
He's not moving. Grab him.
Mara grabbed one arm. Call grabbed the other. Elias and June clung to each other, paralyzed in terror. Even the creature that used to be my brother lifted its shaking head, forcing its twisted neck to angle toward the second door, with wide, molten eyes. Then the voice came again, not loud, not deep, not roaring, soft, so soft I barely heard it, closer. My muscles tightened without permission. My legs trembled. The string inside me pulled harder. I felt myself leaning toward the red. Mara yanked my arm so hard pain shot through my shoulder. "Stup snepot of it, doliniti it control you," Cal pulled too. "Don't lustum, doubt evilo cod it." But the creature behind the second door was no longer whispering into the room. It was whispering into me. "You were made for this." The crack tore open wider. Stone exploded outward in chunks. Dust billowed through the chamber, thick and choking. Hot air blasted out like a furnace being opened after decades. The heat knocked Mara and Cal backward. They landed hard, sliding on the uneven floor. I fell to my knees, coughing, my eyes burning. That was when the sound came through. Not a growl, not a roar. Not a voice. A chain dragging. Metal scraping stone in long, jagged strokes. June screamed and covered her ears. Elias wrapped his arms around her, trembling, eyes wide in horror as the dragging grew louder. SCHK, SCHK, SCHK. Something huge was moving behind the wall. Something bound. Something strong enough to pull chains thicker than my wrist. The crack widened enough for a sliver of the creature to show. Not a face. Not yet. Just a shoulder. If it was a shoulder. The piece of it we saw was covered in rough, dark skin lined with red cracks. Glowing like cooled magma struck by a fresh blow. Each crack pulsed with heat, dripping a faint glow into the air. Thick iron chains wrapped around the creature's body in tangled loops. Some sunk so deep into the skin that red light oozed around the metal like blood that wasn't allowed to bleed. Mara scrambled back, dragging me with her. No. Cal seized my other arm,
Jetiop movie.
but the creature behind the wall leaned forward, pressing one huge hand through the widening gap, fingers long and sharp, knuckles cracking like bones snapping under pressure. It smelled the air. It smelled me. A deep inhale vibrated through the chamber, rattling the stones beneath us. Then the creature whispered, not with my father's stolen voice, not with anything human, but with a tone like fire speaking through smoke. "You're right here." My pulse slammed into my throat. The heat rose. The red grew brighter. The chains clattered louder. The crack split wider again with a thunderous CRASK, and the creature pulled itself closer, lifting its head toward the light. Its second hand gripped the broken edge of the stone, claws digging in. More cracks spiderwebbed across the wall. Another convulsive push, and a third of the creature's massive torso slid into view, bound tightly by chains that strained and rattled with every shift of its weight. Its face remained hidden behind the remaining wall, as if the house itself resisted letting that part through. Mara dragged herself to me again, coughing dust, eyes red. Ron, PLAS, com aobadi hands constel gaitek oay, JUS com owen, but my legs wouldn't move. The creature knew that. It shoved its arm further through the gap, claws scraping toward the ground. The red glow illuminated the chamber fully now, casting everything in shades of blood and fire. The voice inside me whispered again, "You belong to your mark." My breath hitched. My chest tightened. Something under my skin pulsed hot. Mara froze. "What's happening to you?" Cal shouted, under Haiti SAT DUI and Jew. RECDDITGUST do. I didn't know. I just knew something was burning beneath my shoulder blade, right where my father carved the protective symbol when I was a child. My skin blistered. My muscles spasmed. I gasped and grabbed my back. It burns. Something's...
Oh, God!
The creature behind the wall chuckled. Not loud. Not triumphant. Satisfied. My mark wakes.
Mara screamed, "GTOA wafam!"
Cal tried to lift me, but the heat radiating off my skin burned his hand. He jerked back with a shout. "Itis kuldis ilg he haste bjarn INGUP." And the creature continued. "The first creature nearly ruined you. The pale one tried to take you. But it pulled on the wall again. Another chunk collapsed. The chamber shook. Elias yelled for help. June sobbed. My brother dragged himself a few inches closer, voice weak but desperate. "Don't let him take you." The creature's eye, just one, slid into view through the crack. Its pupil glowed bright gold. The sclera shimmered red. A thin, vertical line carved through the iris. It stared at me, and only me. "I am the original," it whispered. "The first. The one your father feared above all." I tried to crawl backward, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as if something was pulling me forward through my own bones. Mara slapped my cheek hard. "Lo ok kamami, stegadurdi my hadalate it pel el yo you." But the creature's eye widened, as if amused. "You were born in my shadow." The burning on my back intensified until I screamed, clawing at the skin. "You carry my mark." I gasped. "No, no, no." The creature leaned forward. "And now I carry yours." The chamber shook harder, chains snapped one at a time. Silange. Dust burst from the wall. Silange. Stone rained down. Silange. The house moaned. The creature behind the wall roared, not in anger, but in relief. FRI. Mara grabbed my face again, desperation breaking her voice in half. "Wnin tio giro duienia tio geti odof tesarom, odof techeslaviel. OTOF tas bubziaego." Cal pulled her back. "The floor."
It's cracking! Move!
Elias screamed. "W. Ranin and Ginobudo. Rght nog. Jani Kamonen." But the creature slammed one massive hand against the opening, widening the crack further. Red light burst outward like a sudden sunrise. Heat swept across the room in a wave. The creature whispered one more thing as the final chain snapped. "Come home to me, Key." Then bloom. The second door exploded inward. Stone flew across the chamber. The floor collapsed. A massive shockwave flung Mara, Cal, Elias, and June backward. And I was dragged toward the creature. Hands reached for me, not my friends, not the house. The creature itself. Mara screamed my name. Cal shouted for me to grab something. Elias begged God. June screamed. My brother, even in his broken shape, forced himself forward, but the creature grabbed my ankle. The heat seared my skin. My vision went white. My mark burned like fire. And the last thing I heard before the world vanished, "You returned to me." The moment the creature's hand clamped around my ankle, the world didn't simply twist. It folded, like someone grabbed the edges of reality and snapped it inward. Sound vanished first. All the screams, the collapsing stone, the groaning house, everything cut to nothing in a single violent blink. Then sight dissolved, not into darkness, but into a red blur, smeared like blood dragged across glass. My stomach lurched. My bones vibrated. My lungs forgot how to breathe. I felt myself being pulled downward, not falling, not dropping, but sinking, like gravity had flipped and was pulling me in reverse through some unseen throat in the world. The creature's grip tightened. Heat radiated through my leg, spreading like molten metal. It didn't burn flesh. It burned deeper, like it wanted to melt nerve endings themselves. I clawed at anything my fingers brushed past. Stone, dust, loose gravel, but everything slipped away like water. Then sound snapped back. A low rush, like giant wings beating slow and heavy in a chasm. Something hissed somewhere far below. The red blur sharpened. Shapes took form around me. The light dimmed, turned darker, thicker. Deeper until it bathed everything in a murky crimson glow. I wasn't in the chamber anymore. I was somewhere under it. Far under it. The creature yanked me forward so hard my teeth clacked together. I slammed onto rough stone that scorched my palms. I gasped and rolled, scrambling backward, but the hand didn't let go. It dragged me across the ground until my spine hit something solid. A wall, but not like the walls above. This one pulsed, like skin. I pushed myself upward, chest heaving, eyes darting across the place I'd been dragged into, and then I froze. The pit was enormous, not a room, not a chamber, not a hallway. A cavity carved into the earth itself, deeper than any basement. Any cellar, any ritual space. The walls curved upward into a dome, but the surface wasn't stone. At least not any stone that belonged in a house. It was black, cracked with glowing red lines that pulsed like veins. The ceiling wasn't made of wood or beams or archways. It was breathing, expanding and contracting with slow, heavy motions, each breath releasing a faint, rumbling moan. The floor was uneven, carved by claws, scorched by heat, marked by dragging chains. And chains there were, dozens of them. Thick, iron. Twisted chains stretched from the walls into the massive figure crouched in the center of the pit. Most hung slack now. A few still glowed faint orange where they had snapped moments earlier. The creature towered over everything, its body hunched like a monstrous shadow wrapped in the remains of a prison that barely held it. Its hands, enormous and cracked, pressed into the ground as it lowered itself toward me. I stared up at it. Up through the shadows. Up through the heat. Up through the red glow. Until I saw its face. And I wished I hadn't. It was not a face built for the world above. Its skin was dark, cracked like cooled magma. Its jaw was too wide, stretching horizontally with rows of teeth that looked carved from glass shards. 2 horns rose from the top of its head, curved backward and broken at the tips, and its eyes glowed gold red, bright as fire behind stained glass. It smiled. A slow, terrible stretch of too many teeth. "You're awake." My knees nearly gave out. The creature crouched lower, claws clicking against the stone. "Back away," I whispered, my voice barely there. It chuckled, a low rumble that shook dust loose from the ceiling. There is nowhere to back to. My gaze flicked around the pit, searching for any hint of escape. Stairs, ladders, a crack in the wall, anything. But the only exit was the hole in the ceiling, far above, still glowing faintly where the house fractured. It might as well have been a star in the sky. The creature followed my eyes. "They can't reach you." My stomach twisted violently. "Where's Mara?" I croaked. "Where's Cal?" "Elias." "June." "Where?" The creature cut me off. "Far from here." I clenched my fists. "Take me back." It tilted its massive head slightly, amused. "Back," it repeated, as if tasting the word. "You speak as though you were stolen." My pulse hammered. "You dragged me." "I returned you," the creature whispered. "There is a difference." Its presence was suffocating. Every movement carried weight, heat, intent. I backed away until my shoulders pressed against the pulsing wall. The surface twitched under my skin like something alive. The creature's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you think you were safe above?" "Yes," I whispered. "No," it answered. I shook my head violently. "You don't get to twist this. You killed my brother. You tried to kill Mara." "You tried to?" It interrupted. "Your brother was a gift that was never meant to live long." My breath caught. No, I whispered. No, don't say that. The creature leaned closer until its breath washed over me like steam. Your father carved marks on all his children. My chest tightened. Marks plural. The creature continued, savoring the tension in my face. Ian's mark was unstable, fragile. He broke long ago. Ain. I repeated. My brother's name felt like a knife against my throat. He was never meant to take a full mark, the creature said. He was given too much. It cracked him. Tears erupted from my eyes before I even felt them. You, my voice broke. You did that to him, no, the creature said. Your father did. That hit harder than anything else in this pit. My father who fought the house. My father who sealed doors. My father who cried over ashes in the fireplace. The creature watched the cracks forming in me. He did it to you too, it whispered. Only he chose a different mark for you. Something under my shoulder blade burned again. Sharp. Hot. Slicing like something was carving itself out of me from the inside. I gasped and clawed at my back. Stop, please. Stop. But the creature shook its head. I cannot stop what he began. Pain shot through my spine. My knees buckled. The creature reached forward. I flinched. But its claw didn't close around me this time. Instead, it tapped the exact spot on my back where the burning came from. Just a tap. The pain intensified like fire being fanned. I screamed. The creature's voice melted into a whisper. You bear my first mark. My vision blurred. Everything shook. I collapsed. The creature leaned closer. Now it is time to give you the second. No, I sobbed. Don't touch me, don't. It ignored me. Its claw hovered above my shoulder, glowing red. The heat blistered the air. The burning under my skin reached a fever pitch. The creature spoke. You don't remember your birth. I froze. Because I didn't. I had flashes, yes, but no full memories. Its voice was slower now, but heavier. Your father made you beside my prison. Your first breath shook my chains. No, your first cry cracked my walls. No, your first heartbeat woke my hunger. Stop, it didn't. Your blood remembers me. I shook violently. You're lying. The creature finally smiled fully. Then look at your shoulder. I hesitated. Terror ate through me, but the burning made standing impossible. I grabbed the torn collar of my shirt with shaky hands and pulled it down just enough to see my shoulder blade. The symbol carved there pulsed with faint red light. My father had carved it decades ago. It wasn't ink. It wasn't a ward. It was a mark. The same mark carved into the stone around the second door. My stomach dropped. I felt like I was falling. No, I whispered. Yes. The creature growled softly. Its claw lowered until it nearly touched the mark, heat radiating like a brand. The second part belongs to me. The claw touched my skin, and the world exploded in pain. I screamed, violently, helplessly, as heat tore through my shoulder like molten iron sinking into flesh. My vision went white, my ears rang. The pit shook. The creature roared, not in anger, but in satisfaction. The mark seared. My body convulsed. My mind drowned. Through the pain, the creature's voice reached me. Now you remember your place. My fingers clawed at the ground. T. Take it off, I cannot, it whispered. It is you. The pain ripped through me again. Something broke inside my mind, something small but vital. I sobbed until I had no breath left. The creature leaned close, glowing eyes inches from mine. You were made for this pit. I shook violently. You're lying, I whispered, voice barely audible. No, the creature said. I speak truth. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. The creature's last whisper curled around my ear like smoke. You were born for me. The world dimmed. My body collapsed, and the pit swallowed everything. I didn't wake slowly. There was no gentle drifting upward, no slow rise from unconsciousness, no small, delicate return to my senses. I returned like something thrown into cold water, lungs gasping, chest collapsing inward, body arching from the ground as if lightning shot through every nerve. A sharp breath tore into me, tasting of heat, dust, iron, and something rotten that clung to the air with stubborn familiarity. My eyes snapped open. The pit was darker now. The soft red glow that once pulsed through the cracks had dimmed to a deep, dull ember, like whatever stirred beneath the stone was sleeping after a long meal. I was the meal. The pain in my shoulder hadn't faded. It wasn't sharp anymore. It was a heavy, burning throb that felt almost alive, pulsing with its own slow rhythm. Every beat matched something in the pit, a quiet hum, a distant breath, a vibration that crawled into my bones. The creature wasn't near me, at least not right beside me. It sat further back, massive frame hunched like a mountain at rest, its eyes dimmed but open. Watching, always watching. The chains lay slack around it now, broken in too many places to count, remnants of a prison it no longer needed to respect. My first thought was a whisper. I'm still here. My second thought arrived slower. They must be above me. Mara, Cal, Elias, June, my brother, broken, barely alive, but still breathing when I last saw him. I needed to get back to them. I forced myself onto one elbow, my muscles trembling. The creature lifted its head just slightly, enough for its eyes to glow faintly in the dark. Don't strain, it murmured, voice low like shifting stone. Your body is adjusting to the mark. I don't want your mark, I rasped, breath thin and shaky. Its jaw curved in something that resembled amusement. You already had the first. I only completed what your father began. A wave of anger shot through me so suddenly, I nearly choked on it. I pushed myself upright, skin slick with sweat, head spinning. Don't talk about him. The creature blinked slowly, unconcerned. He carved the first symbol. He tied you to me. You think I lie? Even now. Shut up, I whispered, shaking. Just shut up. But it wouldn't. It tilted its massive head, eyes narrowing. He marked you before he marked your brother. Before he marked anyone. My chest tightened. He carved your mark onto his own child, the creature continued. Long before the house noticed you existed. No, my voice cracked. He was trying to protect me. The creature let out a slow, rumbling sound. Not a laugh, but something close. If he wanted to protect you, he would have kept you far from this place. It leaned forward, chains rattling. But he brought you here. As a newborn, my vision blurred. Memories I didn't know I had fluttered around me. Fragments of light, warmth, hands holding me, the smell of smoke, whispers in the dark. My father's voice, desperate, cracking, not soothing but panicked. But the creature wasn't done breaking me. He made your mother give birth near my prison. A cold knife twisted into my stomach. He would never. He did. You're lying. He needed the first mark stabilized. A newborn's skin, touched by the heat of my pit, made the carving permanent. I felt the chamber tilt. No, it made you mine. My heartbeat stumbled, my lungs locked. The creature watched me fall apart, unblinking. Your father did not fight to protect you, it said, voice softer now, almost gentle. He fought to hide what he had done. Stop, I whispered. He tried to bury the truth under rituals and doors and lies. Stop, but here you are.
Stop!
My scream echoed through the pit, bouncing off the walls in uneven, broken fragments. My knees hit the stone, my palms pressed against the ground. Tears, hot, unsteady, slipped down my face without permission. The creature rose, slowly, deliberately. Chains slid off its body and clattered onto the ground like dying metal. It didn't stomp toward me. It didn't rush. It didn't even look angry. It approached with the calmness of something that had waited a long, long time. Your father made a bargain. My breath stuttered. He marked one child with my symbol. I shook my head violently. And in return, the creature whispered, the house promised the others would be spared. My world spun. Ian, my brother, had he been spared? Or had the house broken the bargain the moment it began twisting him into something else? The creature crouched in front of me, bringing its monstrous face level with mine. Your father gave you to me the day you were born. I choked on a sob. It didn't move. It waited. It watched. It savored. When I could finally speak, the words were barely a whisper. Why me? The creature tilted its head. Because you were the first child born in the house after a long silence. My stomach turned, because your bloodline was tied to the house. I froze. What? The creature leaned close, whispering like sharing a secret. Your family built the first door. I felt like the pit itself punched me. No, your family lured the first creature. My blood ran cold. No, your family sealed the second creature. Me. No, and your father tried to end what your ancestors began. My pulse thundered in my ears. I shook my head so hard my neck ached. You're lying, I choked. You're lying. You're. The creature cut me off, voice turning sharp. Duhy do yo you taikechi hos kenoza nami. I froze, completely, motionless, breathless. The creature lowered its voice again. Why do you think the pale version of you existed? My chest tightened. Why do you think your brother changed? I couldn't breathe. Why do you think the house never let you leave? My heart slammed. Because the house remembers its makers. Silence swallowed the pit. Not real silence. My ears rang too loudly for that, but a moment where the entire world folded around a single idea. My family built the first prison. Why, I whispered. Why would we do that? The creature watched me, not with triumph, with certainty, to worship what you feared. My stomach heaved. The room swayed. My hands shook violently. I had always believed my father fought the house, that he tried to stop it, that he feared it. But the creature said, he didn't fear the house. He feared me. My chest tightened until I gasped. And he feared what I would do to the child carrying my mark. I collapsed forward onto my hands and knees. My vision blurred, lines of red smearing across the pit. Sweat dripped onto the stone. Mara, Cal, Elias, June. They had no idea. They had no idea what I was. What I carried. I needed to escape. I needed to get out. I needed to warn them. I needed to. The creature lifted one claw and tapped the ground. Stand. My legs twitched, not from obedience, from instinct, from the mark. No, I croaked. I'm not yours. Stand. A violent spasm shot through my spine. I clenched my teeth, fighting the command. No. The creature stepped closer, shadow engulfing me. I am not your enemy, it whispered. I am your beginning. I trembled so violently I fell onto my side, its massive claw lowered toward my face. Slow. Precise, the way someone touches an object that belongs to them. Let me finish what he started. I flinched. Don't touch me. Its claw stopped just above my cheek. Then you finish it? My breath hitched. What? The creature lifted its head toward the cracked ceiling, where faint glimmers of the chamber above shimmered through the broken stone. Mara's scream drifted faintly through the fissure. Cal's shouting followed. Elias sobbed. June cried out. The creature lowered its gaze back to me. Your friends are fighting the house now. My heart dropped. What? The house wants you back. My chest clenched. It will collapse everything above until you climb out. The ground vibrated with a distant rumble. Dust sifted from the cracks. Voices echoed. Mara yelling for me, Cal shouting instructions. Elias screaming for help. The creature spoke again, its voice low, grounding. You can stay here and let the house take them. No. Or you can climb back up and decide who you truly are. I stared at it, trembling. What do you want from me? I whispered. The creature crouched lower, glowing eyes inches from mine. I want nothing. That stunned me. I blinked. What? The creature tilted its head, expression almost neutral. Your father made his bargain. His debt is paid. It stepped back. Now you choose your purpose. My throat tightened. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. I wanted to break everything in front of me. But above, my friends needed me. My real family. The creature stepped aside, revealing a jagged path carved into the pit wall. Twisted, unstable, but climbable. It growled, the house will try to kill you before you reach them. I swallowed hard. Let it try. The creature watched me stand. Pain shot through my shoulder. Fear churned in my stomach. The pit hummed. But I didn't stop. I climbed. Stone crumbled beneath my hands. Heat seared my back. The mark pulsed with every movement. My legs shook. My throat burned with dust. But I climbed. Higher, higher. Until the rumbling above grew louder. until screams sharpened, until the crackling light deepened, until the house roared my name. I reached the top. My fingers clawed the broken stone. I pulled myself through the hole, and the last line before I stepped back into the collapsing chamber. The creature whispered from below, "Welcome home." The world above the pit did not welcome me with relief. It greeted me with violence. The moment my fingers scraped the broken stone, the chamber erupted, crashing beams, collapsing walls, choking dust, and a roar deep enough to shake the marrow in my bones. The house was not simply falling apart. It was fighting me, fighting the creature below, fighting the idea of letting any of us leave. The air trembled like a living thing in pain. I pulled myself through the hole and rolled onto the chamber floor, coughing violently. My vision blurred with dust. My lungs burned. My shoulder throbbed under the mark like a warning bell. Then a sound cut through the chaos. A voice. Mara.
Some.
Jiravimo. Heizu hey, Heizu pal, hey elpme. Her words tripped over each other, frantic, raw, breaking. Hands seized my arms, dragging me across jagged stone. Cal lifted me by my shoulders. Mara held my face in both hands, pulling my gaze toward hers, checking for signs that I was still myself. Her eyes widened. "Oh my God, you're alive." Alive felt like a generous description. But I nodded anyway. Elias crawled toward us, dragging June behind him as debris rained down around them. His eyes were red. Tear tracks streaked through the grime on his face. June clung to his shirt, trembling violently. The ground buckled.
Movie!
Cal shouted, hauling me upward. A section of the ceiling tore free and smashed into the floor where I had been seconds ago, exploding into splinters of stone. Mara grabbed my wrist. "We don't have time. Movi." "No!" We stumbled across the collapsing chamber, tripping over the broken floor as the house roared around us. The walls trembled. The stone cracked. The air itself seemed to convulse. Something beneath us growled, a deep, distant rumble from the pit. The creature, awake, watching, waiting. But it didn't climb out. It didn't need to. The house was doing the job of dragging us downward for it. Cal shouted over the noise, "Thestirs, Go, Trslantct." He pointed toward the far corner where a crumbling stone staircase, more cracks than structure, still clung to the wall. We ran, or tried to. The floor split open behind us with a deafening crack, revealing nothing but darkness underneath. The house thrashed beneath our feet like a living animal trying to buck off its riders. We scrambled up the stairs, slipping, grabbing each other, pulling whoever fell, stepping over broken stone that gave way with every touch. Halfway up, a shockwave shook the entire structure. A howl shot upward from the pit. Not of pain, not of anger, but of claiming. The house answered with a groan so deep it rattled my teeth. The mark on my shoulder burned again. "No," I gasped. "Not now, not." Mara threw her arm around my waist and dragged me higher. "Duo stop yo ueer me kp movin g." The staircase crumbled beneath her foot. Call grabbed her wrist before she fell. Elias and June pushed from below, climbing on hands and knees. The house roared again, a sound so loud it made the stone vibrate. "Something's coming," Elias yelled, hysteria edging into his voice. He wasn't wrong. The wall to our left bulged outward, as if something inside the stone was pushing, clawing, forcing its way through. Cracks spread in a web like pattern. Dust poured from the ceiling. I didn't need to see the shape, I could feel it. The house wanted me back. The mark pulsed hard. I nearly toppled down the stairs as pain shot through my spine. Mara grabbed the front of my shirt. But the house pushed again. A long, jagged limb tore through the stone wall. Not the creatures, the houses. A limb shaped from wood, bone, and shadow, moving as if jointed by darkness itself. It clawed toward me, ignoring everyone else, its wooden fingers cracking with each reach. June screamed. Elias shielded her, pulling her backward. Cal swung a broken pipe, striking the limb. Splinters flew. The house hissed. The limb whipped toward me again. The mark on my shoulder burned red, hot, answering the house like a beacon. No, I shouted, clutching my shoulder with both hands. The limb lunged. Mara shoved me down just as it sliced through the air where my neck had been. Cal roared, slamming the pipe again. Gio movi. Mama had a ario omai tang far movi. We scrambled the rest of the way up the stairs, slipping through a broken archway that led back into a narrow corridor. The instant we crossed the threshold, the staircase collapsed behind us. The house screamed, guttural, furious, broken. Mara leaned against the wall, panting. We're not safe, not even close. Cal dropped to his knees, catching his breath. Elias clung to June, whispering to her, voice cracked and trembling. I staggered forward, gripping my shoulder. The burn pulsed. Again, again. Almost like a heartbeat, something inside the mark was moving. Mara stepped in front of me. Show me. I hesitated. Show me. She repeated, voice daring me to refuse. I pulled my collar aside. Her face went pale. The mark glowed, faint, red, like smoldering coal pressed under my skin. Lines curled into symbols I had never seen before, shifting as if alive. The edges pulsed with each beat of my heart. Cal leaned closer. What is that thing doing? I shook my head. I don't know. That wasn't true. I knew exactly what it was doing. It was linking. It was claiming. It was connecting itself to the creature below. I forced myself to stand straighter. We need to get out of the house. Mara nodded, then we move. Right now. But the corridor ahead shook. Hallways splintered. Doors slammed open and shut. The walls groaned, expanding and contracting like lungs. Shadows slithered beneath the cracks. The house whispered, not in a language, in a feeling. Come back. Cal cursed under his breath. This thing isn't letting us leave. Elias wiped his eyes, voice hoarse. Then we make it. June clutched his arm, staring at the walls with wide, terrified eyes. Mara stepped beside me. Lit us. You know this house better than anyone. She didn't say the rest, because it wants you most. I nodded and forced my legs to move. We ran through the twisting corridor, dodging collapsing beams, jumping broken steps, climbing over rubble. The house tried to mislead us. Doors appearing where there shouldn't be doors. Hallways bending, stairs turning to slopes. But each time it tried, the mark on my shoulder tingled with a faint pull. I used it. I hated it. But I used it. It tugged whenever a path was false. It burned whenever a corridor was a trap. It pulsed whenever the house tried to trick us. Mara noticed. You're using it, she said quietly. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The house hated it. Each time the mark guided me, the walls shook harder. The floors buckled. The whispers grew darker, more violent, more desperate. We reached the ground floor. The front hall was almost unrecognizable. Walls collapsed inward, beams broken, the ceiling caving piece by piece. The front doors, the only true exit, stood at the far end. Mara squeezed my hand. We're almost there. But the house refused to let go. The floor cracked open beneath us, splitting from one side of the hall to the other. Blackness yawned below. Cal grabbed June before she fell. Elias jumped back just in time. Mara pulled me away from the edge. The crack widened. The house screamed. Something surged upward from the darkness. Shadow limbs, wooden claws, bone like branches, all thrashing toward me. The mark on my shoulder turned searing hot. The creature's voice whispered through my skull. Choose. My body shook. Mara pulled harder. Don't, Lustin. T.O.I.T. The house roared. The creature whispered. You can stay in the world above. The shadow limbs reached higher. Ow or return to the pit. No, Mara screamed.
H-Ecos is US!
I reached for her hand, and the house attacked. A limb whipped toward her. I grabbed her waist and pulled her clear, just in time as the limbs smashed into the floor, splintering the stones. Cal shouted, T-H-E door, Geo, no. We ran toward the front entrance. The house threw everything at us. Walls splitting open, debris falling, shadows clawing from every direction. The mark pulsed, once, twice, 3 times. The creature whispered, come home. I ignored it. We sprinted. 30 feet, 20, 10. The house shrieked. The door cracked. Light, real sunlight, poured through. Mara leapt through first, dragging June and Elias with her. Cal shoved me from behind. I stumbled through the doorway. Sunlight hit my skin. The house screamed behind me, angry, betrayed, wounded. The door slammed shut. Silence. Heavy. Final. The outside world was still. The air smelled clean. The sky was a soft gray. We collapsed in the overgrown grass, gasping, crying, shaking. We survived. Mara crawled toward me and grabbed my face, tears streaking down her cheeks. "You're here. You're really here." Cal slumped beside us, shaking with adrenaline. Elias held June tight, whispering to her, both sobbing quietly. I stared at the house. It stood tall, still, silent. But the mark on my shoulder pulsed. A reminder. A promise. A warning. Mara noticed. Her hand brushed the glowing symbol lightly, her touch tender despite the fear in her eyes. "What does it mean?" she whispered. I looked at the silent house, at the mark, at the trees, at the sky. And I said the last truth the creature left me with, "It means the house isn't done with me." And deep inside the house, far beneath the foundation, in the depth of the pit, the creature whispered, "Soon."